Okay. I think after a long episode, I am actually live.
Hello there. Welcome to the Amma
Manson
Show.
Show.
So hopefully you are not a stranger here.
But
But what goes on here is education. Definitely some
some
empowerment. We add humor, information, and just a good vibe generally. It is not just a talk show, it's a live show. We talk about life. We unpick life. We find solutions to the things that stress us in life. And we make progress together. It is the Amma Manson Show. And my name is Amma. Your girl, your educator, your motivator. And I keep your hand wherever we need to. Enjoy, invite other people to join in, and hopefully you have a wonderful experience on today's show. Let's get straight into things.
Oh, hello, everyone. Hello. Mijidi se obi aho ye mechia mo anyado. Majo. Toda abrabo munsemsem. Etimi dia mayira. Na mo ntia manka ewo wo bada na. This week, I missed out on 2 Badana shows. My apologies, couldn't do much about it. I thought that we used to body nobody show. And then one day, the body becomes fed up with your nonsense and the body kicks off. Auntie Yao, Auntie Yama, it's good to see you. It's wonderful to hear. Say, I am a dreamer. It's been fabulous to get your messages, to know, say, I am a dreamer. That's in the minute to say. You want to join my program? My sister Grace in Patrol programs now. I have quite a few going. Moody Juice Plus the end episode joining, and now say travel business no, and now parenting group, and now say we'll join me webinars no. Moody Sister Rich Akwaba. Hey, Papa Winter, I am so excited to see you. I know. I watch your stuff, mainly because of the time differences. I don't catch you live. I tend to watch the replays, but I watch them all and I love them all. Example, Aquaba. And then we have the hot smoking topic. It is one of those times in my life I am and then it hits me. Internet me started with Obada. I've just finished editing a video on Sadia. Oh, okay, Sister Grace, me the WhatsApp number no twice. Me patcho WhatsApp me na menyem fa wonka parents group no. For sure. I would love you to. Me nua be friend na asem no me nua ne kae no. Me hunu said there is a misunderstanding in this life. Esese me bitimi ne me nua no ye di nkomo. Na me ka nokore e di kire me nua no about our reason. Onipa kro say ama mani bere woni wukuna ware. Nam say ha o say aya me hunu say woni wukunu ya ade a eye me fepa. Nam say sa o say said ye wutimi ba Facebook be ye de wo pe. Said ya wutimi koye ye de wo pe. Na papa no want it when no want na when je so. And I'm looking at this woman like, okay. You good. E ho de me wo ho say. But I think say also as I see a kind of creature because say if I'm a make catch them for say we are alive. I want to make a better for one more run you know me in come on a dose one head. Me catch them in understand no could be I say me catch them. Same video no I've just edited it. Me nyam fanto we no crash network no so ye wo bada na wo china no I will load it but no kre wo about our reason ss ye ka kire yen mo amunim no kre no ensese mo detect wo mo afi no mo frase because no kra yen ka wo ye community no e ka ho bi e na ye nyina ye ho kire yen all the time. It's me I am trying to live an unrealistic your friends say ideal. One sort of baby, you are struggling to live this unrealistic ideal. Senka meka no krachero se entisa ke bia or how no awo how sunsun nka so beti. Aware the miminim and a mechanism. Mo was no monso so me invite some monso so monka de munim. So wo feel so winim our resem mukakra now person will join the show no. Just indicate it to me so wo person will be and contributors no. Na me fa link into her. Actually, and then let's do one of the models that I do sometimes, which is fun. May the link in it to have publicly and openly. And see what person will pass on. No when me a link no at and just come on. I mean my one casa. You can't worry to be oh baswa. Auntie ya, Mr. use link in the brand auntie ya wo say miama. Me 3 days and baby wawari mu who say minya why is the most unfortunate thing you can say. Wawari. Because a niama aka me many mienu we interview say. Nyame anim ni se wo ka se wu nyame ya na kire se wo ya ye nkwadasem. Because the mian kasa me ba ya me be hunu ye no. Do I want to continue the way I started? Do I want to see some of the things I have seen? Nah. I saw it, I spat it out, I run a mile. It's more video no I did to it was my effort to be honest. It is my effort to let people understand the difference between a process and a finished product. Because nipa ni bi wo kwa wo fa obi finished product. Now wo mo de ayem fan to ho for wo mo processor afi no wo mafirase. Se wo kwa ware. Nana bna awarefo current awarefo mo amaware bi ejai mo afi na mo ye ready some ware gather here and let's talk. Na enne ye wo nokure bi a ss ye ka kire yen ho ye very important. Me pese ye be wie ni ye liberate yen ho from some of these unrealistic ideals libi. Ni ate ni ma ase ampa o anti ya ma bna se wa feel na bra so na beka bi ni entie. And every year say the difficulty with marriage is that it's not one size fits all. But what is working for me might not work for yours. Know your partner and work from there. It's a great place. Sister Ethel, hello. Good to see you all. Akwaba. And yeah, one size fits all. But there are some and yeah, maybe in general. And me perceive share some of the generals, no. In the hope that the generals will liberate Nkrofobi from NYMB. Let's start from this point. Awarie, we'll start here. Awarie, one more is psychology of marriage. Nombeka said there are stages and phases. One of the first stages in Awarie is the honeymoon phase. But the numpo for one more love marriage. One more love marriage, and yet arranged. And yet your friend is saying abusia 17 years wakosi aware no you would decide say wo pe wo yere and I wo pe wuku no and waware no and I won nete Abigail says that thing I feel do wo pe wuku no wo pe wo yere and waware no and I won nete e hopo se mu free aware na se akane no de ete oboa you are not here to learn, you are here to teach. I need you guys to be honest and to be sincere so that your friends mind the gap period. I'm telling you, I want you to be sincere. I want you to be honest so that one more almost when them have faces, say normal. Because me nipa no me worry no ye me yonko pa me yonko mu yonko pa me chocho yonko na me worry. And see, one of the silly things I went into marriage with was an expectation, say, our easy, and it was a stupid, silly expectation. Because Nipania me yonkono, I always heard from Nkrofor say, if you marry a friend, say, Drew, dear, namo dia waria chonche, and it's good to see you, sis. Me mamunya na akwaba, and they cannot pray with her. May the link natural so from the start. More person more joining. Just use the link and come. Maybe add DNA. It's saying akwaba. Auntie, I say love marriage. What is that? Love marriage is when we share bread. Now when I love you, I love you, when you and you can't share with the one. One watch say, oh, by force. As I say, on one and the Bob Brady and Jane, what Konya, Wana, Mana, and it's all. But that was the kind of marriage. Maybe my marriage was not an introduction. My marriage was not an arrangement. My marriage was an arrival. Maybe who say be any who beat me. Abobra, abrasa papa no. No, me boy. No, me young papa. But no, you're so influential in my bravo, such that my boy could have that influential. And nobody was going to tolerate Sam Pasiasem. Only not na hoka cranitors. I is something which is the one also so one who say one also get be a bejana because men so my able some samite fear me tiffy. Ne car front for the name in the space. And so many girl. One of the TV man a girl or no sim if you need phone. Every phone mammy made a sim to say be a minute near your home. And when you started free, and it's me back meant to be them or not your friends and fruits, wine or what become no their command again. Me, I can't remember one of my teachers. No, what they call. Say, me name a girl, Nama. Would you not be a tone with Diana? Who Jack, yes, he can, no, you didn't become inside. Because me means in competition, there. Only exactly what I will eat and what I will not eat. And it won't miss me. Oh, Miss Sammy said, I'm a where did you? I'm a windy birthday. You haven't eaten, have you? No, master. When him said me by that time, now maybe be a basa. See, them Chroman worker, you haven't eaten, have you? It's a particular trip, yeah, you're my main channel on Quasia Semi. And was I say, well, Minister, you been in a girl, and you know. They made a front and a girl made a back seat. Girl, now what's a back seat? Ni phone, ni yadi. Any day, maybe same at you. No, look, you can't me same, no one said. And the washer ain't like, and Passia Sembe, and Ecos were like, also Passia Sembe because why you're shocked, no one would your one cat. What kind of nonsense is going on in this house today? Now, Nipano or not see your friend is a car next to one or no take car next year. Ya could do baby at your Tomobian. Nipa si ye were misase aduane ben afna we be there be o si ya no di birika kuku baby aye ton aduane wo ko baby aye ton aduane o ko chusu de onim se ama bepe no chichire one take away no dey buy one kai kwara so woni ne girl na won to bi mre ne girl no oh ama ene eni di ye ene di birika koto ama aduane wo no akra wan to bi ama no ni di birika e di aduane we e di bre na mtena se na mi. Now, all this while, just so we are clear, and then I'm landing sometime here, you know, could be a baby, and that's how he introduced me to everybody. Everybody. Hello. Yeah, the Bama family, but we, but one move from the camera, but now I say one strategy you use when you are upset. You do your usual everyday routine, preparing your meal, serving him, taking care of the home and the rest. But then also a difficult routine. So son of man is being kept by grace. Auntie, may you sure say Auntie is also doing the same. Baby, be a year in one place. On when I started, Juma introduced me. I joined in and we were working. The Juma for no sharing. I said, I've never won your girl. What kind of nonsense is going on? One day they had this thing. Our own friend only pants every, and you come. As soon as you did see only pants every, and a boy says woman can come on board some children. The following day, men so see me see only pants every. Only na someone to TB mamma. That was probably the first time it began to click in my head. They said, this person was always going to be a presence in my life, and I was not willing. Said me need to be because me will be bobra. We were always going to say you decided to say for Frank, very difficult because there would be this influence which will always irritate would be our spouse and decided. So coming from this point, me, I was expecting marriage to be a walk in the park. Because only pan and so massive. Let me send me penasa. Into the hujai. One also to hujai. Yet now for full book, a shannon will be yamanedi. A shamidi will be yamanedi. How stupid was I? Nam kasa wariano no. I was going to have a rosy marriage. Woo, mistake. Mistake. Big mistake. And you allow that, fast forward, they will break your marriage. They will break your marriage. Because whether the pakrono was shared or unshared, it is inevitable. So when there is that influential other, you will always look over your shoulder. Peace, if I afraid peace. There be because you are looking over your shoulder, you will be unnecessarily jealous about a DB and if it's any part of one that's a mental illness and then the marketer said thank you. When you pay me, then the Bia will say, hey, Pastor P. Sis, and then you can't do you can't worry some. You can't worry monocre. So that's nipa fin or almost start here worry and why a woman who go 40 to worry and one. One day to 2 woman, dear. So uncle for an enemy, so much citizen. Now, nephew, sister, need to some serious punches, and I hope, say, those it's applicable to are listening. Ethel said friendship is a great start. It will take you through some rough times. It does, but it doesn't do it all. Maybe so the never seen Pastor it was going to do it all for me. How childish. Mimia, how childish. Oh, Nanabra, they were at it. Ah, wow. Ah, wow. Boy. Kafra, that is a tough position to find yourself. I am telling you. Now, free is to keep friends out of your home. So that simple sentence, my sister, it means everything in this world. Keep your marriage between the two of you. No third parties, not even your mother. Very important. Yeah, Baba. The massive marriage is not easy. After marriage, all the pampering, buying, takeaways, etc. reduce significantly. The one year for Obidu Bibinia, Aquaba. It's the same. Bravo, me digging it too. Or digging it too. Yeah, worry. Yeah, what on obani ni ya? What a problem with last year. What on oba? We didn't feel me. Yeah, what on oba the chiliba? And then the realities of life begin to set in. And when I say when you nipa, ya prepare the winning phases and stages of marriage, it will shock you. It shocked me. Dropped my pants, hands down. Because many I can't say friendship is everything. We can talk for hours. It's me like I was expecting. Boy. Yeah, what I'm going to na ama started saying a new point and maso. Sikasem started say yeding. Ahokyere efira sese ebefi. Nkwasi adwuma eba abrabo mu. Na amagimi say almost menya pekito wife material. Nti me pese me ye ni nyina. I want a problems in France. I want a problems. And then Anabra also did they are complicated. Stepmom's niece. This is a mighty boy. Link and then I'm there for those of you who want to come on and contribute. Africa, take your time, and when you are ready, you marry. It is not a race. Definitely not for the faint-hearted. Not something you enter when you are not sure. Believe you me. Who were one grain of doubt to cry, don't go. Now we need doubt to cry. Believe me. No. After thing 1, thing 2, thing 3, thing 4. Fatma, yes, you have caught me live. It is stupid o'clock. It is amazing you caught me for this one. I want to have a drama. And to me, my wife, papa, be able to do that. Where you young come up. When you say, I worry, so I didn't patroni your young point. Sister Lily mpacha na me adegedon. There be crimpling there mean to me silk ni wedding. Hey, I'm a kwaya adegedon. Hey, adegedon being the stupidity of attempting to be adegedon was almost the undoing of my marriage. Almost the undoing of my marriage. Because no way, me nya adegedon. Attempting to be adegedon was fake. It was difficult. It was unsustainable. And what was sad, listen, it made me angry. It made me frustrated. It made me bitter. Oh, and oh my God. When you combine Sanya many na oba yet edru sa point no. Na wo ho ye na hin no pese ope wo back ah. No ho nto me. Nkwan mako. Na me ho kire me. So na pa. Me ana me so le se me dware nkada ni nyina. Na me ko nyina. Me ko so nyina ma no posi o. Ne so obi asoma me. Me ana me ye. Hwan na mpa ho. Nti ma dini nyina ka be ni asese me ye. Na bre so wo ho no wo hwe no. Na ne ho ye me. Ne ho ye me hisi wo ja bo me so. No mama bra kwa agija. Na me ntimi nya mitiri ho ye. Me ntimi sese me ho. Me jimi kwa ma kwa shopping. Ndi aba. Kwada ne papa. Ye be wele skana sa. Why no nya bi ne. Me di wo ba chi a, wo ba kasa ma bawa, o ma bawa. Fikesi ma bawa. Na me di wo ba chi. So ka just a classroom kra me wura bi da, wo nyi ni. I can't see myself. But I didn't know. I was keying myself. Hey! Until you ask, oh no. Those of you who see a position at the moment, no, I am dear, no can't feel say, no, the starting point, the mountain and the master safe. The person kind of credit me invited a bedroom for so much in the kind of credit. No more why collectively. Yenya realistic expectation of what this marriage is and what people do in order to make their marriages like Sister Lily need black or naughty. Mama worry about 1,000 years. Sister Lily is free. And as you can see on Facebook, try a link. Sanya menu na it's a set book coming up rich for. Near table massive. Away a flower material and yet baby. Sister Lily, I take it on. Sharp. Yeah, the pump be need. Crazy, when you're late too much, Apaba. You are in at the right time. I am still in the intro. I'm telling Nkrofo and Kwasia Debia Mekoye. Na me ka say eno, na be ma me. Say I don't even know what I was expecting. I was just naive. I went into marriage thinking. Say my wife, my best friend, and life was going to be a breeze. Pastor P, sometimes in-laws will there are many pressures from many places. But sometimes, one person with Jimmy. Me, in my case, most of it was me Jimmy. Most of it was me and me Nintias. Most of it was me trying to be what I was not. Most of it was me trying to conform to what I cannot conform to. Most of it was not asking only many neighbor for help when I desperately needed it. Most of it was minim ham. But the day we got to the point that how I was feeling. He said, I am a mother, I am I promise you. Because they are not make me feeling and I'm a shame. It's a second side, didn't never draw me. I had caught myself in this spiral, but the day I decided that I was voicing the prayer. Inside that I want to pray you. You don't want to say, yeah, and you at the table for you to I can't. Maybe this idea will not bother. Mean to me. I'm sorry. Sorry, I say when I'm a friend about you. Mean to me. Make up. Mean to me. If you, oh, papa. You had a mortgage, and so what? Keep it. Mimpo, because me. Hey, Sister Lily, it's the other way around. You inspire me. You inspire me. Adam, that is a slippery road. So maybe now one part, sister, don't go there. Because there's no guarantee so we better sin nyame a wo kosese nipa. Nyame obo ade nyame no kura won try so was nipa. Ono ana body no kura won fura se so was san. Now, sister, I will not recommend it. If you can take it as it is, marry it. If you can't, waka. Kako. Oh, Pastor P actually brofo de that was my problem. You see, do baby kura na mitimi no aduane na me. Na mititi mani winning. Because you say, obefre dwuma beba no. Ese se wo beba na aduane aye ready. Me nso me bedru fie 30 minutes before him. Ti meba no, me du because kuru. Me be gina kitchen. Ene ese aduane no so kra me no ane fresh. Me wo aduane me no ane bibiri shi fridge week ni edi. Ana ma me be fo abrewa bi. Abeka tire me se wa wari di ama de onye papa. Na nchiro se di si wari. Na nye sa papa obedwane agyaw. Me nso me wo me nye ma be sa papa bedwane agyaw. So be fide dwuma beba no one wo aduane abeng obi pack in the car no what see aduane na de be table so no wo didi sister Ghana aduane be na 30 minutes no ebusiafo Ghana aduane be na 30 minutes no me so me nya ma be sem pese e jam hoko ma mi so se ma nya ni se e jam hoko enti me pese e jam hoko yi ene wo ba ya o pack in car no ba bi aduane na duru bia na matete no odi aduane ne me me they be me because they are me. Love everybody. Nana, the mother-in-law is a human being. Maybe what about here. I will not suddenly become a devil because my bad brand in a push buyer. Oh, mommy, your mother-in-law or your woman or your nipa. Treat them the same way you would treat your own. It will take you very far in our area. Sister. A never-ending education. Hey, new learning, new things every day. New wahala. Missy, and see, I'd actually the bro for come and it will lead to heartbreak. It can only take you to one destination. One way, one lane. Boy, partner, you can also relate. When you think you are the woman, so you need to do all the work in the house. That was this food. You overwhelm yourself. In fact, now the character I am, one of the things about me, which is the beauty about me, is the fact that I am a very lively character. And so kebashi obana se me di mu asem kire mi kuna otimi wo so ni ti sa na ohem tinti da be na be ni but there were episodes and me hunya nika because I was too angry me buafu. I had to really sit and be sincere, frank, and honest, and say, Aden, I'm not hotel this. I said, Aden, I won't want me. She, oh, who am one? What's a me yamwa? Me nam kasa me so me twema no pose no na me tutu niema to bi na me keka niema buma. I thought I was actually communicating my frustration and he was understanding my frustration. He was not, because I'm not a toddler. I was not speaking. I was just having a tantrum. And nobody understands adult tantrums. This is the funny truth. Sister, enko ye bi wano say fakasa. No, that is what it's there for. Kanokore. Menye. Sometimes when you say menye kraba menye. Menye because nyanse kanokore. Can you free? Fatima, my sister, we are bitter from anger. Fatima, boy. Mrs. 5 years, no. There is a psychology to the 5 years too. Akonye. Kwaba, meaning to say, period. Tietia bam. Passage in a festival woman. Here we are. Everybody can be annoying. So obi annoying wo kra na wo ka no kra chire di pakro na ebia obeye willing so be correct. What kills yen in your community? Ne pretense. Nipa ne ho ye wahu, but you are pretending you are okay. You are not. Nanaya. Why are you still awake? Can you get that pillow for me, please? And then you need to go to sleep. Okay? When I start over, now it's a key. You should be asleep. That's the whole idea. Yeah. Thank you. Having the expectations of your husband or wife based on what your parents' marriage look like is unrealistic. And then, if your parents' marriage is that perfect, go marry your mom. Easy. And comfort my mother is go marry your mom. And Coco, before. Take her from your father and marry her because she's perfect. Marry her. Don't come and disturb me because I'm not your mother. And also don't go and disturb him. He is not your father. Maybe I'm a catch them. You will how we come with ideas about your papa again. The higher you come so if you're not papa, you're perfect. I don't know. Oh, Fatima, did I even have that common sense to say I needed help? You would think, sir, at my age, as eloquent and as educated and as dear as I was in Kabini and Fatima, no, the accent boy. This is me, Jimmy. Debbie, the senior and pass over Ghana. That time I am pass over Ghana, then you could not dress in the brand and say, dress it from top to bottom, packing for packaging for ya baba ya yitie ya ba mo e kama nkofo hu efe na me my certificate me ba wa na bi wo bachi na somehow wo mo ko papa di kind and then na girls be oh look at that nice man, he looks like a single father. Yeah, oh yeah, very nice, very nice. In terms of no many other person ko but me akwa yeah, self arrangement bi na connection, yes. And I'm a baba ya ka hey mommy na ba ni anaa ni need. And you need to know. Me when I was skip airport, me pay me for that. You don't stop when you need. Yeah, but me say the maid. Saddam say the maid. Saddam say the maid. Me three me person yet yes me. I am tired. Into who is a many most haggard. Bre. Manui it's the same breko miensa no. And breko miensa. Not even one. Because my bre. Many nye. Me who me say. And see that ko and near me who. And I'm in Casa. And I'm actually, we gina up one more time, a friend is saying boarding points, then I'm share a value who soon is soon a rehost who many yemi who said, yeah, what? You are the meaning baby to you. Your call Ghana, the share for interactions, maybe a call for enemy who is the dead. Even a bushafoni biwoha, they have not quite understood my position properly. They will say Crophobi in ways they shouldn't speak to me. They will say Crophobi in ways they should not behave around me. They will say Crophobi camera that also. But more camera I swear to God, with the camera bubble very you match a sad way. Nobody you know who will see why. Oh, sorry, Papa. They don't know. I was here as I'm telling you. But camera as well. But camera back into Adam be a carry baby. Oh, back be now, they said you had a control. The bow will be home. And be actual. So one of these days, no one who will like, no one who will see that. See your life. I'm trying to have a serious conversation. See this one. See your life. Take Chrissy. Before, hey, you change the phone and can't see the link. Oh, Martin, me descend what me the process here. Check. That make kind of you send for the respect level. So that trip to Ghana, it was revealing. You will now for 40 years, for any kind of meeting. Say, what almost said that we baby and Chile, woman said that said you pretty as me. Na me yet a cramaya who bless ye. You send for phobia for the second, no good nanka. I miss me second of crowd, you try vegetables, crank a mouth. That is me. I mean, what principles be. But in order to try and fix this at the guidon, trying to remain married, listening to some Ami way advice, trying to do unnecessary strange things. No, I had become some caricature of who I was. And I was not, I was just a muppet. I was just a muppet. Mommy, you. So I only know where you are. I go for who know what I the hojo. Hey, brother Ankara. It's good to see you. Saliti Akwabo, we were putting Akwaba. Auntie Yasi, in her opinion, Ghanaian marriage is so annoying because of the expectations put on a woman. Yeah, Yankas actually had the and also more. A lot of us become good little wives and think every woman should do the same. You always ask who trains the men in pool. Nobody trains any good husband. Will be a training good wife. Nonsense. They get to do whatever the hell they please and treat us anyhow, not. And man also say Yankasa because we want to play the Atekidon wife. Pastor P is a bit too late for that one, isn't it? Now one me die, I could have had your money ever said it was sitting. Then, sorry, I wasn't for you. Alex, media, and to say, Aquaba. They said that trip to Ghana was so self-revealing. Maybe 2 weeks for Ghana. I cried myself every day, Miss. Because Miss Taxi said from the airport, no, me 7 hours was 6.5 hours. I made the dream, and my life was passing in front of my face like this. I began to see the errors of my ways and stupid choices in trying to conform to what I don't even know. Then we got to the airport. Nipa ebeshia no wo mo je papa na niema and they found haram let me tell I had made myself so little. I had made myself so insignificant. It was so mobile. That many make it no. It's nice no. Omo nyina position mo. Every day you see that won't be no problem. Manya ho that. Pastor P nie sis.
Hello, Minia.
Akabo Minia.
Necessary marriage material.
Yeah, the pump skirts. Oh, yeah, the pump trousers.
Me young who crowd the other from.
Yes, I just said that wow. At the crowd, the just said that wow. Mr. Material, they say it's so stiff and inflexible. Just said that wow. Yeah,
material, me young friend, you see me, Yakopam.
Maybe the other material, I just said that wow. And said that one more buffalo. Very mobile. Maybe I've been a say, well, who knows the warrior? Pastor P, Mr. Momo family born in China, Fatamra took up a bisu Hawati.
Ask money. Am I yes, no? Yes, no.
It's me, the camera to the super yak up there. So, yes,
no. Me, I'm a who's in Auntie, my wedding, Daya, no. After 30 minutes, no about back.
After 30 minutes,
no, send me anyhow.
Me what have so the another body.
I'm a no test it. Can say I draw and say yaba. Oh, Mumra Mashana, SME, me yakakra. Welcome, Aba power no, but no you any basa change you any. Aba ya kakra otin ya kakra that one so na utiri mu de na chese wa onim de wo ho.
That's that mama actually says yeah. I always say, and then I wanted to have this discussion so that one more, or my free, our area say those who are fighting, your friends, the battle stages, you know, those who are negotiating. Omube who said, "Ya warrior tiyan kasankasa." Pastor P. They be our cast very happy. They be a nasa netie, anaa.
Me the any day different mom. But once my worry me I can say baby for fraud.
I can't see.
Make my come baby for fraud. Yes. Yeah. It wasn't smooth. And yes, sir. On say, to say they're walking, yeah. You try, sir. You will do the best. Me per se, no, I'm a person that marriage material, the Nembama and Mama Junimuda. I've never tried to please a man. You know, but I try to make you happy. Now, me person make you happiness. I also want pa. Na me no like you can't say ma they just say me fa ho ebiem. And that is how it is because our awareness sometimes they want you to do everything. They want you to do everything. So we your bow. And so we almost obey ya. Ombe journey in our so. It came to a time. Said the nama okay ya. Na me wo yeah. Me ya juma outside. Or hospital. Me be a company. I was sitting there, made Benny starts something they called preschool. No do preschool. Was she in preschool? And I said whatever. Yeah, preschool, kindergarten. No do kindergarten, no preschool. I said me then call preschool. And so now me call no na me call ye mejumanos na part time. And me call chedro pena me dimrika na masamba, you know, and you know, and me di 4 hours so. At the same time, now me work me say your company jumano be a me tablet so and I say me work office and then I have to do on tablet and I send my phone so now me say because I have to take calls and yeah they at the same time I may yeah juma or me juma mu ankasa no me san so your company na juma no at the same time me san so yeah akora juma de ni nyina abo me so me na me ye ni nyina asan ye fie juma until that time no was a point the breaking point. He left everything on me. My ex. Yeah. Oja bibia bomb me so like thinking say I can do it because that was the time I'm running. If you know steps on me running through na my back office. Office in the wall downstairs to 3. Me run it 3 you know me call let me do me can't everything me no the computer is on the side. I'm cooking right hand is cooking, left hand is on the computer working. And you know, just a multitask, just say me yes, until say my doctor warning me do say no high blood pressure, nothing there. But my doctor saw say I was stressed up with just a jumano me so te me moment so now was so te Beman appreciate it, doesn't think say never ever said cry say me da say and I say why you dear. Because said dear cry be a lawyer by no I will do it. Where by any BTS scam will be I know I will do it. I was doing everything. Me sorry 5:30. I have to you know settle the workers this would me choma juma de so be I any ade and not me we ya na me jimika me dia kra na me yen ready breakfast na me dey corporate school about 12 as I say me coffee because me start juma to because fan 12 na me sign back to the customers and you know me buy you know and then workers you know me sign almost 2 o'clock I have to drive me dey me ba no e call me auntie fie 45 minutes away from my house. Me Jumam is 5 minutes from my fee. Then I have to drive all the way 45 minutes to me auntie Fie. And son na masamba majumam na me auntie ne ba or the akra na ye den abreme. Because I can preschool upon when I'm in person, then never call baby, you know, they're not the abreme and I may call Jumano. That's what I was doing. And I papa ne wo hono because so two coins most of the time. And I all hono then he would take care of the kid. But one crano or best friend or bet 10 times. And was one year Diana and was one you say and was one you say. But at the end de ma crano, a cran they were the man on all four no and also ain't you know until so you know if one mayor enforcing it says as would one dagana for some crana mayor changing as a woody. Maybe I know so on Pedianes out to say me. Oh, and you know, soon what I mean, no, say, oh, but just our best friend was said, the old fee, until then, your stress, no stress so up. But the worst thing is, when you are doing your best, you being a superwoman, and the man is not appreciating what you do. Oh, I don't know, a hard Jenipa, and a man, no. We try to be like a superwoman, say, me bois bear in the aim of me bois no so with me drew baby.
And then I miss Bisa, superwoman, and a year day.
Missy Bisa, brace, and want to be superwoman, whatever. But I wasn't, for me, said I I wasn't trying to be like that, but I was trying to say Busiano, as I say, me peja woman, me peja Busiano, me boa peja Busiano, Eddie and bedroom him for a baby baby. Eddie Busiani baby drew baby. But the one now person obuano or no soon to mean so movie. Once at the end to the ukukuna say one way back up and a kukra, a bit fractal.
And that's what your back will break. And that is what happens to you, not the Fatma say or no. So maybe Schiphol Airport, me really feed. Hey, me take flight to the Nafi, me amid me say, my pumpkin, na me who Jim. Now me share me de for Ghana, me share you, my Yamika, name quasi decisions are my now. Let me see flight so. Na yeko am pass you do airport one we be sharing no mu na bawa nti de wo no ye crash trouble to the buy ne ma na konwa one nkwada kama energy nya ba bi ko mi am ho to ye eno ko bi pa ne di pia me metika ni ne mete your friends and middle seat ho na de ono ye fa na se wo mi dai no atro ko no de ne sa atwa 7 ho nti mi a me side for me boss hwe car ni inside na me hwe de ye koso na ade na me wo middle seat ama middle seat is saying.
The second crown, I don't want to middle seat. As for me,
Parade, my one, you don't want to middle seat. Na make up. You could do, baby. Then you share the power, yeah, where too. Say, oh, mammy, to say here, trust. No more could baby. Hey, me, I'm Paul. Me, I cram and wouldn't be we ain't think to pay a big we mean to me, Fanko Shanko. I'm man, me and what, son, I'm catching them. Yes, wow, Richard, I am glad you were here. Minia, webinar, it will happen on Friday. It will happen on Saturday. I'm just telling you right now, Eric Pope webinar. It is happening on Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. If I were why are doing so about Eric Pope webinar? No, sign it up. I'll put the link up. Richard, I was thinking about you because I'm glad so be peace na mama kai because one masu say party and come kai. Ko check it. Pastor P me say sa trip no be ko fie. Me ma me kra no. Me hwa me ma me ni nyina di. Me hwa say di obi ane me interacting na me hu say I will say onipa wan kasa what you accept is what everybody would dish.
They'll give to you.
Yeah, me taste. Nti me kai say ye kodru filling station ya ye bu petrol no na me see and I'm catching the nipa no a what edge so kokot na mfimfin I need to stretch my legs. Me catching say one kokot na mfimfin why I need to stretch my legs no ohwe me and he started it was a bit surprised to him. Na make a woman to you don't know me. So when me ya and ka one carry me one person me kokot na mfimfin. No kokot na mfimfin hoboko. Because na nipa aka no na e wa fidi no so nyina hwe me be a little bit strange.
Say I'm who say. Yes, if people look at the outward, no, at General Bontino and Omudi treat you. No,
yes.
not what is inside. So almost sure Bontino, why you won't stand into you who say, where the other things say,
confidence. Because at them did be will be a baby, I would be because I no crash. The me, I met I say, many papa, no what's name film who send atmosphere and I surprise will have yeah, Charlie, we go here. You go where? Yeah, we do so share. Massa. Who will have my ready meet but let me come and Minim say meter, mobile have French in the actual also, but me pili French now there is English, I mean kind of terms and conditions never. I found myself having to read the terms and conditions to almost everybody. I mean, almost everybody, because men na man who fresh, original terms. Those were originally the terms. So, my men na mammy everywhere we say try to be and I make try to see a and I'm a command for position in a way which was not true. So that trip, it was a very difficult trip for me. Because I saw a lot of things and the conversations I had with people were very difficult conversations because there be no woman position and we needed to renegotiate. I needed to reassert myself. Next, I said me show my areba. Let them see my nails. I just had to maybe have a friend say anything. Let me akawo. Can I make up? Mario. Look at my nails. Say in a metio, wouldn't me one, and your mammy fancher. The many I see, say it here. Now, you free Ghana buy a book or die, you be drew back to England. Nam kofa black bag. And Tadia ne want me what do border. I'm the core, a friend say, baby, I didn't tell you. That box never will end of the street. Draws say want me closer to me be draws. Me me share my friend a draws. Sa homo. Se sapo.
Oh, mama.
Pastor P. Nenyo.
Oh. And now we'll try their power because there are so many women, they've been silent and they think they have to, sacrifice all for the man,
Okay, I do a cook for some of the book and younger.
Or next year, Sako the Ghana, we have got trust when you're going. If you want to go Ghana, okay, we do yourself.
Oh, Barbara, yes. I had 2 kids at the time. And this is one of the things I want to share. Because when we were first born, you were still able to package. Second born, the sika dynamics, time, I is stressful. And when we started to take you. People will pay the price you put on yourself, by the way. People will pay the price you demand. Me say me be me draws look at me home. Until that point you piss yourself, you haven't even heard the words of it. Me be draws back could be say snake, say sponge, say rope, you want the crop. Na me inti adi way na wo hye wo fi ha many people sister. Me socks, me be me socks, me na socks back ko kura ni ho me only atokura ni. Me socks ni. Hey. Ama. Mama nie me fa me bra na me me bra radi nyankopon Pastor P. Na atade no kra de wa bonte ani pa hwe no kra no not na de hihya ase.
And I won't shout there. People will be silent, but there are people, they are going through the same, they are doing the same thing.
Yeah. And we need to correct it.
Amma, do you know the problem? No. The problem when I say we don't lay the foundation. A bra when a bear man lay that foundation. Maybe and I don't have anything to say about those things. The first day I met that man, I laid my foundation. The first day. Mekani amempe and say when amempe when no and no dear me pack my bag that second I'm gone. Me pesa wo boa me kitchen me no aduane I want to be with you. I will have to be there. You have to help me make a bibia me here say it's a say and just say if we have a year in idea and I mean I may oba me say me bo life for more and I me bo
media no ho me say media no me afa me wie na me bisa mo say mental illness because maybe wo hoyi now I was the kind of girl who changed my phone every 6 months. That was me. Contract me ma 1 year then so I changed my phone every 6 months. Afa when what used to happen me contract ne so kra na me kosisa me phone one. Na me the new phone one man na ma twa odo ne dada.
no no ne de no
Of some
and I'm Mrs. Sa, who no, I'm not accepting it.
It's being Kase husband because me and I'm a penis. It drew baby for me and I cannot blame anybody else but me. I was the fool. Me. Because mommy and I make a mommy penny, me the can't say bitch and decided said,
no.
I need the Bema my house wife because of I was sending me near them. Said your master, be dear good Bema, worry me 2-3 years of crab and tia, will be jam a paco. Ama so dear. It makes me women pessy a worry me jam a hoco. And to mammy formula or the buy and a stupidly. My dear, my formula is your formula to me. And I'm at home. Make what Jimmy phone one. Until they be an make it a miku before sope every time. Me casa wono and they can't say me what my bonny yamibi chiameka. Me and I'm Danny phone the man. Now why them pet say a situation?
You blame Obi. I am the same. Because there are a lot of women now. They have sold themselves into the marriage with the name say they said they okay with the kind of say to bonnet. And now you didn't know much. You didn't know much into you think it say the mamma can say necessary and no. Oh baby, I would say no, I may come be what the net diabetes or anything so be the certain abeto say I can't share what. So we will move now, yeah. There's so many women now. This is what they do. Thinking says why yes, Anna na be man be Donald, Sana be man be tina on. Or the person who jaw basa be ma obekwa abonten akono be ma akono won ani so. Omo ani so no de hye. Obehu kwasa fe de ukru no ne won na biem. On kanfo bi onye ke.
Say won ne wo ho na wo beda. Ah pastor P.
Yeah, ma also cancer.
Pastor P who was snake. As a snake, as a support, as a homa you want the what I did so okay the shasty one the queen abeko. I swear to God ne hobeko.
Oh.
Me say that me be a draw so me who draws the type no. Me ball my name so say ya say oh wa ma hwe de wire wo.
That no say no wani unya hu.
Me did that then you na me hu o say na I had told myself say I was being prudent. Nah, yeah, dying.
Yeah, can't say
say like on the outside, no, we've always been progressive. We had bought a house, not 4x4. I mean, to them. So they are
from.
Okay, and I'm. Oh dear, and no, say Bulanga go die. I'm telling you now. We'll draw session. We would be a swap. The head of Medusa Kramfani Huni. Why na ne hube jina what say bibi. Me akra no say me dwen ho no me kra me hu sa draws am hobeko.
No bebo brim.
Me ho Pastor P me anu am share draws no kra me hu a. I say master stop your stories. Send me a video of you washing your girls panties. Why na de? Girls panties ne washing e wo papa. So when you grow in rules points na you say possible. Very possible. What
is wrong the say we wash your panties? No, that mentality they be no.
Oh,
Ebi mu kra mo de manu ko ebom. Na one stand who na wo enti emu he fine where na pants no na ye de na ye tana na say de that mentality na ye na na mo de ahye ye tiri mu say oba mesi wo ba dress oba ye jibi mu ma ye nyi sa mentality no.
Like in the highest order, I'm telling you.
Why say would you see ni dia wrong? And there's nothing wrong. Or baby, I'll come back from my obi I washing the pants, but there are some women are almost diano. Obi ane the lifestyle, but so obi obo ane diano. Let's say who kwako siniema. Let's say you can't say more Ghana yo mutimi do amonsesi no would on Asia. There's nothing wrong with so there is nothing wrong with underwear. There's nothing wrong so no see with the amount. I dream the woman. No cry and cadano cry and catch the donny besi I deno. Oh, and no boy cry. I say I journey. And yet,
my main cast Richard, me fear hey, over to me, let me get a spanner. Over to me, let me get a hammer. Over to me, and also another story I'm about to tell you.
Hey, brother Raycon.
Yes, I am many another. Me buy me at the door. It's my yard dig door, and I'm share or wardrobes, nam didn't fear. Mia, I feel light bulb cried to at this and for free fever because yes, me be woman. Mrs. Sam, I'm an advice needing Kume. Francis in ye, Aquaba. My main advice and Kume. It was one of it wasn't my mom. My mom would not even. My mom knows me too well. Oh, mom is higher. Yeah, advice. It was not my mom. Obi fufro. I that one make sure or what dross. Say your wo. Say your home. Say your deal. Dross your sister. What? How many yatiti? Dross back one. I'm a better. Or castle or dross now. You become bankrupt. Me James had an episode no one. Me I wonder say never tea way. Number 2 BTC baby na me dem company na really because the na me yero what na say na wo dwen ho pa da bi adwen na all because see yes me nya de don wife material and I me yere me ho den. And the funny thing is the very papa no a wo person ho ye wani ka no when you look like this ho kra be do bi ko
Baby, oh, yana nika. Oh, yana nika. Oh, ono kro benu ne ho ono kro ya ade so otena ho because obedi say ade mi ko fanye say na netie na de na fa de you say
I came clean and I told him, he hugged me, look at him, so why have you done this to us? I just didn't even recognize who you were anymore. I was just getting confused. Like nipa minimum you say that here. What the heck is going on?
I'm confused.
Why are you confused? Because brother,
yeah, don't know I'm uncle because the reason is that we need to talk. I'm a mistake no yeah no more be a nyebi. Munsian free more and because we need to talk. If we are, don't try to be a superwoman. Say, I'm the one. I have to live the family. I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to do. Or Berry Manokra now. Oh yes, and he's not expecting you. Bema or no. It's not expecting you to, neglect yourself and do it all. No Bema or do. I just said Bema or no. And or give yani and or now so ye be what baby abonting and or Bema one neglect yourself now or no. I enjoy it. No, it is not.
I look back at I was a well-dressed girl. Na any of the flashy girls I design at me, but maybe a Caribbean I their package arranging me dear. Oh, I don't go there. Mrs. Sammy phone every 6 months. That's the kind of how many years ago? Let me get 2 your friends a contracts. I had 2 contracts. Now me will phone up me nipa a me cook woman for penny free. And I may walk back one, some passing in hour. Did I then now? Me worry yard, I may jack contracts in about never a car back of it. And then one of me phone, you renew one, let me give me new phone about Yamano. My telephone. Yes, me decide to send a car crown. One day it just clicked. I needed a car. The coffee, Nissan Micra and Chema. Nam dinner. Nissan Micra and Chema. I feel it drew baby to say your mobile phones. When he wants a new car one or no quackogy new car, and I'm imagining the other. And today, be a mechanic shopping. Make it on the phone shopping and a mechanic car shopping every time. Of course, our trip we buy and one me who me one and who's system. Not. What kind of nonsense is this? That's it. That time, me buy and one minute. Now me have beer. But me knife and family and family. And I'm a dinner. Auntie, yeah, this thing called marriage, this thing called marriage, Nana. The platform needs to be hot. It is one of the topics. And then this is my prelude. My actual recorded and edited video will kick off, and we will continue the conversation because Martin sent me from. And that's the reason why I knew that topic. It is high time we started this discussion. Provided the woman also helps with the man's job. There is no man's job. Cutting the grass, why not? Really mechanic. Means to me, I will pay a mechanic to do it.
Now, Brother Richard, maintenance, now yachiche mo say ya wo be meduma that traditional mindset no munyi free madwini me mo be me bi o te say de o kasa say de Bra Richard dey kasa sa be ma no there will be no peace won e fie because wachiche say wo be adwuma ni obere ma adwuma ni enti no expecting say oba na iwukura no a oba na adwuma na ye say bi say oba ho kukuom say oba na odua na oba na anya wonye obekwa abonte akopɛ bi adi sa mema no ha agene mo nsa sa de na nye Brother Richard who can watch go ye share dey ye ni say ye answer but you want us to answer until we answer another one oba adwuma ebia ni ho na ba ma adwuma ni ho say odo e wo efia you don't have a man's job say be ma hohoro ni ememu oba ma no aduane oba ma esi oba de oba challenge wo ye say ya Mimi neighbor oba ono no challenge ni kunu challenge so da. So I say ni kunu chada because papa no wa hurting the back. The reason no. Wa hurting the back. Enti no on to me challenge on to me gina ho nche eyisa. But na ire no ono no ye me ba school mu almost secretary no. And so no ono no mama no ho ye den papa ye sports woman. Enti ono challenge come out ni ho den on to me.
Yeah, ye ntwa no. And I make a tell them for the beer. Obi will have any could date it. Just call a handyman or me. Obi will have your friend is a cupboard. I'll call a handyman. Maybe what the car. $60 for somebody to do it. I'm telling you, near maybe we'll have one to have your phone now. Something
$60, Ama. Me the backyard is a park. The omobe cutting in our front yard and no question will be back. So $60 per omobe chani na. I guy be cramming yana no becha 25. The omucha 60 no, the omu treating in our sama or esaka home. Omubano omabe becha, Oma said treaty aka home. That one ya then. Oh, it's on to me, Chano, I will be no about the summer. And
no, say. In our mind, it's difficult for us to put aside what our mothers taught us men. Please don't blame us too much. Small, we will get there. And into the such programs, so that who said there is a problem and we begin to work on it. We might get to a place where a common consensus work for the penny. Pastor P, what I want to discuss next. The next bit, I'm a person I can't watch them, and then I'll come and tell you some of my stupid adventures and the things I did to change my own stupidity. Is the I miss Adam Fred, it was my own stupidity. And when I fixed it too. Me and I'm creating it. Now me and I'm fixing. Now me and I'm sorting it. It was my own creation and I destroyed it with my very finger. The building and then one I'm destroyed. Now phases and stages in marriage. First, honeymoon phase. I love you, 20. Maybe 4 years, even 2 years, depending on time I'm mobile. Over back one, you might still be in the honeymoon phase. Now, what second born seeking? For some people, your third born. So you begin to go down the slippery road of Ujin Yemen that when you say na Sikasema Yedin, into a cut back. And one person will cut it through when you cast all your barbon into those what who see here and I bet you Jeffrey. Aduane kora wo hwɛ so libi wo mo bia didi bia wo nya bi ni na ate hɔ na kɔmde na ade nam de bia na wo buafu de bia na wani abre de bia na wa sɛ wo hu nya nika wo wo hoi wo hye snake draws ana wa no pɔse na wo keka ne ma bobɔ mo fie hɔ sister why na nani bɛgye wo ho enkwada akora ni nye ho because wo bɛbo nkwada ne kunfu beatings na nkwada yi kunfu
almost
taekwondo beatings wait me abon kwada no na kwada ne wonda so mo ma me wo mental illness ana ebusia problem e papa chow me baat That's it. That's what about. Come on, so on, but I can yes, one of them. Abna people there, you don't take crap, I'm telling you. But even Abna phone ain't take crap. The Abna confess it was Rosa who the third born, she lost herself because it is a human phenomenon. It does happen. It happens to the very best of us. Me. So be catch them is someone may catch them a better me and mess through. Because I thought I was smarter. Now me can say me since I was a feminist, no chaka. And near marketing, we did one brother said, what draining and baby. In our case, paying bills is solely men's job, right? Boy. No woman said the job of men. They said we should help. Nancy Enra. Now,
yeah. Thank you, our brother. We ask them all.
Enra, now, Pastor P, what you me witness? I confirm no who nipa no what you confirm.
I confirm now, yes, stable no. Who be able to tapa?
Odi confirm kwan. Odi yi mehi, and the yema bufu. So 40 minutes to go and get a confirm. But I wanted to get a confirm. And they followed me. We went to the farm. We went to choose a confirm. They killed a confirm. And we brought a confirm. They confirm they buy them. Me and not me babe no aduane no. Nti papa ne twitwa a confirm no. Wo twitwa ne na nkwara ne spices. Na obi twitwa de ben. Obi ye de ben. Onu wie ye no na start say me ye nkwan. Nti me time no ana oye a confirm na ma start webinar. Me ye webinar na PowerPoint. Nti o start so twitwa confirm. So here from who ye bo say na bean bag da for ma mete so.
Yeah.
Laptop eh that time no twitwa confirm. Twitwa confirm. And o di so. AC me no and then me wie na me be ye nkwan na me kan fufu ma wo di ye me ni fufu but me kan fufu ma wo di ye ma and it didn't sweat my skin it didn't bother me and ye me in any way because a team effort me your friend is saying no ma wo no me wie kura me titi wo fufu na me so wa yi fancy doc no wo fridge ma wo me kama dia tubo mama wie na me sa me
Auntie, doctor, no just I na ye na send every me hita.
Stand up me make na. Me ni fufu ni bi. Nti me make fufu me titi fufu no. E no yi. E no warm it up no ma me na me wie ya me da me ho abi hu so wa warm it up ni bi ama me no. I just looked at him and I was like, oh. Hey, oh, that's lovely. What's it? That's how
those little things.
That's it, Jimmy for amano. And can make me not have any assay. Send me to me. And so come into me. It is too much for me. Therefore, set me here, drew baby, my bow plate, my pie glass, no matter a best trouble, baby. I was sitting Miss Yatsiano. They did not come my ancestors, and I want my family can send no nebra. Near Ninkomo, Nankomo, where I see a dinner year. Made did not come any Biakan ancestors, and she shares and some my pomina would be agitated. And would imagine a share. Because and yet easy sir, won't be found free sir. I will check your WhatsApp na send you a link no why and join us, Mr. Now, when we finished it, you know, na nkwara ne buhuru nkuku. That time na me webinar no was underway. I me ye webinar admin. You na yet na kitchen hot na ho ye didi wie na yet na kitchen hot. Omo twen ye ma me wie webinar no you see ne ma nyina. And I looked at him and I realized that, Auntie, yeah, that was the day I realized that intervention one. Miami Hunyansa says it's a mechanical we do it together. And humanly easy because Obia Yakre yeah, they are brave. Our pabo.
Yeah, me dofo. Me chia will be pastor patient money eduma. Money
me da yo minia nyamin shroud dabu tia ho se
adom mi wa adwuma mu nti mebo ne tew me wo bomb ya meto ato na afi me di kwaja
wo ba to bomb ya nya ready
awo bomb bi obo anya mienu obo enye mienu asan ka bomb you cry de na yawu
obi ahwe your president position sister to bomb
any pa
empa bia senche
sama How many times and Makawa platforms, Makawa platforms, so Makawa media, so Makawa couple of places. I thought people should hear this. Every home is different. Me saying, you know, whether you are a feminist, agenda, and I mean, I'm a champion, sister, it doesn't work. Every marriage have its face. Now face ni bi wo ho a na wan hwe yie na wan huhu nyansa wan kasa you lose yourself adentia akwala bemu enwumasem sikasem to de bi wo ho a wade na mu enye wukru na etete but ebi kura ebi a business venture bi a both of you agree to take it together. You the woman una wo champion ye the cause of the scanner every war ban and ma wo lose yourself say oh did you kura na wo dwene ho say obetumi aye bibia ma obi afedru so na why you guilty because when him say what the card be that face in marriage, it takes a stronger man. Me for instance se me kunu ejamia se me kunu de bia me ka say enyama bebre wo ho a menya ne tra but it is one thing as time goes on I begin to appreciate is my husband. Reason say in as much as said bia me person me who say superwoman onim when I am crumbling onim say me tai sorry ahomachi na me no aduane a bibi koso wo mitirimu a menye ready say I'll talk about it me channel me energy to something else. Then when it's smart obeshada ebrabatena say o de tena say dia na opesa wo ye. For instance, and then I was so caught up with so many things. And the who ya say ye feed in you as a sister amakaya. The name some say okasa we say and you won't me.
Yeah.
And no pa sister ahomachi a many rabe ya many program ye tie na so because na my counselor sign ye just was say told the emotional roller coaster and we are in together and tonight was a bua rabano. American time, many time, no. Eventually, made an about 5. At 9 o'clock, and no pack. There was some sorry, me back there on the call baby. So call piano lesson. There was some then call. It may try me hope the first, and I make you say when you are see it. Me we program ne pet. Imagine my home and made you know. Now no panning in a media. Some share ye program nothing and I say putty.
Yeah.
See, no me know obey your mammy. Because no who's no panning them. Well, it is not the big thing, but it's the fact that there's things about you.
Yes.
Me indi fufu. Me wo we me indi fufu. And so obana my young fancy just so abeka se me fia nipa be 10.
Yeah.
Ni say no me indi fufu no. Me kunu make sure say there are other things obe try so obe which ebi wo wa won pe. But just so that all of us ebi wo wa o di fufu mani abra me twi fufu no na bia me mpe mo eno our rice cooker anyway me mpe mo emo na because emo no me nkwa na I end up eating it on any money di fufu be nku just this is the kind of food the coffee juice plus iba your mood dia nkwa no kra me no ma me so there we kra sade wo me no kra e bia e kala and sometimes now onim the science no say bia me di bibia e lives ni ade a not mention ade be come up wo mia wani ohu said ye be ya obema me say me hwa said ye bia enam no chicken ya che ya spicy me ana me ntumi nka man na nkrof we na me hwa bon kakra onim say me hia them me hia self control me hia mercy. So it is not when in marriage, yeah, say both of you come to the same page. Emma who say, if we are building it together. It doesn't matter do bet chungukum, and it doesn't matter the or the bread in a baby because yemi enu yedia. Yemi enu yedia. And Akoban say Ejuma, I am caught up with work. I'm working. It was same kununyam who in the answer said. It was same so me yirimu. And Timothy said, if you are the yokakra, me kunu me Ejuma ma near my sink muda. Covered imu, me kuna Ejuma on what if ye because Ejuma ye mom like omo de no move ye, but me front line worker. It's me cover sister. Means na hand gamenu enye nu dwamu a mo frem ya mo hu me fie no ebi wara me ku na etwi ne mem ono abeka kiro entem abrant ye so and because fie ha no ye nyina ye dia obi ba ha me nso beti ha bi So what you say? And I was said the men must dwell with us with wisdom, because in as much as self per se, ye superwoman and maono, a to the view of why ya bre ya jene
confess it, you're superwoman.
You're superwoman. I told the a man be a honsoa. Wahu, a young mama who crime my man and mwam. Tis all baby or why, Nikunu, a yes or yeah for now, or so on ye, ain't now why Debbie. Tiasia say, who couldn't ain't mean yano said ya wo yano, but bear money one more than say or boawa, my whole crime I want wow.
Onipadia, Bohobia.
Me say who couldn't ebia won kwine on 2 months and said ya wo anka abaya no chicken non spice and said your best spice no but say who couldn't every pepem say wo boawa ma ho kwine na wo wow or baby wo a lot of us complain too much say what's man kunu wa man kunu list amani kunu akoto no odofo de me ba be ka kire me kram do hu for me bon pa yese me kunu hwe video yi I'm praying because who nimbribi one more molest some kota but menka one sad story bin che na monsre nya sad but it's funny mama me kunu list some kota wo ask that mo amuti UK no America Walmart me some kota ma be me koto ya onkoto kosua milk na yi me okoya no akoto organic bra what organic says that time na eniyema mu bi possible what organic because my budget enti ade na me so onkoto no menim se okoto kosua ne de hye mu 30 no ana 15 no organic ni ama na 6 just say said the car so 6 milk no wakoto enye de me car so wakoto ba ku bi e de be de na say my expectation of the things I was anticipating so the beba no I get less sister be hwe me guni e na ahuhu ya me nkofi he na woni me yes me baba ya pena it don't know me na me nkonkron twe ma dwen si se wo yes ade ban na okunu wo nsuma ne bi osuma na wo nko bi wonim anajo na enwumra na okoye shopping ne ba ye na me control me ho na man kasa no e na bibi something e na ekoba na mso organic ne kura me share da nkomodidie mu e na me ka bibi ankomo bi ne de ba na mso organic ikura mu dudwan ya sonkosua ne nyina ayokusua e na me kan osia nti na me di edwane besi ono wamu na wani mu saa no na chese anka saa time se mano ka bribi pe you're so smart Sabna. Your facial expression and everything told me and your man got by in wrong and I may change say be one keke na fe me da form na esre and I'm yes it's a trouble by 3 days and I'm supposed no kwasem pa be me so nyame nkronkron me kasa because said me control me who as like in can be say inhalation one time because I realized say be I made trade yakono me one say ya etro one say ya me suma na won ko bi me say me sister me che wo masum na wonim o say o call ye de nti a o to ye no he thought to say a healthier choice. Yes, it was healthier choice in your eyes
for the bank balance.
But me, I was looking at the bargain and the bank balance. So, as the year goes by, and then you can't say, and now and they make me at organic, you know, organic bar and young one, or for me come on a quackus say, a told the view of why a brebiani muadio, but a man money view of why. Said you wondering, and your son are wondering. Reason is he might be looking forward will reduce when it baby. I told the but what the free platform now one so ebejina ni jina bia na bisa ho se nka ona ujina jina bia na nka obeye den let be considerate to our men because their wiring is different. Yes say oba ewo 9 senses na bema ewo ba akopa. You have the ability to do a lot of extraordinary things. Bema is taking a time to process all those things. Nintino, when you are dealing with your man, but even though na made the next, na me will know, I'm not baby do so. Not just about to kitano. A yen yema be intimate super women for career women for all these things I advocate. All these things I advocate. Yansa Nujuma, Yebribi, all those, but give your husband room to make his own mistakes in the home you are living. And man, nipa ko ni hu ni pursue a woye. And man, hu nipa na one na edele no. And man, hu how we so treat you. Mumu bebre mu hu said ye omo nyam because or the fa ha wo de ngam. Or you see our the now. Dan the papa ye beba club and aduane no fra ye na anye de and na hwan ukonya be mo ye kwadwofo a won mu abiem or be ma bi wo wa baby a wo free no otamam ma bebre mu enti ne maame ono enye wo be ware wo na brochire oba ya nkonya ade but and say opesa he makes a home with you no that man makes a bit of effort or try who say wo was at bia ni mu afatema any abotre edane saa papa no ebu wo a it take time for him to grasp the concept na mu wo mu no because ne fie no e ma na ye bibia ne pant da hokra ne maame ne fama no
like him, my husband's case ono ni be makro edem oni ni e ma ako na iginechi ni maame ka ho.
Yes. Bebre so aware men na they don't know the kind of men they are marrying to. And some of the struggle that goes on in some of our African homes, you know, it is of the fact to say both of us have not discovered who we are in the marriage. Both of us have not discovered who we are in the marriage. You first 5 years of the marriage, you know, use that time to know the person in and out. So what to be conquer that first 5 years now? Obi be a catch and Crawford worry say. So what to me a worry will be more than 5 years. Na say a gua. Now both of you so ama ho kwan say was say awade egu. Both of you have more per se egu and mama newu. First 5 years you make or break. Adentina mekasa. You need to know the in and out of that person. Take 5 years. Some men it takes more than 5 years, but the one who wants to build a home with you, know, even 5 years, we might not get everything right. But then again, you know, both of us decide to say, I might not be perfect, like me and my husband. People say the two of us we don't match. I won't now I won't say we don't match. Here we are, 20 years down the line, we are still rocking. I can't 20 check. And people are beginning to wonder, no, that man took his time to know me. I took my time to know that man. Man, maybe I shall not country trying say, because so bad the water me assume Cynthia was said, chinchine China, Debbie. Minim the flaws, only send me, and maybe what meaning who about it. I miss him semi crew on the floors, but he allowed me to be me. And now only a near ma manager home, near ma many home. And see, one is dealing with me, on limiter, we push each other. But on the limit, medal. Now, so I'll never be what and yenina, I will take it from you. And you know, yen your limiter, you call me. I said those times, you know, your co party. Hey, sister, me could not pass up at any general. But I are very quiet, subtle. Yeah, I'm all over the place. Hey, crazy, sister. And you didn't want a pa. But on him, as time goes on, or mamma, you settle ye. Not first and percent, but yet to saw no. Or say, I didn't marry this woman. What is happening?
Say it again.
I say, me per se, me yan near much said your yan no.
So we are the gedon.
I say, me could say, what is happening to you? Be yourself. Me, I'm okay. Me, your co party, be yourself. Many people will fear was a pa, my young baby. Or better, I saw a soul massa. Or be a casa menquana. It's after we told me, your co baby. Hey, I say to Miss Abbasista Nano, Minya, Messan, say, Janam to brain, Bran, say, Eh, Rabba, sorry, Quasawati. And unim. There are certain things in you I liked. That is why, Michibeo. And my baby, you have lost yourself. Thinking, Sessa, me yes, Adiana, and a brand bedrock. Obia, or Besha was such an trying Beginani page, you know. Say any pack when he want to dominate you. He does it on my whole time, my winning. Or my Akosia, Abuajua, or Boya video be. If anybody get time, go and watch it. Or betty my person will fear you. Oh, my whole time, or you're a near ma, a winning money pie. eniema papa na ewo oyiri mu no umma ho kwan emma ne din hini umma of flourish because we yiri di ya the one na no me de sisi chu mu ba me platform no so no one phenomenal thing I myself have seen it. The man he's married to is not afraid to stand a shiny. Hey, Nigeria music career mu ye twa video on memu da on fan ho ewraba kona koye de nyame seye me no nyame afre me sofo me sumi ni lemu and they work perfectly. Why? Because bear managing hoodie. Because your boss is chuma, your boss is obi enim sisi agi chum ne beka ho. Saa na seme me di ya saa na wose me kunu kwasi hu se ne din bata me ho asoma si yire na ekoi obenti yire na
kwasi enyi wo fa kwasi enyi eti se ehu ihia se awomreku aye kitwa because he stands a giant and this is the thing
saa na sam na ewo Africa for me bi hu se wo so se me yire be shine no wonderful we are bear mana over your platform so a ti ase se wo yiri di ya esan se wo din bata ne hu nti anuonyam no eba ma
wo dia
aya wo dia kra the thing belong mama ma classical example of one who one yi wo hundi David Joy ne yire Joyce Blessing bear mana anyi ne hu ani obu ne hu abomfia na ne tie ya na yire gina soro enti sa bear mano bibia ni ho a wo kan se obi eye manager kra no na yire kasakra na adwuma e na adwen se yire pa akotwem na debi o debi oba wa pe obema otimi de ne ho twere na mekoba you are not shaking eno na be ma oba sori ba akwa fo ye biribi ba akupa twa ne nsuro mu a na wagina no so se ojaaro. It is a classical example. Classic example. Eno na nkrofo beka se me di na ba brochire afa wo there be sister no no wote no watete ne sometimes emotional blackmailing na wo de ma no emewura ba ne ho enti one wuti okwa adwuma ba ro homa menhwe enani ne asem na di asem ba ye guso ka sei ewie so te se me se me community bia obi ne yire sister ne kwa adwuma ba papa ne se ro dross ma menhwe so bia nkofa awa
na de woni adwuma mo honsuo wo ha ye de hokro
sister and asama me kwa na sister bra na me bra se wo yire opeso obi fa na obetimi adi na chi akwa adwuma mu mba nyina betimi aye adwuma baako ye be fa no a wo hunu nti gya nse hunu na wo ye
na wo ka se nsuo ni ha ye de hokro na
nipa ye ka na asemi na adwuma asa ya ansa na covid kura eba wu enti no ogusu na adwuma asai se wo be ma we ati wu fi a bra nipa ye ka na asemi awia mi di na chi ko bi ko ba bia e pempen kono se na ya kasa sister na fa ne bag ya enye me nwanwa enso papa ba ko gina ba bi se me nam de ne ba abruchire me nam de ne ba abruchire obere ma je wo hudi se me wade oba na oba ne pene so se me ye wo se so boafo a me yire shine ni kura se affect me in any way. Be proud. One of the things that they be ameka e wo mi kunu ho se na ni gi se o se abena me pese wo yakese na da me ni hokura na me ni mu se me ma wo mo nto ape o se me ni hokura me ni se me kunu me ma enye mobo o be ma nya mfako no
awo breku akọ na se kunya sika na wo de bafia na dwuma so ate enti mo
ba OJ's platform so is it Sunday no? This time a Sunday no. Na me so bibi manka wo ho anwie me start me boss kakra bi say to da bi wo ho a ade bi wo ho a eba family no mu te say bi a yakoye business say metime the ama enso ay example because it's bound to happen in his home which I know she will be all right. Some business ma me typical example. Online accounts now mo share for you now mo demand for professionals mo ye you know. I am sure say you be say we need a professional ma minimum said the matie. I've been in that position before. Oh, I did where there was here you will champion the thing. Ebu okra na no ka say to obu ase. Oh, I then they some men man ye kunu ebi mu ye cautious. Unya kunu o ye cautious to say me kunu sa or you very cautious. Na o say pia break kakra pia break kakra ubehu na ubu afu dendende be ma no ahometie mu just to please you ubehu na wa pene so ne akoye afei a backfire instead say a man bi nso bebre won ho asese be me na a backfire minimum set a form so how do we go back like just a sober dog go back and then revive no obi wo ho a ade na backfire no opeso o kire ni kunu say an sa na wo se ye no da bi o odofo udi for na wudi for
can the free we papa ya menenity here would the far correct please the menenity had me see your shelf is 6 websites make the
next website say bi aba ku bi age 1000 kura you saying
it be me 2,500 it be boy them papa because some of them were e-commerce websites they were not just ordinary ones integrated e-commerce. Now what happened I say assembly yeah and I'm my friend I'm catching some profile they will blackmail us for the next 5 years. It's because to say yeah we will be held to ransom. Me and I'm koi me boa mahuni nyansa it is say how do you winning website the that men am building website he's not a website person so answer him anything but the shelf is 6 of them na ohunu say edumane also na ohunu say SSE ye no say me kunu wa hey one net he building website he has gone to sit down on his backside he has learned how to do it he's taking one of them from scratch me sound so good and I me build it I'm a man send you company new websites na me sweat back with him or no fire or no because we come to a place and you tell a person say hey me I am a catcher and say basa uncle you know say minimum I say come so mam one
well that is where the emotional intelligence play a very key role when who say as a couple there's a deficit in you not back take bold initiative so emotional intelligence as they didn't know a lot of Ghanaians I can only talk about Ghanaians and black marriages because many other ethnicity in Jamaica now free and rather no we tend to give blame games it is my fault things have happened it is my fault we've been in this position but way forward thinking ahead moving forward what is the next step the emotions better in change the wabo card emotions better in change your decision about the emotions better in change now you can say in an airport me the sikasem typical example because we say abrochira warrior and na edi abrochira warrior sikasem and ma warrior go first class because ye nyina be ye akwadufu a se nyame anya wadom kura po na se aware no mo be shia wa kwantuo mu that is where the trick is and aha na aware for mu because you must have that intelligence let's say we are building a home nya be ware me no adults eye baby ya back together na mo project be anaa be ameye together they're back together, not thinking, say, oh, by and me see me die, and the moment you start doing those things, or the borderline is air to tomorrow. That is where, or before say, any way, any way, media. Now, one and say, because now you must of Wawa. Oh, so dear, never now, then, oh, and it's sad the Bible, I was saying, you minimum, yeah, barbecue, make us and Quasiabu. Se obi nyamfa kwasiabu mu a emfa susu bia bi ntutu se wo pam nia wade ya wosika wade na ba mabu no kwasia because ya sa the ban na ye no eno ana na ese ya wade ya kwa akoye se menyamu kwasia ye patu de ani wa bi na etwa me ntie me ni da pa no so ba se ba ko ani ahata sei enti ya sa the ban na emma ya wade ye enko emma ya wade ye enko enti ohwemu a the two of us have to play a role, say, in a way for me not to lose myself. Try to give a piece of myself to my husband. My husband, in the other hand, is also doing this, and vice versa. I am not waiting. Now, I can say, one of the things that it's about how to deal with my husband. He picks out the pieces very quickly. And there are other places I have to cover up for him because when you say, a one na me kunu so mre ho enti side no agi ato me ho so eno na bi wo wa ye de ayasre sem me se pa was me bo ku mu se ayi na wusu ne ma me friend wusu bi ade aduo enti ne mra na no enti wo se me friend wusu aduo me no no se ye be di deep komo enkomo anya ye average komo Onya who said the family which we do me started some born and some and now recognize or Sabana no. Not just say BB or what I want us to talk about. BB or what any normal conversation. Not a was set nas not OTA the American. And yet, because Yasam, a dear cry was so young one because men so may how I'm debating. Onya no yet stabbing any na or bob on some running crack, and I'm assuming some more. Learn to know some of the triggers because sometimes our spouse wants to draw our attention to certain things, but it is the approach, the tone, the way we do it, how the conversation have to go. Yeah, quite yeah, baby. And my the fact say, what the fact, Nami your babu, Nami be a me. Well, freshness now the phone, try to help me maintain it because me song me way I want to be superwoman. At the same time, I have to be good for you. Bisa who say, how would my wife do all this and will not lose herself? May turn tire amount, may first shirt amount. Your cost shop, have you find yourself? What it has said? I've been what to be a man, and now that money will take it. And now that money will take it upon yourself. Say, I have to know the size of my wife.
And buy some
yes. Me you kura entisika entwa. Me ankasa bema no meto ama. Me ankasa bema no. Sister ama kobe 2 years ni roughly 2 years ni. Me ankasa me sika ntwa atare ma no. And yes me need you, but me consider me bi am to say there be nkwala ne ho hia. E was some twa nkwala no, e was some me tua extra way and yes 2 years no so me nya ade fufuro. Me kunu fa to no so say se me jai me yire say onko sa trend na obetete me yire be enti me kunu we me bra size eniema me pe colors me pe na ni gisa e ya ne fe say obeto bribi ama me shakra na ekunu enya sa ma sha talk ma sha ni the whole day yeah the breme last week last week I said since what group me so e ya mbe process corona nipa nhye dan pie and na me share na said there all minus man tells me say e ya na fe e ya na me so me share me hu say honestly for me am call shop e bia and come in for because they are pine and say ni come here oh e di ye ni ba me so
the guy is sending you a message. Listen, I will.
There are certain type of dress. So we call shop I want to, but the moment I will come back to be who said na water. I didn't know. Think outside the box because in as much as ye kasa nyema nyina ukunu omuhu amani ye kunu omuhu amani omu pia bonti amani bi kura hye da kura de won ho hye won se ukunu epie na okoba asundue mu a ya fa saa de ne hye wa de mu se onu tu hye de upia ya na obi wo a o hye ka wa kra obe so obe se wo fam saa na ukunu so hye ka wa so be bia ye na de se o ye target enti se ukunu saa nyema we ya na ebi wo a ye nyene ho saa.
Yeah, fangirl. That's the truth.
What is the truth? When you
were TC Road. Because you are confessions.
I'm here, Mendai.
Maybe I suspect you, sister. It took you so long to get on the camera. I still suspect you.
Why? My dad the whole day. Na me tie Dorothy. I didn't make family die. My dad me so na about 7.
After the program, report yourself. Well, you report to mama. If you report yourself in my inbox, walk away. One report to.
I'm not reporting me. I'm
report. Where I just say A+ number one begin to cancel. In fact, I just say you better report yourself.
Make a me basso now. Why I said I know auntie I will can say, hey sister, you're not going like that. I was Na say you made the because madam I me pajamas I meet her. Sorry,
package it.
I feel whatever because we na me share we na meet her match man so the compromise is that auntie I work at the bino no.
Of course.
Me one dinner last for the best now so no. And also they travel hard up. I don't come to the so. I say for where? You know where he's going. You get ready or you don't go. I'm saying,
Auntie Dakwa, what we said to the boy, my dress and I are quite who could make us say, Kaba wait, and you will say, no one, I measure. You insist. Said to the boy, I am, yes, sir.
Oh, of course.
Sir, all this rebellion is near my near man. And my money be a honswa. Wash a shirty. My me your bam who said, yeah, say that is my favorite. Bra, it is not your favorite. And yes, I am going to so busy. And my money be pesa. For flower, hobo, and attack so. I want ne wardrobe or a locker, whatever. Now, also answer sign, or say no one, I measure. And man, part the default was signing a man. And my money put it. Minimara, but be a different, I'll forgive a man, but a match to what pine away move. Papa, now where mu crowd and karaoke, na ya na de ya na twa no fui. As a
vino.
Papa no try de anything ya who said the properties, you know. Oh, yeah, I should got it. Papa Casabro, and Master Debbie. Maybe so no na come back and want some. Appearance and packaging is everything to all the men. Appearance and packaging is everything to every man. I'm actually crying, like I said, every man brags about his wife, his friends. And then my size up people, yeah, friends work with. Your bank, I said, I don't care. Me, I don't care. No, your husband cares because now before your husband cares. It's
what can occur? What can occur?
One I won't care.
So what did I say? Sir, or what rope? No, your friend said, "I home dross no."
Aha,
dross no. I had to know your body corner.
Aye,
because you about one. Madam Fubiasama was say, "Only who couldn't have one. Whether he stands right beside you." Or status or my 1 meter gap, not. Ampo story now be catch them was Skipper Airport, you know. Not Papa need the menu. And then the many be when him send what the night was saying, maybe and all strike. One person be doing in channel be who is within the crowd. Cause said the idea not. They be any dependent about so much in it. They be any sister. If he's not walking beside you, you need to pause in an airport, your friend's a mirror. Look deep, look close, find the truth. Sukakra, suneya, na momusuya. No one started to hopeful. One are constructed by your hands, sister. You will demolish by your hands. And then I come patch on you be a mimisa, wash it or what draws the people. Snake draws. One ashes snake draws. So why should you say them who watch it?
Belly warmers.
Mamenka as the same do Hana Monsre. It came to some point in time and not a pant bula bulano. Who say
belly warmers?
Belly warmers. Who say, what shall we a country in Tino? Kobe. Ena, Michelle Bako. One cash. I said that could be quite my buyer. What is there would be? Say now, or sister good being or to be a buy a shame, but because I don't be comfortable. So I deal with your own shana to me appetite. Who was a no time for Nana and Chen and now to say a Saint Michael. How are you? I Saint Michael. See. Damn, who's that? The prime minister, Tom and Nan, and said the new dream charming. Now, you so your friend, who St. Michael said, may say, Doc, me fear Juma by no assistant in their beam. And what on a coming to the moon. Or the force, I'll be complaining now when you're washing the and now only case. Now, we are there, man, because we are all living in the whole. If you know, now, why yet now, 1 year for brand new, and near maybe say, Obama. Take an opportunity to know the size of lingerie, size our relation. And near my colors our pen. Sia bisa na yen kyerɛw enema a oyire de ye no ho a eye wo fe se ewo mu a me de bia me ka se ebesika ye ni bi but mani gye me ho because enema na oye no is more than sika because me dwen wo ka bia me kunu wo sika boro so a will it be the same person onya da jo beka se obi na enye ana me ana me oh because you have an attention to details or woman who are that it is not the big thing. Maybe what her neck see out of but the fact is that Ojenemo, if you are my quest, Mamma Bre, Mitimania and na me sorry, na be me na Casabana, my pep beard. If you are when you pump it, see about business me perfect. Me unya chima, me am okay. It's also what no president, me quite with cheap party. Obi or tia brocha, ultimate to a man, it's you. And mine, what to treat you, not the tree. Over by one, you now feel I should say, I know what one want to do. Because I'm perceiving here. Motive now, what they now want, you know, and no one here. If you want now, I should become too. And one I see, me and your barman, one more, yes, you know, everyone, one more, yes. But because when him some pay more, say, well, she answered a best crab there the day. Oh, yes, a balancing act, a balancing act. She has said we coexist with each other, meeting the person halfway, making moderation and accommodation in the relationship. Because I know they hear one yamesa and mammy come with him. And mammy, well, I was saying, I come to a point I can lose my dad in the presence of my husband. I don't have to walk eggshells around my husband. I was saying, me anymore. One of the pictures are Sister Ajua Odo. Every two Facebook and saying it shows you how the little girl in him come in the presence of his husband. It is obvious. Right. Let me tell you people one thing. If yaya psychology kakran, so our will be back gathering now outside gentility home prayer. We know.
I can tell from the body language instantly.
I can tell no matter from a soft also to presiding elder. The home was not right. More banana when you're correct, sir. Who be grab on chain and more personality. If you are now, you won't say your bread that another day. I said on tea. You bet you have read that the back red time. I said that didn't say daddy. You bet you pay more and I saw that into one chain. I and a mammy, sweetie, darling. Obakasa, darling, you have done so, darling, because
she doesn't recognize it.
Yes, subconsciously, we don't recognize it. Yes, Anna, you're yellow, and you won't. I'm telling you this so that you put your house in order. Oh, to me, may outside gentility won't cry. Yeah, we know it. We know it. And to be aware, so for Panica, praise God, so for my as a cleaning. We know. We know. I'm telling you this so that when you are in a leadership position, you'll be very careful. You are saying one thing, but you are doing another. Me suffer my because when say me na me kuna ma so ya me nko kase me kunu yare adenti do ama so do say na wo ma me mu bebre mu kura nko asore ye bi say adenti na kura nko asore ya wo say o yare bakai so nyare wo ba ne buafu wo so wo ma me di communion ti wo ama asore wo ba ka na ebia bibi wo ho a wo ka na o yare wo kwa aguma eyentro wo dina nyame asore di ntro. Why now? You go back and meet the problem. Me kuna ma sorry. Me those times, you know, me could say, well, ma. You draw sorry, suffer until I wanna a judge was so ma. Me suffer back natural. Me district parties have been in auntie. Me can't say bear man to cause of your people cannot challenge because some said them don't with Facebook. So I'm a brab on the tier. Me fakeness be a me be fake actual. Me person me fake because me fake here. That be some work. No, because say and yes, I'm not sanam tea. Sana the woman and one of the man. I don't want to fake my life because you know what? A time will come. I say, Obeka said, me fake it. That crowd back be fed for one will be yet towards a pine. Will be a few. For how long can you hold on the performing act?
When you will be.
But some many who say, "Near man, it is my truth, and I own it to myself."
Yeah.
It's different when I'm lying to everybody, but when I go home and the reality is facing me, not a trap. I mean, when I made that, it is the greatest thing I'll do to myself. It is my truth. I need to own it. And before Mama Yenshia said we're owning our truth. It doesn't matter what somebody your no and say no concern. Na mom die nyame dwene fa ho ene wa adwene muti a wode tia wade anase no sanity a wo no enu hia moma yensua sa de ban die obi dwene no it shouldn't bother you. It is his opinion and na opinion so notice what you say like I'm telling you so he said oh I didn't think you people can make it and we are going 20 years down the line sa nipa kono in your face because when we are 20, I will shout, I will make noise. Me chamu 20. Say, baby, Adrian said, "Apakrani abre, why you just see a mabi?" Me since any concept, I also say, "Ye, I didn't see ye into harness." Me, me kabri biya mamati ase. If ye biya ye different, fani pan hu nyansa na ne nante. Ube nanti ache. Fani pan hu nimdiye na ne nante. Unja sa de hai ne debwa. Dia obi ye manem bodao. Because everybody is going on its own pace and its own journey. She has said, Sagana for who said, Yana, you will be here, said you'll be economy will not bother you. Knowing, say, I am running a different course and I'm running a different race. At my own time, when it's time for me to shine, I will shine. Let me tell you, all of us cannot be landlords. But if you're a good tenant, you end up owning the whole house. Why? Because the time will come. A former landlord cannot maintain the house, and you will buy it from that person. Mama Sajun and say it. What the Sajun and the say intimate or smiling banks. It is all right. And maybe bedroom you know better. And Nina say, I junior many bear money better. Many say, life insurance policies. Why? Men are me life policy. Na oba or new one Sajun. There be nice so only Bema or wide mutia na moi. Me ye life policy. You woo a me ma enya mobo. Sadden na Bema de bay. Me woo a me yere en clappe me yere nkosresre na wadi. Obey sa de ban no. Onyame nhramo. Aha na mdim besi. I'm following the program we adwuma mu ntino.
Oh, you're too much.
Auntie that report yourself. Me see one report to yourself. I just was president. Me plus me na bebe. Report yourself in my inbox. Just after
accusation way at the assembly.
Oh my God! Program me better. And I'm on the cat more 2 traits. Yaba when you yaba emra. You go so ya Kenya. Wo kisi one from me mube wan so wayira. Bye bye.
Oh, Asabia Bravo. Come and show your face. I was blown. Asabia, come here.
Asabia, don't come. Your dad is standing up.
Come here. I will not. Who did I just kiss?
This proof will say, one, it is not Asabia, not sister. Asabia Cropper. To say you, ultimate power bear. Say, I say, catch them young.
You are confused. Yeah, Auntie wanted to see.
Your mom was blowing kisses, but we have other assumptions. So he's just calling him so that
they thought I was blowing daddy kisses.
Now who blow daddy kisses and what is wrong? Daddy are fake.
But I was not blowing any daddy kisses. I was kissing Asabia. Beautiful Asabia.
Asabia Cropper.
Gorgeous Asabia.
Bye-bye.
Why don't you kiss daddy?
That is why you are my pal, you know. You.
Don't wake up anytime until tomorrow morning.
So one who instructs you. One who instructs you. Or don't you plan
okay, yes, where you do work for this. I didn't get to reply, Saruman. It's about many things, but the main theme is the truth we forget to tell each other. It's the truth, maybe. Mrs. Snake Dross, no, I said they beside that one. Maybe I can't say me refi. And say that one, what she Snake Dross.
You see, my share bola pants, my share belly warmers. Me who cannot make who made yet. No, my funny boxes, no, my share. Now, I'll rah. That will be someone saying, then I watch it. Well, I don't know say then now. What most to say it in boxes, so shall not a rolling between your legs to be, you know. Saya black, saya brown. We are being truthful.
Oh, we have to be truthful. And me damu nyina se me ba sabia de ne ho efe pa titi bi na say dam ti o. Ti o kwa wa na say na titi bi na ti o ne manim ti sa no ma. Na bu dia ye. Me ni me nua ketwa de decide say yes sperms ne ma be say. Because aduan de da na me di. Because that is the one factor which changed. All other factors remain the same. Let's say it must be sperms. I think I'm allergic to sperms.
Yeah. Yeah, we've all been there, and like you said in the past, we've all made mistakes. I think our background and the value put on marriage where women are concerned, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And some women, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Some women sell themselves short or put ourselves under so much pressure just to fit the status quo. And by doing that, even you find some women also putting pressure on other women to behave in a certain way.
Let's say, Yankasani, we are not happy. So we need to meddle with other people, get them as miserable as we are, so we don't realize how miserable we are. Sanity, me mami ya wakansa asemu ichiremeno. One kasa wakosa at the door marriage, And because we were not the door marriage, I was young, I was carefree. I would have had a very innocent experience because I was going in with Makoma Mufine. One also so no the Nakuma Mufine ever. And will be this idea way better my pamper. And that nearly broke me because I became something the man didn't even recognize. No only me paprami.
But you know what? You said this thing several times, and I can see the degree at which it did affect you then. Because probably the person didn't realize that you were your own person. You were not one of Obi or Fittest status quo or whatever. Oh. Probably she just said it because of also based on next not or tofu, but of course ever wow.
You no.
You no. And I also you didn't know any better. You took your hook, line, and sinker, and you realize that hell no.
That's Yakwaba. Come join our little family. We are crazy, but we are straight up, honest. We say it as it is, and we learn quite a lot from it. But you know what I actually realized? In the heart of my reform, I realized that I had let go of the very, and I'm never a designer person. But even in I will not do my hair, I have my own signature things I do. Even though I will not straighten my hair and I will not do whatever, oh, sister,
put the effort in, yeah.
For bed 6 to 8 weeks. Jaka hair ni mejaye. Me jaka hair no ana me hu say aye 1 way ma sesa. Na ma ye bibi foforo kakra. Na nipa na hu say wo sesa. I thought I yare ni ba bitimi sesa me dross ni na no mato agu. Na me nenam fi ha me nche dross. No be some sister. Na aden ya me. You bra what dross ba me she. And I've done that so many times so bitimi sesa me dross ni na to do. Na me nenam ha. Why do I do that? I want to see me taste. I want to see the things he find exciting because some of these things change. He will choose things with that preconception. Pastor Yabedi, he will change things to suit our agenda. No, me, I am a person. Me taste is a me person. Me say enyema obe choose the bemu what's exciting. Since this is some panties na ma tobi. Na me need dross with you. Hanam nam ha empty. So I'm to be in the boxes.
But as soon as I staff, I do that.
Or sa asebi, and I'm catching it. So we grab the camera better because it's my dance. Men I'm yes, I'm saying. So me who's on in the bush and for casa. Then the near brea will concentrate. And he has an important part. My room goes in my bit. I'm saying, Messasa. It's after Kofu who was the room besides what is funny because the conversation they are having with him is not funny.
It's not funny.
It is a mess of me show no who is about serious. Pay back time from Kwasi Asema me in the past. No so bridge na handle was. Anything boy am catch some the camera back to so one of these days. So old.
Hey, then they say me why they can say we got that Facebook the gone.
Who was a light off on Facebook? Na sa. E kwa ku mosre. very interesting. Maybe a bit Mrs. Samidros in Natubu. And then also I have learned it from Brunia Brewebi. Also, no, I thought that she had been married maybe about 30 years at the time we had that conversation. No, see, a taste is a I thought that maybe her winning home come on. But by inviting him to replace certain things, by inviting him to change certain things, the choices are obey. Emma wouldn't baby and I drink at that time. And we'll have what fry with Tika, no any response. And we'll have why you be kakra, no have any pan response. Now, what chefs a neat pan and the taste is sad because after 2 kids, see my 2 kids, they have no sperms in them. Oh, so there's a bit of time. That's a bit of sperms because we need your sperm. We need. They will have them who is a being to pay no sperm cover. I need your local shop about that.
Hey, I said, Benny.
I will cut just one. Let me jump across and say, maybe I will share about a beer. You have to explain. Pastor Yap said, that maybe opening question. A simple sister. What is snake brosser?
And you need joining.
Oh, until that quite anymore, and also name snake dross.
You know what? It was her. And I think me cry be. Yeah, and man, yes, you try to say, is it prudent? And I try to say, thrifty, sana. Nafe, pray my grandfather in your charity shop, dear cranky, better ashe.
Naka.
Aha. So, boy, wash pants 3 years. Oh, and yeah, 3 years dress that's what she will. Oh, panty drawers. Now, yeah, but for being well, on Kyla, some out toy. Achi,
also for they are thread.
Those are the black ones. So now I saw your red with a brown. Mom, we are size. So that's it. Kugumu Sarah. You can recognize that DNA show.
As a black, as a brown.
As a brown, maybe I say white. Be I. What? It's a palm black require your free. These are real things that happen. Said about kind of Eshantadia think or so bianche. Or not obishe.
Extra no extra monthing.
What's it?
Missy extra no extra monthing.
Well, a monthing cousin, no. Say, party the degenerate son and I won't say in Yano.
Oh, Charlie. I would say your friend is saying braziers and panties are your match. When you are young and you are conning a guy and whatever, you take care of those things. Papa Bidia were different not too long ago, and also the biggest grievance they said Wabo Braba could 6 years. Braba could in the year what do match.
And you know, on Patron manufacturing for 6 years, but it is a manufacturer.
I go bankrupt.
I am Max Expenses. Sister, me and the Tokoto Max Expenses gross or 2 na mammy toy. Mammy, I was 2 braziers from Phoebes. One Sisano. Oka was if you now, or say, sister, my dear, me, I say me who draws a match with your huddle. As 3 blue and I say yellow. Sister, color combination classes in what a sister you have. Should I say, we are who she and I'm say, any or no could be family. Or say, Ama, me papa to meaning some baby, you become me at a passing, me say, ska. Any niska, and you're which as a sea of his castle, a dying crest, a sea of tass, and one sister did me. Say,
I dear no pen or
what's it?
On no pen or
And yet, me patron, let's debunk that nonsense for a lot of you.
Me Kaisa come and go university, Madame Fubaku, or see you always have to know. Or see you always have to wear matching pants and bras.
Yeah, right.
Because if you have an accident and you
who said Obian accident, you to challenge that, and then you can know.
I'll die with my pants, I'll die with my trousers, I'll die with my socks. This is that late, you know. I'll die with my socks, because socks are a super. So that feet in you know, or they are.
Well, yes, seriously, oh, no, Kitata, the woman, who said, if I Jackie will not ask it because on when you are the crewasio, one person will be able. But Nipano, when it's when you're friend, and it goes for men and it goes for women. And man also, Papa for your pamacho, you're for white. We have eyes, and they do work. Pastor P, welcome back. We have eyes, and they do work. And we need to find things to excite each other and to engage each other and to make things fresh all the time.
I think said one thing I've been observing, kakra, through interaction with people, and like I always say to me, it's Obia. I like to learn a lot. I don't care program because I pick something from it and I apply it, whatever. Me who say man, if they don't like something, especially the way they dress, they present themselves, personal hygiene and answer that kind of standard of self-care now, they can't come out and say it.
Yeah.
It's so oblivious. No, so they recently made a video call to a quite close family member and I said, hey, I said, oh, the man won't come back here and Samara young boy. It's when you crew are complaining, sir. Nicola complaining, I say, oh, see from Canada, any bonus, so not BB, but why can't you tell Nipacrono? But men sometimes tell us in a subtle way. But I think the best thing is that
you are communicating and I'm not hearing you. You are not communicating.
Actually, if you want me to wear matching things, buy it for me.
No, also sometimes I'll put myself as an example. Also, sometimes you don't see anything wrong with it. And I wait so now day. Oh,
let's go to the line like you will talk.
Let us talk down. Let's break this down.
Okay.
Say matching because one will say, "Obi will have to be a bra or a flowery bra."
Yeah,
purple and pink into your shirt pants and no either purple or pink. For them, it matches. But Obi will have purple and pink na flowers in the room. No, what pewinika so I show.
What
you tell me about me come my dear seal.
Thank you.
Me koto bra, me who bra ni efa, yes sila. Let's a pants ni and tissue. I ain't gonna buy it.
Yeah, but me cry as I single was me put me pack of 5, dear no. I don't know who matching brands anymore. Pack of 5 from £8 to £2.50. Max and Spencer.
For 5.
And
if it's a plain color. If it's what yeah. Me share me share be a pink be a not green be a baby. Me say be a more brown be a be a match.
Na me match. Oh,
I know. For me who. Hey,
that's Pastor P.
Uma yo mo was here na wo mu nyina adwene ne senya papa. E banda wo ya basa de osiki ka green na gbi am na we do konya wo hini hu sie ton bi da.
Let me tell you something. I did green Rumenya. You have to.
Oh, but you pack of 5. Why
okay. Me match sample and I make a sample match one.
Yes, no.
But no, let's
why the pack of 5? Yeah, about where the upper what?
Pack of 7. Look at them in our scar. Pack of 7.
Let me tell you.
The same thing every day.
Yes.
You said the 5.
Them pack of 7 one a day. Share.
And you
yeah, but some single one. I mean, young musical. But I could say na £5. That's £7. I buy a pack of 5, £2.50. Ah,
Pastor Patient. So.
Debut, say that sort of for us. I don't any how much I bet tell it.
They want to also when you soon. Who said that be at the cross? I'm a kind of first. I didn't crab joke. Ain't me sorry.
Your match cry still a ubeshe. At the pants, number 30 and 30 pants, 30 braziers, Anna.
Hey, your crowd 30.
Say that is your choice. So who person who me cry? I can cover £50. It is a Uber 30 a bremi. Let's say every 6 months you upgrade me. I won't say no. Trust me.
I say, or remember how one fahu, or remember once or pound hour. Obi uncle said, now, can say, if ye be a moon corner or in a language. Say ukunu no obo kra underwear no say wo share eyi. Ama wo say friend say wo de na. They won't see it. There are some men that they don't look no sheshe, so but there are some men who are.
Please, now, are we talking about pants when we are going to bed or pants for the day? Because maybe that one.
Oh, yeah, go bed. Now we have bed.
Oh, no, who could that in our shed dress?
Hey,
No, I'm missing something.
Yeah, but I'm with you, and I'm No, one a day. I didn't go back on 7.
They want you to wear it.
Yeah, but
and then
they take it off. My photo pack on 7 one a day, and I'm sure that I do not have a Santa.
Oh my gosh. The very important question, Sister Adwa. What's your wardrobe paying?
Wardrobe none me my show is say your friend is and my me shut a tongues no me a
Dross
Why?
first na your granny pants, but as who sees dross on the phone. Tafe wusi no be say emwa. Na side name wa wo to e na nya tongue de. But wutimi hye saa si saa bedru baby bo say as a tongue. Say your granny pants.
I haven't used those.
Now elastic now, woman not trade for that and na men China pants so na men China.
America. Orlando.
I like the sports one, the sports shorts one, because sometimes I wear bigger top. Maybe I make cool t-shirt. My fanam they are shirts winter. No say be me ye be it doesn't show too much. And I'm like 3/4 one and no I short and shed in your short and then also and shed in your underwear. It's like
high leg.
Yeah. So those are the 3 that I wear.
Teacher say wono. Wo ware ye nyina wunya wo dross man ne mo papapo na wo fa hunu na chiameda.
No, and then he has his favorite colors, and it varies into say bia onu me to say on the underwear no like the cotton one that's the one that women should be wearing to say bia wo fiana lace and the polyester no but to say wo tie wo a lot now you need the cotton one. It to say like I go to Victoria's Secret. Normally, when they have sales now, they have package of underwear like you 5 for this amount, and then they have some like it matches with the price.
Why 5?
With the
I for 25.
With the matching set for the brazier, and to say me and I there to surprise him. Sometimes he will give me a gift card, and then I'll just go over there. Be on so who be or force or person no I told the Abram, which is like so sweet. So most of the time the automamino and share Eddie please and then during the day, like we have 24 hours each. Right? Mean to me. Yeah.
Soldiers.
Underwear like throughout the day. So what I do is that most nights, like some nights, I want us to me person or no raw me panties, I will wear this transparent underwear and the lingerie. No one way. But some nights, once he takes it off now, I will sleep without the underwear because I see one on some flammable or sometime, which is the best time. Come on, Aquadano, and they send from my phone. They be an ash underwear, no Aquatano. They be in
Yeah, Bible said, "Men know they are crazy." So I'm like, "We will be the idiot."
Baby and from
I'm not even going to say. I'm not even going to say within a week. Within a month, I can count with one hand how many times I mean Bema or how many shepherds. I don't. I won't lie.
Why should you lie?
And that's me.
no,
Make us some still being children. Me say February way. February way.
To say like just wearing something nice without underwear. And so though you wear a red or buy and I say, yeah, the bay near the so. But it says sometimes
I said that's abuse.
also
I address abuse.
I know, right? But it says sometimes, I just want him to like take off. It's romantic when they take off the underwear, like when they take it off. So I just want that to take place before I go, before I leave them off. So when you make channel, to say I have like different type, and I
what's it? Girl.
Yes, baby, and from Memphis, and I hot me bone. Ain't you know to say, a what you could another be a wash a year pace to say, no, you need to let it breathe. It needs to breathe. Your tongue got a say breathy. Aye.
Make I let me hear you, my
I was for me, but until that pass, I come back to primary school. I'm an sasso, maybe. Until that quite higher free for all. So
I think, I think this is. I think it's until I but I think every house is different, every home is different, every marriage is different. Yeah. So, what turns somebody on will not turn somebody on. What did it do will not. February can't. Or this how? Hey. Me say because me couldn't my shed house of February not Valentine Day. My CBB Love Honey website draws a crotchless pants. Hey, what is this one too? Mako and Samus. What's that sales section by all means? Mako Toby. At red honey see through. Papa she glasses because it's dear. And also my and I mean dear for their back or their butt say. So that tells you say, or not such a person, no, hey, draws have me trying to say crotchless, so say, wow, honey, tax to that boom. It's not, I don't think say anything. Need to say when you get up in the morning, before you be per bathroom, you should say, Jared, get dressed, do your hair presentable before you get down. But also have. So you have to look at what works for you in your home. Yeah. Yes, there should be a standard of self-care. There should be a standard of self-loving as well. In as much as you try, sometimes love yourself and do things for yourself. That's also there. But draws also romantic. I don't think so. Be noticeable. You know, I run. I say, run around the bisano. And the children show idea who over her next and say, Pabia, yeah, I'm mad my kind one a day. Would you mean to be shit? But everyone
who's our draws and rock of him, time and Parana Bamu them on a money would be close. And
then rolling that baby.
Not said Ross Nedahi.
But when you
oh, sorry, I will show baby. I will show you the woo.
When you wipe your pants on the floor.
Why is your panties hanging on the fan, mommy? What's it, huh?
One time, me panties disappear after that. Your mother back on Subobra, one of my figure. After I made bedsheet, you know, just. Why is it?
Okay, what works for everybody? Me matching match. I don't buy me a better because me a quail no until no I'm pack of 5 no. Now, me tell you can me quite no matter size 6. They all say I just said I don't me just now. You're crying who near you that. Over here, I said, is that yours? That yeah, matching. Yeah, really. That is me because I've got to realize that it is not important to him. In Mommy, do you know where all the is it for your mom or yours? Oh, we have the same thing, so it depends on the size. No, yes, you know, it's not his problem.
But sister, my winning my dear, yeah, many be a honor, almost your more favorite color. But once you switch it on them now, they end up liking that too because like me can catch them in the color or pen on now me yes shopping me type 12 but I tell them to wait a minute. I can't have almost the same color. So I started buying different color and wearing different things different night. Into like a couple nights, you know, I didn't even know he was paying attention. Oh yeah, he to say lamb green, no. Like and I said some other color. Oh, yeah, I was say I do have to play. Where you there? I'm a me feeling.
Hey, man, G. With your titty pa.
Leave that man to confess. I will take them up if you want.
I know, right? Oh, to say, I mean, to say, I know the myth, but I know say juice plus omega no need very blend and you say your banner so yeah will chum be tight amount and I we are bear man sooner say be with testicles no who are no a theatre and move ebe too fine ain't you know I know the minimum but to say one shine underwear if is it true it's tight you know I'm not sure I don't know any scientific fact to say you know and I should be answer chest and yet here you know
I shouldn't
be a chest and yet here.
Hey, boom to say make a cry.
And I said in existence and yes they be
the patches I then you can't obinaya.
Yeah, penny for near Cassa.
You can't obinaya, Yankasabi. You can't obi to and yes, you can't obina and yes. But at I have mixed you.
Hey, me sorry.
Akwaba. I was that we are talking some serious me say nanka matching man.
Yeah, match Yankee I don't know. Now matches the matching
and that's another one. Me,
I have both because also I was talking about color. I don't know, but for some funny reason, I've always been a color person. I don't know. I'm saying me to meeting. And so I tell
it looks color.
During winter, you know, I wear bright colors to work, and I brought for fun one pepper. Even say jump now. Was the most of the time now during the winter no go for dark colors. Ube who me winter na me she green jumper.
Yeah.
Right. Me tap a bright color.
Yeah, me can see man where you be. Maybe say.
Me bright colors, but you are flowery baby. Maybe a baby woman me na me dia match. And I like lace stuff. Yeah, I want to matches and now for me no
say. These things are all within your comfort zone, and we have to say that. Mimi say, and the wired bra, and then the bema will want by mention. I'm telling you. And the wired bra, no, say then the bema will want by any woman because no, it is something me physically me hochire me. I mean, it's a long term, a bit media semaba. It's about 10 years ago, and me giant and the wired bra. It's the bia muhunu say me bra titabonte. I wear sports bra. Na anu ya na mko hu brand the bia. And also a romantic bra, but no wire. And I'm there.
You told me you wire nephew.
Oh, that doesn't work. You do that. I think it doesn't work.
The form where you know, but me I like sports bra.
That's where say like this particular bra. It's actually it's a sports a hybrid between the sports bra, but it's a sexy sports kind, whatever. It allows you to adjust and to package and to position.
Capsize Ukita yaba capsize Libya. Mimi say me bra me to American ye.
America, I'll do how me quiet. You know me page back. Me say holy.
And I'm lucky. I'm actually lucky. Say the company that does it. It will me feature here. The company is close to me, but it is mainly America they do for.
Link and then that screen. So if you want to come and let's talk. Why? And then link with the public from the very beginning. Under Wired Brother is suicidal. It's all about boundaries. I know that something could be your fantasy, but we have to operate within safety limits.
Most definitely. And a money being swimming more bright size. So how bright and one tell your regular size you causing harm to yourself.
That's why you should be measured and fitted for.
They have a measurement. So you should be measured to like measure you to make sure say you really brazier.
If you go to the right place,
measurement services.
But also they go up to a certain size. Me say say me bra size. Because me cap. Into this particular one I'm calling. One can say the idea one can say you feel comfortable instantly.
Most definitely, yes.
Into Max and Spencer because I remember saying madam for years Harrods. And she always used to tell me, say, go to it was at the time, the night Debenhams, they used to do that brand. So she go to Debenhams and go to Harrods. Or she don't go to Max. Oh, no, House of Fraser.
We've got a man.
Yeah, Triumph. House of Fraser, Triumph. Big ones, no.
We've got a man. Moshe, it's exciting. Hello, Bobby.
Pacho when you were here.
Pacho when you baby are free.
I'm so free.
Also.
Oh, okay.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Your handsome face.
Oh,
that's better.
I just say.
Pachangamia Dumo.
Now, and some people want to sometimes have it. So, Mammy Musu was some. I have to tell my time, you know, to say, see, you can't your body pattern. You can't without saying Sebi. I didn't see now your genital area, the one some of us want Sebi.
Me ample, sir, in a mention antiasia because and fan is all kind of fuma on casse Sebi, vagina, and I say Sebi, penis, and I Sebi, dick, and I break, and I say,
yeah,
indeed, to me, you know, a ding. Inti ade wo din de oboni din no se ne etie inti sebe na ya nkofo kan me personally be aya na me hu say me I think say at times no e go ha na say ye dey go play the man and me be o ha o can no claim as it is baby any e say obi a Christian ni bia o kan bible to sebe da o kan say obi e kwasia o kan pay kwasia or can say be a year, Jansini, or can be paying Jansini or to seven. Indeed, seven, they may personally be you see that.
Got it. That's it.
I think that, yeah, then again, I think that I agree, I understand, but I think so. Beyond Senya. You're trying to say on can that doesn't mean so be there all can
exactly yeah.
When I think it's how it feels in your ears or something because I think that look at it would be a private part. I mean can't say better say or by a private part. I think that is me. Or make I say I think that I would rather use the word funny instead of vagina, but that is the same thing. But I think that I've just not come round to use it. I don't know. Maybe it's on the dictionary because
for me, me used to say because me back has say no high school, no, yeah, a health class, you know. We were to mention vagina, penis. And then, you know, like, because essay, or you describing it now, You don't use excuse me, excuse me, vagina. And I say, but I think in our culture, no, like most of the time, no, when it comes to our genital area now, most people feel say it should be discussed. Almost feel say behind closed door as some can. And you could say what kind of public. But to say we as a grown woman, as a grown man, like most of us know how our children are made. And to say like with them, like America say before no be
triple size.
Almost say your vajayjay. What is your vajayjay? This is the reason why you have pedophiles, any molester. They are able to molest children because they don't tell them what it is, the real thing. At the end of your vagina, and she many different names. And you know, to say so people for a kind of they don't realize they say at the corner one trauma and on any panic, so they can have this.
Changing. We divert to different places and we come back. Maybe that will be the original question, but yeah, these are all things legitimate around relationships. That's SSC and yes, we start with the topic, we flow. Any script. When direct to the bar, we take it on and we enjoy it.
Yes. No, I'm just saying, say like, you know, some of the children become vulnerable and victim of certain things because they don't feel comfortable. Even we have some of our people in our society and culture saying, say, Akrani, you're too young to be taught this way. But I see who say a man and some age because IQ is different. Or no, social media. You have not seen such thing or even know. And you think that your child is so innocent. So I just for me, Sabino, I don't say it much, but like, you know, like when you say certain things now, it goes beyond our genital area now. Ebia, one person Rebecca said, "Tia will be no," and when I mean, you say Sebi, that's me. But I didn't grow up in Ghana, and you know, I don't know which one is which. Now, person Rebecca said, "Tia, can you move here?"
Yeah. I think so. At times, no, a failure in a ma yemu be a can't say no. Instead, say to say a sister instead of saying vagina or becca funny. So she would rather use a colloquial term than use the actual term, which makes her more comfortable actually expressing herself. It is sometimes and you say a word unimo, but it's the fact that for her to be able to express herself or anybody to be able to express themselves. And now, initial said there's penis, there's prick, there's dick, there's cock, the different colloquial terms to the one reproductive system, which okaka a pussy or baby, Rebecca said a jama, okaka pussy or baby, Rebecca said vagina. The different interpretation to this, and then I think say ama say all kind of raw and will chi more and fancy more to seven. I think that is also part, and that's what has been embedded into our Ghanaian culture to start off with.
Hey, assemble.
Like I think that it is nobody is wrong. It depends on everyone. It depends on everyone. But maybe a man may kind of bluntly because that's the name it was given. So I don't.
But it's all what you are comfortable with.
Yeah, yes. I'm comfortable with that because I know I'm in say a friend.
A brand here was no more. You miss a hard question. Bram catch up. You miss a confession. Snake pants. So how does it feel?
Well, for me, my experience, Snake pants pa dear. A bad because okay, say last time I so me catch him say me and me laundry. Nti me laundry na say me who say near me be call the other way na me masisa. Na makache me no na eja catch so tungu na me amakoto bi abren. If you me and me shopping tea and then ya there me dey.
You see?
Nti snake pants in there. Honestly speaking, if I tell you I know for definite what it is a lie.
You know, Siam.
No.
Papa, how to eradicate snake pants from your wife's closet. 1, do the laundry. 2, check the pants. 3, if it's becoming snake, kill it before it turns to snake.
First time, many people they don't want to do it. And will be on the so obey or who's the way pan and the Irish. And so I'm fan of her because some person no spending the money. Let's be real.
But isn't that sad?
Very sad.
Because
some are really cheap.
Oh, I remember some hard working. Say, Adia a bit miyama when yachi. A bit miyama. Na pepe kitty binti. Obano and a bear mano. And I make a mano a snake pants. They are painting your my pants daddy snake. Because we want to be frugal. We want to be at the Gidon wife. We don't want to waste money. But in trying to do that, sometimes you do it at the expense of the excitement in the relationship. I forgot to say, the way I now and then starting, I was talking some serious truth. My name is Obi, because a papa fuaba, you be question. Obi. So our wife material at the Gidon. And then I'm up a wife material. Now wife material, look, I'm up a silk and I say I'm up a cotton. Yeah. Sisters, Munti answer ni you never boy and tell young papa for the
my wife material na chichim kakaba na Matthias ye na metwa mamu ayi.
Oh, na most wife material.
Oh, okay, Matthias. Inti me no wife material ne de minim say omutwa ne yacht ana so omutwa ne
me family pen ready me chere.
From me fundamental upbringing is Christianity. Inti as per scripture no Bible no on can say we should look for a wife material, or say we should look for a wife. It says that I'm paraphrasing, but it's more to do with blessed is a man who finds a wife. It talks about woman of virtue. In the wife material, na can me just it'll be or her. Maybe I'm not say wife material, maybe or share the real animal meeting. Now or they are from whom I compare say, oh, person me say or no a wife material. But my truth is the way I used to think was I always wanted somebody like my mom. Funny enough, I got the opposite. I got somebody who was like my dad. And see, my mom is more of an extrovert. She's very outgoing and all that. My dad is quite reserved. My wife is quite reserved. When she's amongst her friends and me now or family now, she's out and about. But when she's among strangers or in the public now, she's very reserved. Now, earlier, now I can't something about the fact said, ABR. I think maybe sister no wabasoko. No, I said initially no, we catch and say an engine, but 20 years down the line, it is still going. I used to have that same concept. Say, oh, I wanted somebody who's like me and all that. But since I got my wife, we hardly argue about anything, even though yes, we seem to be opposites. We hardly argue about anything. The understanding is there because we built that foundation. Having a wife material is not about something that is already cooked. It is something that you produce. Into when produces a wife material and only wife material. Wife material, no better cotton, let's just say a counterfeit. Into counterfeit, they go. Abaya de. Ade abe hu say, oh, we ne papa no. So ko share ya to say ne ka say that is how me I see it. Wife material is what you build, what you produce to suit you. And so every marriage they are different. So it depends on what you want in your marriage and how you want it to go, the goals that you have for your marriage. That is what I see to be something of a wife material. Yes, there are certain qualities that you cannot go by or go without. No, not just say, oh, the bear or foundation. I say, oh, me probia, just say, oba, yes, me say, no, I actually learned how to cook very well through my wife because I learned her techniques. I prefer my wife's cooking to my mom's cooking. And I just say, yeah, fine, that's different. Or we are eating as a family, that's different. But my wife's cooking suits me more than my mother's cooking because there's something about my wife's cooking that I never had in my mom's cooking. At the end of the day, why would I want to go back to my mother to eat her food when my wife cooks to me better than my mother?
So just say, I would say these are all on at Sema Yataka will show you. So know your truth, own your truth. As I said, when you think along the lines of what you want, and the woman doesn't get the confusion I got. Now may come a story earlier. I'm a man trying to be at the door to disastrous effect. Disastrous effect. It was terrible. Now that me decided to be in including my car.
But wasn't and I think part of your mistake in the initial stages was for the fact that you were trying to please the man. You were trying to do everything for the man, which was your mistake because what you didn't realize was the man was happy you were doing everything for him, but he didn't perhaps realize that he needed to reciprocate what you were doing. So
he was actually feeling undermined. He was actually threatened by the stupidity I was also projecting. Because it was a very sad story all around. There was no winner in any of this foolishness because also began to see, say, I was doing everything on my own and on Sheda relevant. Do you understand what I mean? It was not you're not sitting any to him to wonder what is going on. Is this girl or the pair back and then in second and bury as they say when you're interested? What the heck is going on here? Hey, am I relevant in this equation or not? Does she value my presence here or not? Maybe so I'm trying really hard to try and live to the bill, and I'm getting a hernia in the process. Hey, your friend says, "Oko pim pim, udra na juna ba baby ame wopa na you mistake so ba baby." When I am try it. If you're a man, try it. Come, one kasabi. Come, you meet me. Na me am no am de beda ampemu ho no. Uhu mi awo. And you know, when we sat and we had the conversation, a few silly things is what he took off my plate. And I cannot tell you the difference it made in our relationship going forward. And quite a school uniform or two. Was a big one because ironing, I over ironed as a kid. I was abused in terms of ironing, and my don't iron anymore. I didn't mind. Your friend is laundry. It's become such a idea. What Jeffrey means. They say me come washing machine one but I used to be the one who did all those things. And again, now that he does the laundry, he gets to see the snake pants. He says, "Me say me draws back me no bia yira na chere say ya ma me message. Na me so me yidi aka ni nyina to adu. Na me am naked."
But the question for me though is, Antina almost started, Now to me, me kind of say from your point. Antina now rather than actually living the relationship. So you were pretending to be in a relationship but you weren't actually living the relationship.
I answered it.
So why was that?
Mami B. No. Wakasu or yeme papa called me. I'm a basa. I'm about any amabasa. I'm a basa. When you a branch come see a man a worry. Eh, Ama, a branch they just saw you who yes will be Jawako. I'm a what the problem? I'm a saw you. Wabɛpɔn adwuma bɛba no o packing the car na de n'aduane abɛsi table so nti aduane ne ne yɛ koraa o packing car no anam ate abɛsi table so.
But follow-up question. Nipa ko na ọma ọsọ advice no. Ọyẹ Ghana ni ọtí Ghana.
No, ọyẹ Ghana ni maame abrewa a waware wɔ Ghana na eba de n'aba British wɔ mehwɛ ne ma.
Okay. Nti no, the question I'm asking is leading to something no. Basically, no,
Bisa.
to me, no, okay, nti yɛn fa ne sɛ o maame advice ɔde ma wa ɔkɔ awareɛ no ɛno na ɛwɔ he.
Me maame koraa deɛ sɛ ɔho sɛ ɛtɔ da some of these things ɛnti na msi na nsɛ sɛ nipa yɛ careful of yakeka. My mother knew me and my mother didn't give me any useless advice. Papa no me di ni kofi. Me papa bisa the 3 times. Me bay wunim no because me ba no nyɛ correct. Me bay wunim ni yie pa wɔ se fɛn abɛn one. Me bay wo yɛ sure sɛ wunim ne pa wɔ se fɛn. Bra 3rd and final time me ba no wunim ne subai pa wɔ se fɛn. Wɔ se wɔpɛ wɔ se han. Ɛnyɛ force o. Wo se someone drink wɔ hurt me coffee. Ɛnɛ someone drink hard feel. Ubetimi akɔ no problem. Actually, who decided sɛ wɔn to aso aduane a yɛano nyina betimi adi. Na wakɔ free time a wɔpɛ bia ɛnyɛ by force. Abranteɛ wo se wɔpɛ wɔ se fɛn. Obisa ne 3 times. Obisa ne 3 times ni wie yɛ na abranteɛ ne so bɛsɛ obetimi aware no. No, catch them say they should take a walk. On that walk, he told him everything about Misubai. About a niyama a wode yɛ me a I will see red and what I will do in return. About said ye wutimi pia me duru baabi a metiri mu gyin ɛteɛ. Misubai nketenkete bi ɛhyɛ kɔ na bi ananka me nyɛma de sɛ bɛpɛ sɛ bi kunu te kura papa yi ni nyinaa raw me draws de kyerɛ brɛ wa actually well raw me draws physically oba first picture papa yi wa abom de kyerɛ mi kunu na mete bath mu a me hyɛ draws na me de kyerɛ
Oh my gosh.
I was a very little girl. You jare me. Yibu. Bath bi no me yi na me de kyerɛ papa wo me. I know they papa. I was mortified. What I actually realized in the grand scheme of things is that he wanted to shock this young man with everything there was to see. It is aberrant and really wouldn't to me. My parents had actually come to this buffer test and they were happy. Then Nipano him said and he still wanted to proceed and it was fine. But mommy we know. Oh, said well, your mommy penny. May you sure say in her heart, no will feel so well, papa. What you say? My husband and I are chalk and cheese. Me papa. We're not so one papa, but on the outside, no one know about your papa.
Din.
Men the minim said the nipatia or me cook. Mama was the first who said I'm an echo, not he what because me you should. But when you see this man, you will not think says to bank it. You'll be just Mammy now who a horse side. To me, advice I would demand was an outsider's advice, but really I was desperate to remain married to this man I loved very much. I was desperate to maintain a good relationship with him. We were very good friends, and one of the things I did not want to do was to add some complication and say your friendship. It was with a good heart. Me person me worry ni ye pan ye worry check tia simenti tia biane man kai or pack a car no say mo na bin you say me you time mate abomo ni sa anu akosi say you I say you makwa your true say abomo you don't know mate because your wife material but she wo de bia ne yamutu because biane a wodi ye me
I was going to ask that here be so
they bia no nya diarrhea sister a permanent occurrence now we would do and your food poisoning but when I came to that realization, I say these are older women, they put us in these positions. I'm telling you, to be so desperate for marriage, and I was actually going to be at we would have been much better off than my personality was changing before this guy's very eyes. I was turning into what he did not bargain for. All the things my dad had told him were not working because I had changed the terms and conditions, and I had become this subservient woman, and I was bitter. This was the problem. I was bitter because me is subservient. It's not me. And when I am bitter, you find yourself lashing out in kitty. And the day Miami who Jimmy, I will skip or airport. Now me started to say let me who say enko. Now my friend I'm in Kasan, and he asked me, he was so relieved. Oh my God, I have been worried. Me, what is going on? Why? I don't know, yes, sir. And I can't say yes, sir. One of the things I love about you is the fact that you will openly challenge me and contend with me, and you will make decisions. And it was getting missing, and I didn't know who this person was. So I was being a good wife. Also for whom?
You are living somebody's marriage.
What's you say? I'm for whom? Who asked you? Me catch you make a good wife. I did see people who good wives. I saw them. And I wanted a bad wife. I'm a bad wife. And then having chosen a bad wife, you are turning the bad wife into a good wife by force. Meaning what is going on? And I think, say, if a lot of us will be honest with some of these things and share some of the difficulties and some of the negotiations, Obi Adwa and her husband having posted this cutesy picture on, and they would think, say, you've always been this cutesy. I want you to be honest and tell people, Adwa they what kind of open, but Obi me ba. I know you have good intentions and you've married the right woman, but Mumpo, you will need to renegotiate and sort a few things in our area. You will face a few bumps as you go along, because that is what marriage is. The person they will leave the show with the realistic understanding of the work it takes. Who will be finished product? Ajwa she ni kuku now whatever say. Ajwa be catch on to kwa wani ni kuna kopeng. And I will come to Adwa and she will confess them. But me pese ye na ye kan sansem no correct. Na obi a wo frase and na obi a wo hunu ne ho in the position I found myself. Understand the work it takes to reconstruct, because maybe my marriage is a reconstructed one. And it is reconstructed to a place you're happy with at the moment. Yaba is not talking because Yaba is pressing phones. Alex, you are very observant. Let's start. Actually, need to 45 degrees. No, wait there, I'm just reading Alex's comments. And I'm a country. Let's talk for and you castle or point what I'm ready. When ya it revolves around a friend is saying, "Sir, baby, our area was starting first year. Difficulties being now when you were a new couple, a typical standard I will experiencing, and then which compensations do you make to get you to the point I will and we use name draws name to do. How did you get here?"
I think maybe me see Mama and Papa as role models. Up until say we came to the UK, when we were in Ghana, we lived with other relatives who were assisting with house chores near the me and my said who maybe plus now half of the time mommy age my papa say into now me said who she by a bar UK about 16 years ago. Many more pet na net na no. I'm doing who say, oh, son or moka na ya omunya disagreements near day. And then I saw how they resolved the disagreements, especially from my dad's point of view, because my mom can be a hothead, but my dad is very, very calm. Into the way he approached it, though, and then mommy who said, oh, and yet bibia na ya de heja bekum. As anaa the car obeshe ediane is just as ebeshe. Into because of that, right from the time when I started dating and courting my wife now, at the time, I always sort of pushed the boundaries a bit. And then I was giving scenarios and I was asking certain questions to see what the replies would be. There's one thing that my wife has always said to me, which to me, to date, I think it's done me some good anyway. Not that I was gonna ever do it. Or Debbie Okase, O dear, only Ubakaku Chitia, catch him, Naminja. For the fact say what can't that right from day one, may value or no as my wife and I want to be with her till death do us part. No, that resonates at the back of my head. So no matter what I see anybody else do, no, I don't care because at the end of the day, no, may no, Yamama mean in ya me share no because me describing me I think even on my profile picture you can see she has a figure. We our nimunyam nichi nam ninia or Indeed, for me, no, if I'm to look at any other woman, the comparison that I'm making is not say, are you more beautiful than my wife or anything? It is for the fact say, this is my wife. You cannot compare both physically and emotionally, psychologically, all the colors. No, you cannot compare to her. Indeed, at the end of the day, no, why would I then go and spend 5 minutes? Use that 5 minutes to ruin a whole maybe 2 years, 5 years, 10 years of a relationship. That to me doesn't make sense. So that alone, no, Emma Mayer then. So right from the get-go, no, there was one thing that I wanted from the relationship: trust. Until we built that trust. You know, phones, your friend is saying smartphones. Each person has a finger that is what as part of the security, the fingerprint security, in case of any emergency. Because that is I'm trying to say me yare. That means to me you see my finger now baby say yeah. Say phone. If she needs the money, she uses the money. Whatever she needs and she does. Equally same. I have nothing to hide. So for me, it's let's say an open, trusted relationship. Intiminya phone call obitata me fan yes, no. Most of the time, make us so fafa because there's nothing for me to hide. Equally same, but it's for the fact that I wanted to establish an element of trust in the relationship right from day one. And at some point, just like you're saying, one of the issues that we started having was, hey, can't be. Namaka said, oh, now where can no someone can you? But then to her, no, now I said, oh, she's trying to withdraw into a shell. Namaka said, no. I want you to be challenging. The fact that I disagree or I don't like it, I don't want you to stop challenging. I want you to keep on challenging because the more I will challenge, the more then I get to learn from my mistakes. Because at the end of the day, yes, we have a lot of pride in us. And our ego is huge. It's bigger than probably Donald Trump's, if anything. Most the husbands, I'm not talking about a man or more boyfriends, girlfriends, side chicks. Husbands, our ego is bigger than Donald Trump. So for that reason, Kasana can be say, you say, I can achieve because we've made a mistake, we've made an error now. Me personally, I will challenge you. But it doesn't mean that I've not heard you. So that's my I'll challenge what you've said. I may deny it to but yes, I go denial, but I'll deny it to whatever. But it doesn't mean I've not heard you. You keep on going, eventually I'll do it because that is my nature. No, I don't. That's I associate it to my parents. So, and I don't want a parental-child relationship. It's a wife and husband relationship. That is the part of the issues that we used to have. So, what can I say? No one can hear. And I was equally guilty. Sometimes make a baby. There's a description of something. It's not an insult. Me, I don't see it as an insult. I have described what you did. What you did, if it was silly, and I say what you did was silly now. I've not insulted you. I've described what you did, or I've said what you did. What you did was silly. But initially, because of the background, or Ghana and back then, part of if you use the words like silly, stupid, near the Ghana, it's an insult. It's termed as insults. But I made her understand, say those words are not insults. And my daughter, Otumika, oh, silly me and not silly you. Then she laughs. She's now realized, no, this is my culture now. This is part of my culture. And so for the fact that it's part of my culture, she has also come to learn. Until there was a bit of a cultural barrier or cultural difference in some of the things that I did, which I saw to be normal, but she didn't. And so those are some of the little things that were eating up. But eventually, the more we went about it, the more we spoke openly, it became a normal because we understood each other. We understood where we were coming from. But one or two things to do hard. So one shiny year, and they said when arguments start, if you also then begin to sort of put more fuel onto that argument, now it goes away because what happens is if you're if the argument escalates and it goes into crisis mode, if it goes off baseline to crisis mode now, nobody is right. No matter what you do, you don't hear anybody. Communication is lost. So what we learn to do is, Obi start to say argument about disagreement about pay. Now, be a me and also no, so. We just shut up and then we withdraw. Into when we do that, then we come back into it and then we do what? We discuss. Into that is how, for me, the way I've seen our marriage that has been going on, in comparison to others, they might have a few issues in the fact that we know our baseline. When we are coming off that baseline, we then do what? Withdraw and then come back in. And then we discuss and see where we've gone wrong.
Okay.
Hey. Hello, everybody. Now me ready to come on. And there is no one on there.
Let me ask you a question before you even launch. Sister Pacho, what's your snake draws pay?
No, madam.
Which is snake draws that?
Pacho there.
I'm Pacho, my pay snake draws there.
I'm Pacho, minimum point me. Try. That would. I think I have.
You think you have? And then if you think you has, I want you to tell me the truth. How did you think you has? And how did you wear snake draws, sister? Confess is the funny show.
Oh, now my then
and then you'll be able to snake draws. Sister, you think you has? How did you think you has?
Between past it, wait.
This is because you are passing now, brown.
Nyami Shrawa. I get but what else? I'm going to tell you, in someone who can obey your first name.
What the obey? Your friend Obi.
I think that he was saying some serious stuff. That's why I came on. And then I read something on Uncle Ibu White on his 37th anniversary. Sorry, he wrote some very sensitive things, and I read them and I was like, wow, okay. I didn't know any jokes, but
I read it too.
Oh, Pastor B, hey. That mean who picture it? I me life is our me who found my money to me buy I don't know. Oh yeah, me Bibra Atlanta. It won't be a because mama.
And I have to say, sis, you have lost some serious weight and it's looking good.
I'm trying. My word, pa. It's hot. Yaba be style when you me yaba. What is that? What is that? Anyway.
This is discrimination. We miss my lose weight, uncle.
You've always been skinny.
No, I know why she's lost the weight, so I don't need to ask.
That's not even true. That's not even true.
A lot, huh?
a lot. And I think
What
was that? He was talking about the ex, Oshia Irano, the current wife, he acted a fool. There was me puncture 1 minute.
Okay. Life happens. I want to hear this Uncle Ibu White one because this is the third reference I've heard about it today. Jaco,
Really?
Ako, you are still muted, Oyente.
You are still
I
muted.
think since this is and then hotel time, I think I'll just read where I am because I'll say M is the ex, okay? He something about the ex, and the madam now not told him say me no mama say me ko baby me ba say me betna. So it waking it up to see say no I'm say me yeah di nkwasi asem me and he had to fix himself. Now with what Obed was saying. Although you may or say 37 years ago today at 2 p.m. In St. Luke's or Methodist Abotokai, a clueless 29-year-old Ebo got married to Florence, and the marriage would have ended if not for Florence. So he married. I married Florence when I was still in love with someone else. That was the thing that got me. Yes.
Wow.
Pastor P, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, I did so because I was too naive to understand that just walking away from a relationship doesn't mean it's done. I underestimated how much the girl meant to me and thought that the great chemistry I had with Florence was enough. After first 3 traffic years of marriage, I discovered that the basis on which I walked out of that previous relationship was false. Okay, so I had been fed with false information by a trusted source with the intention of killing the relationship to benefit his friend who was also interested in my girl.
Oh my God. Wow.
I was consumed with the what if monster. What if I had married her instead of Florence? That was a question that he was, battling with. I became resentful. He became resentful. Was gradually checking out emotionally, and I shut off Florence. As a result, we had frequent arguments. One day, in the middle of one of our arguments, my wife looked me in the face and said, "Ebo, you may think that you made a mistake in marrying me, but I don't want you to know. I want you to know that I did not make a mistake in marrying you." Okay? So her words hit him. I was sure I had made a mistake, but why was I punishing her for my mistake? Is that it's major hanikakra? Now, could it be that most marriages or most men and women do these mistakes without knowing it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think so.
This man is one of the honest men I have met in Ghana and social media. Menom have lied to us a lot. They've hidden so much.
Going there.
Have. Yes, kakra. And you ladies know me. Those things, it kills me. I didn't say that. What can I say? There was no love. Say there was no love. I had feelings for somebody else. I did this. I did that. Give us the truth.
The truth.
So when we find ourselves in these situations now, we know how to go about them. But hey,
or we don't think we are weird or being odd. It's normal.
Right. And you're normal. And I think so. My mom has been an exception when it comes to these things, these kind of conversations. She goes very deep and goes straight, honest. And I've learned a lot from her. But society again is
It's messing a lot of us up, you know. People are denying it. Yeah. They will deny it to your face, and the way you cry, but it is what it is. People grow out of love in relationship, in marriages, and when the time comes, I know another hard thing for somebody to even openly say, there's a difference between loving somebody and being in love with someone. Okay?
Tell us the differences. So,
I'm a guy. I've been.
If that is, why then do we have to make a vow that says for better for worse?
Can I chip in with that?
So
go ahead.
Correctly, whatever it is that they said for better for worse. I don't know, but for me, it comes across to say that particular phrase in the marriage vows they should be taken out, because if you love, there must be a reason why you fall out of love with the person.
Things happen. People kill emotions. People love people the way they. First time, 1 minute. We'll continue. I also learned, and for years, and we are still learning what even a love language is. People want to love people the way they want to love them, but you might buy me the whole world, and that might not be what turns me on. Okay, so if you decide to love me the way you want to love me, you're ungrateful, but no clearly, and I just realized what my love language is.
What's your take?
Yes, okay, me that's it. Cause me that's it. They are not making us a cause you actually mame. Any part as a son, emotions as a son. Don't ye kawaria. Oh, say ni ka bebre ni kawaria. Ya jini no enye deep ewo odoni mu. Ya jina ne say ye nya be me be ware no me don. Odoni kwa ye nti ase. We don't really understand the word love, no. I think say most people married because they like the person. Something about the person. Not the whole person no crown or like it, but something about the person. Obi worry because say what do you feel so bad before 30 and say worry. And you know before 30 or baby and say be maybe I'm need date biano or your bear mammy there maybe I be worrying. And by force our real a dosso a channel our real a committed our real. A dosso. And you know Sanyana uncle a boy cano. Almost say no the odono but what Jane say my way sense many attraction being near maybe okay and you know or call a honomono and it be a lie be a Nadam could be traction Maxi and the pen waka once and kakra. Yeah, and see I know a little bit about the story no. Yeah, Nadam would be kind Adam for no cry no pay. You move a bro hot man say maybe at a two. What worry or ban what's your worrying? I worry bear man what's your worrying. Nanso would bank Casan a boyfriend be an hour donna, a be uncle or body ebi, or be a chance so be man a free one, sir. And I say, bear man or a buy, be out, the old don't know you'll be big crack. Within or yeah, within that week in another bear may be so unity. Tell you, yeah, the who be share war or do call baby because J was so near maybe no. You thought say you have fell in love with that person. Whereby we don't really understand the word love, no. Yet thinking no ever kitch where be says now say no, I'm in love with that person. But yeah, journey say a lifelong journey. And you know say journey a do baby and our donna so I like that moment a dono. Na a free move after the nanny panel crap with your hoy. Now say, you can't send who you're with him. Then after the nanny panel would jar on only Don and I and I'll be room to send you to uncle body any bino. And to most people, no, and on one say anywhere, young son say uncle body any beer, who be free our dear anymore higher than Akko. And most of the time, so whereby your heart is somewhere and your physical body is somewhere, no, then you are hurting yourself, you are killing yourself.
It's awful.
It's mental torture. Because it's a silent killer. One kasa no ntimi nka nkyere wo bia wo na akọka kyere ne say makoma edra akwasi mensa na me physical body ni so wo ni kuru
Pastor B pa choja mo tell ha me 1 minute pe me so accept it no answer me na Pastor B na koba ne sa nipa na wakoma wo ne ho no so awari obi bi free be da kwaje wade
no and only say then you fix the one I want to because ono awari obi so wakoma one honoma then you fix the what you say fix na anye dia then you stay in and you die and after you be die na odo wo say we silence and inti no obi anim die ku ye be ye autopsy ye hu ade kure ku wo nanso na wa no wa ku ho but within me, it is the most painful experience. Obi I will go through that, will go through. Me who Obi I will go through that. I feel so pity for that person. I feel not pity, sorry, empathy for that person. Yana ya say Udo will be next what was baby now Eden. It's a very tight corner Eden. Now that situation, you the person a woman, of course your question, then you need to find a way to heal yourself. Find a way to heal yourself. Find some maybe I don't when you because a basa so wakuma no baby na body ni so baby a uhu ni pa kronyo obone kra na ne ho ye wahi. Anything obey and you get angry, you get agitated, you get irritated. Meaning not just in the musa and as you are doing that and you are hurting yourself. And so in my mind, what I tell people, make your mind they say you have to know how I come on how you have to know one hold on no so worry. It's our enemy timu as I'm worry physically, but in my mind, I'm single. And so you lead your life, you do things why you're happy. If you cannot fix the one now what then you live your life the way you want. Say also when you
that's scary.
If you're doing that, yeah, then what is the essence of being in a marriage? Because at the end of the day, all you're doing is living a lie. For me,
but love does not keep marriages, you know that, right?
Well,
Priscilla, are you connected? Can you hear me?
Yeah, so.
Akwaba.
What's the main kind?
It's a one case say, Boko dear.
Evening, it will be a.
Back to the question again. Why does the vow say for better or for worse?
Yeah, can I answer that question?
You could easily do it and take the for better or for worse out and instead something else. Because there is a chance that we will change for the better or for the worse.
Yeah.
But we will stay or for the worse.
For me, no, for better for worse, no, ideally should still stay in the vows because for better for worse is a general vow that you've made, which means for better in all things and for worse in all things. So it could be for better, say, in the time, those are the better time periods. For worse, no could be, say, Nipakono is having some sort of mental illness. They need your support. So that is where it becomes worse for the person. Because at the end of the day, the person is maybe going in depression, for instance. Oh no, what now? But if you're going to say, me better no kwana, where's need your mentor? Then what is the essence of actually being in the marriage to support each other? Companionship comes with having to deal with both better and worse, just like friendship. Basically, marriage is friendship with sex. That is all marriage is. So it is.
If you say that, you worry and 10 years down the line, you realize you said, no, I don't love the person. therefore better for worse should let you be able to stay in the relationship. If what
No,
you're
you work on it. You can
what
work on
Yes.
it to
So
revive
so
it.
I was coming to the love bit. No, for me, no, for what I've learned over the years is, and not in this was way before marriage. Over the years, from other people's experiences, from my parents' experiences, is, and one thing that my father always told me was, when you're looking for somebody to marry, you look for 40%. And he said even the 40% is too much, but 40% of what you like in the person, the rest of the 60%, you work at it together. So it gives you something to do, first of all. Secondly, in terms of love, if you fall in love, you equally fall out of love. Me, what I always say is choose to love that person. So yes, you see the person, you like the person. There'll be certain things that you tend to like. But when you work on certain things with the person, you develop that love. And a love developed is actually deeper than a love falling in. So for me, people have to look to choose. You like that person, yes, I like that person. Just like Uncle Ebo was saying, he wasn't in love with the current wife, no. He was in love with somebody else. But because the current wife still wanted him, she did what? Worked on him. And eventually, he developed that love for her. That is why they are still together. 37 years later, they are still together. Do you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, for me, the love element, the love will come and go. It is in every relationship. Your parents, you love them sometimes, you hate them sometimes. Your children, you love them sometimes, you hate them sometimes. But you don't throw them away. They're still your children. They're still your parents. They're still, So, but why does it have to be different when it comes to the husband and the wife? It's a relationship. We'll have dark times and we'll have what? Sunshine times or light times. During the dark times, most people tend to run away from it because it's too difficult for them to work that issue. They don't face the problem. They don't want to confront the problem. And when that happens, sometimes it may mean that you may need a psychologist to come in because not every situation can be dealt with between just the two of you. You may need a psychologist. You may need a third party. It depends what the issue is, but you have to understand. This is my problem. We need to find solutions. So you work towards that solution. That's my take.
Very well spoken. Well, my baby said, I could remember na minto first question. I go, Priscilla, how?
Me oh, me shaha.
Sister Pacha, watch a snake draw so that.
Me pacho Debbie.
Oh, sir.
I would say, I'm America for a month to be
Because maybe sister many Jimmy ho.
many are banner when you actually be there. Green in Mano.
America and Tom St. Michael's were London.
I feel the Atias here. See that
Who's that?
I'm Pamacho, what?
O say,
one who Empress New Draws, and almost much be that.
and see anything.
One kind of story, the Empress New Clothes, Empress GB.
And Antipe.
And then not to be there draw so, but what's the draws in the summer? One woman in Ira. I'm a draws now, transparent. Question number one, when you say snake draws, when share transparent draws?
Debbie.
Okay, and yes, say, and you're quick. I'm saying for them, say, let's start revising your draws plan because we need to work on it.
Oh.
Now, say, see, I did draws case. That's for second question. Okay. Did you ever find yourself trying to be a friend's marriage material? What made you be marriage material?
There be unim. Me dream one. Sometimes me dream say, "Yeah, ma, me name penny for no my diabro." Oh my diabro because me late husband a chair or dog. Let me name or dog. Or don't me dream say, "Unsi." They be a make us a date. Uno big nanti on free Ghana. Now uno big nanti free Ghana. Who's the difference? Big different. Big, huge. And the enemy man, mamma, no man, you careful. I money in Abaco. Ampa difference will difference will. Make me worry for fraud. Won't say you can't say any idea, no maybe she with him.
Yeah.
So ba a su yese or su same. Then me crow na kitchen pana meje ni money feeling some me your bias na me ye.
Hello.
Then me pay me cast one time and then me buy na me continue my obobo. As some mammy can say when yana for pa, when yana for. Anka wo worry obi unu okromo ni okam me say ya. Anka de na wo kro anka onye. Otimi ka kire no say be free ye nyesa anwoma no. E me responsibility.
Wow.
Whoa.
Enti onya ntoma ne na ho. Me late husband no peduane no apa no ye West Indies or peduane no. Me gina kitchen pause in the kitchen me mfiri ho. But baby me free Ghana or ban the kitchen your dear. Enti no say na a big disagreement. Me ye aduane po na me te man na ne buo fo se me manage the stomach. But me you know, ye kire me say oba de wonu aduane a. Na kwoti ama okunu. Me ye wo ya wo so onye handicap. Aha wo
Wow.
musani man. Enti na a big challenge because the tete me na shame it tiri mu no. Na eno na me ye ne ba na enko ma no because on baby ofiri no. Omo pampa ma. So oyere de su ye ni say su money. I said the roles have reversed. Yeah catch us say wo ba no. So ma ukru ani je. Omo se try say wo be ma na so ma iden. Oyere ni je. And I say off the, back and forth. I did go ye pa me penny because me you know, and yes I did to me. And I did ha me dream say me na me yo ba e se me ye no. Or no so dream say so you know boy. And nice all the time on some type of conflict. And after a couple of years me who ye say wunim. Or no free baby for me so baby for. Said I had to me says e me do kunu. And yes, son or person then, or person silence, and me don't. Unim, me will baby put on my friends and me will be out. Why are you telling me that? What I say? But baby, I free no. Who pina will baby? I say, who couldn't whom baby? What I say? Oh, any my were outside for too long. Me very fear now. I was saying, we already know what. Once a sign of marketing, kitchen, culture differences, you know. And no call. Or free money me here ready say me go around and me coach you kind of say your brothers and let me who say anyway and you I don't know what's today.
Obi a raise bad na ade enua no be gina ase. Thunder fire you.
And any I'm a problem no. So I feel I may go around no. To say I just say me who dey main campo because because you experience different way now over back and then you may be a union at max year. At max be a baby will power say, hey, and I want 12 flowers, my man. That was flowers is a waste of money. Sign your man. Now flowers they so the baby a waste of money. And it's sign your man kitten say any yes say me say I say a juma they okay, but I see focus you too. Yes, minimum said they make we don't live in the moment.
Yeah.
Anybody concerned with a jackadia.
Yeah.
And they are just watching their life go by. We are not taking the time to live in the moment. And see a hard drink, and see and yeah, easy because when you're tasty the other side now try say, oh my your brother for a chance next I said negative. Into you kind of say into me them dream say I will for them, especially I am mothers and see me but boy need me spend time on part church and say your door bar say oba and yes oba worry na say for when you don't want say so try making sure it's on so then need say I guess modern mothers and you change the paradigm because they have handicap men.
Oh yeah. And even the women. And your man
because I'm on your program.
That's right. That they don't.
Mrs. say no, Mishia, when you're wasn't bedding because me speaking
Really?
They be
I mean, Priscilla, I question for you now your problem.
Let me know be cancer. And
Hey, Nante, Obi answer master more them. Master me too difficult. I me too difficult. After the class, yeah, for me too.
Or can't see abuse. And I miss me uncle she asked one. Obey me be into me abuse me. And you be abuse you. Because mommy, I'm in family honcho. What I say in the situation, it be as say Oba who couldn't find or cheat on you. Now, Uncle, my accept it. Beba. Are you kidding me? And the sound your man kitten, I'm a Jane say, a man, a beer form who aging. And no more yet, you pay because I'm say me yet, then I'm a dear or what you call tasso, own to new to that.
Last stop.
And I am a dash so bad the old warrior. A sit down, so nasty. And no say a two for money. Because it may be you, because in the name of marriage, you know, it may be after a monk. And TSA can say, ye raise a man, money, a man, and one. You know, they be a because oh, bad, the best you can do for your child, say, Uberman, I self sufficient.
That's true.
No, I bet me now, so because who's me now now, so bad, they may be anywhere. Or Baba to left and right back and forth.
But I think you have to have self-confidence because there are some women who are self-sufficient, but they are not confident.
But sister, we are confident because we are true no. And your
well, maybe a confidence. I mean, if you want to put my task, they know so man, a copper.
Or don't I say, yeah, so very aggressive. Calm. Because
But I think you need both. And I'm a boy.
Basha
And so that I say, well, no, where you're confident, but when you pay what I task.
Oh, and then I be.
So,
but confidence may go a long way. So the brow obey kind and say, you catch and say, we already say, worry be my catch them.
Yes, because that selfish is confidence. She has self-confidence.
Not draining the Musaja as me, you see, because me, you chimney on time. But a man who said, oh, yeah, then, minimum be our say, me, you bet 10 and password, or Barnabel white or Barcone at night about 10 hours.
Of course.
How can that be?
Of course, Priscilla.
He needs 2 golden balls with a diamond on one.
Any sound like
because if you so say me na me yo ba me na me ye me sis into kokokokokoko be obeba.
I think so. Be in the value systems anyway. So.
Yeah, I think for me, no, it also boils down to foundation that sometimes we lay. Maybe the say, no, like I said earlier, no, most of my basically my main role model was my parents. They were normal, and contrary to what your sister no can, maybe papa or no okokrum or bass, bibinia so who say no I thought Abraham mommy. Bibini na so say hey where the befe no I thought Abraham mommy. Sometimes mommy bet you akuku. Oh who are there in effect, but some papa they be who are there in effect. No I thought. Oh, and see, maybe there no is what I learned, but it's because my parents gave me that example.
When you're good, and then
and then I think say we are missing as a society, especially in Ghana, say no, because unfortunately, no, for most of our marriages in Ghana that we see, no, most of the marriages that we see, no, all we see is say, papa no of ejuma ba ono pe oko ejuma na che of ejuma ba na wa be de wa bet na ho na ne ye na be wa be serve no so ne ye no so ye ejuma o be na ho ache ama ne ye ne fi ejuma ba ama wa be eduane abe serve no me fa say bia na ne ye so wa bre into some of these little things, no, but unfortunately that is not love. So it is for the fact say we've misconstrued what love actually is. And me, once again, because I'm a Christian, I use scripture to be my basis. Scripture defines love with a lot of I think it will be adjectives. So it talks about kindness, it talks about long suffering, it talks about a lot of things. And to say, if you are looking to love somebody now, long suffering in itself, everyone said, maybe on you for about maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months, man, But because I have what I love her now, main person, or whatever, I chose to do what? To suffer in peace. Oh, Obisha, I say, Casana, Kawa, so like I saw the Oyewa, Ubenya dream. Of course. Make no massa, onem na sheme dem. Me dem ifia. Me da mpanim na say yebo nkomo pe a uni ho. Enti nyam na ka tell no na obeje di.
Obi, what's going on?
I'm gonna be a politics or platform.
Yeah, you'll be there politics. What I say, but it's not like sister. I mabna. I can't send be attention to is right because I hire to you come bad and I mean the senior baby I can you.
It's more who's rated. That is our yes, and I mean your comments.
Yeah,
I skipped some of the comments because Rachel they diverted conversation and I don't want to.
Most definitely. I see like I'm just going to leave it because
people say brother obe asam. Now wouldn't say brother obe asam I will kind say or you refer your phone won't mean time. Few days ago, made a story say a man may be forced. I was shocked.
That's abuse. That's sexual abuse. That's rape. That's everything.
Police station,
Ghana,
which is wrong. Bad. You better say you're into entitled.
And because I want to say sometimes I just feel sad. Our country and most of the people from our society and community are the way they are, especially Lebanon, because we allow it to be so. I mean, like in the 21st century, and people, so we have some woman who talks about. I mean, it says I won't know who come forward. Not say, Mefan say, or pet a quan swap. Not say, Obano is not in the mood. What are some of the things you can do to get the woman in the mood? The money may rod draw to the abishim. I think no foreplay, no romance, no intimacy. You can't say nothing about it. Me, my mouth. God gave me my mouth to eat and talk. So when it comes to stuff like this, now we'll talk about it. But I see a man be a man. But outside that, yes, sister.
I don't baby. Oko na dia no aka se wu na amane ye wa me na
that's dysfunctional because some of the men they intentionally do certain things just to have a reason to do whatsoever.
No, but I want to mean show ho so a problem now as bema ye jitu mu say more ye different. But
most definitely.
The want to mean show ho so. As a man, as a sister would dream kakra, beside questions kakra, because sabi, and yet if we are singing any about him, no problem.
No
exactly.
Yeah, no problem. Because if it has to be, say, I'm aware you will feel interested, so baby do question, and ask a baby, I will have baby to attachment or something. It bothers me a little bit, and I think, sir, now my 14-year-old daughter, and I catch me say. I said, "More Ghana for not single." That anytime you guys don't have anybody, there's a problem. What is that? Like you guys need to let her to be single by yourself.
She's right. She's right.
Thank you.
Months, years, just be single. You don't need to have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Just be single.
Right.
Yeah. Be single for a while. You're co-worker.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, you come work. You didn't come up, and I be all can one more because work. I'm catching. I say I'm poor work myself because you say me share that. Me see you say me for boy. Me not single though.
Oh shoot!
Hey,
it's bad.
But
yeah, it's an emotional nonsense. Ube. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, kasa no kura no hair, sister. Nipa you be dinner here. 6 feet near.
What did you say before? Sorry.
Me can't ma we wuntie 30 years. It is really bad. what the family if I can't them, but me can't them because a addition dear yin years here. Usia, Utie, a beboa, Fafa Yansan, Fankoye, and Okeka, Cotis will be two before will be Cabribia. You listen, you pick something out of it, be an media meeting gususi, so it be out the better.
You're correct.
And they said, me realize it, said, wow, me see Susan me champna, me yes, single that.
Wow.
Nancy, and again, he said, Wakuma for 2 billion times of how.
That's crazy.
Yes, but it's bad.
No recovery time.
Yes.
No, it's like you do rebound. You know how you
And then you see a big problem.
yeah.
Problem.
You become an emotional wreck. You have to at a point just
Restore yourself.
so baby. You have to find other ways. Once again, society, no, Emma would say, especially Oba. Now, what was
Rachel, your bear come on it. If you want a proper man, come on it. What am I even responding?
Jumampo, like your co school, Oba co school, where we are near Warrior. Me boy, Mama, you could your money, you know. If I go school, a professor, whatever, you can get all the highest, whatever. The end is marriage. It's literally, if you don't have anybody in your life, you feel like life is not complete.
A failure.
You know what I'm saying? So it has been, Abrochre, thank you.
My sister, because you had to say, there was one time when my heart was broken. I stayed single for 5 good years without.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
Adra, do you know why you were able to do that?
No.
Because you started kind of young here.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Psychological way no. Me any age na minisa way no.
Wow.
Oh, never.
Let me say something.
I'm just being plain. I don't think so.
When I was young, I was very tough. Extremely tough. The first boyfriend, meaning it's now 6 years. What broke us up was your present. And I said to him, let me decide why should I give it to you? I didn't the whole train, no rush. Okay, no problem. I was so confident, so much confidence in myself. And I'm a papa. And with time, the confidence went down. It went down, and it went down to the, to the gutter. Wow.
Where is it? Dr. America broke up and pacing.
When he left, it shot up. Now let me tell you the difference. It shot up so much so far to say, I am not scared of being, I say it with no shame. I am a proud, single, hard-working mother. And you know, nobody will change how I feel. Unfortunately, I have my terms and conditions. If you can meet them, say if you think you are brave enough to prove to me, say you know what, Yaba, these T's and C's need to be changed. You would have to work towards it. I don't care. I do not care. And for me, it has been the best thing that has ever happened to me. And I have 3 kids, 2 men, and I'm not even shy to say it.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Around, Me realize it, say, nah, this is not what I want. It was so easy for me to get him out of
Oh, yes.
Look at
because I have been there, done it before. I don't care. Say, we'll be back with baby. Hey, okay, I do not give a flying fig because me, I am selfish this time around. I need to look after myself, to look after my 3 precious kids. It's a new year. Hey, Adwa. And you know what? Mommy catch them. What's will be to me with 5? Men different 5. But only be more worried.
Oh yeah, I'm a catch it.
Ghana no decide
Who has crucified
but sister ma omo de saa de ehuru hwan yen single mother ekuta nkwala omo yo se ukuta kwala onkwala nti eso settle and nyame anya wa doma you will settle for any old thing because omo yen say enkwala na ye baggy and handicap
a man.
Now we allow other people to tell us what to do. I mean, to say most of your men, and me personally, and this is my personal opinion, or no, this is my realistic fact. And you everybody be I'm cotton edging. I drink some people imagine edging. I'm serious.
I don't imagine came to what?
You know the funny thing, Mommy cousin.
What happened? I didn't see that day. I'm going to say, what's your problem?
Let me say this. Don't get me wrong. When I meet somebody and I love the person, Jesus Christ is my God, I'll be like a teenager. I don't check. I wouldn't. The sort of person they are, they have to change. No, I am not, because I don't have the power. If you
with the right person,
if you meet the right person, it is very nice. And for that reason, I will not change the way I love. If I meet somebody, I will die a happy woman. I will love the person to the max.
And after Yabushi and Falcons, also about dough and the children to the max.
I've wanted how.
That's right.
I think some of the issues that most of ladies have, especially the Ghanaian ladies, those living in Ghana, one of the issues that I think a lot of them have is for the fact that right from day one, I said, "Oh my no papa, my said take or life amount." And see, oko school, open school year school, baby school, I just also worry. Oh, I yeah, also. And I said it could either be said, "Oh, year school, page one page we are there now. Now, so they are setting the pace of your life for you. I sort of broke that sort of pace for my wife because fortunately we met right from a childhood. It's because we're family friends. It was a lot easier anyway. So
Ama, don't even try.
Ama okay.
Hey, sister, I'm back. Sister Princess, I want to say, why are you ready? You know to have to be a mass.
Of course.
Basically, because families, both families were friends already anyway. It's near I got from childhood. Then we sort of lost touch when I came here, and then I always say because I went to Ghana, I had no inkling of going to look for her. Now, lo and behold, one thing that I said, the real Jane to start off with. No. Even though, yes, we know ourselves near them, but she received me in a way that I felt, yes, I'm part of the family already anyway. Then secondly, because of that reasoning, even if I may think about doing anything, many echo their family say, one, I do not want to disappoint the family to start off with. Two, I do not want to disappoint myself because I have found a great woman. And then three, I do not want to disappoint her. So these three things, these are the things. Yes, first, don't get me wrong. When I saw her, of course, like Sister Joakai, I saw her and I saw a fine thing, like literally a fine woman. Because, like I said, she had everything and she still has everything. So when I saw her, and you say, no, I saw beauty, and that is what I went for. But this is where the choice of loving her came in. Because I chose to love her, the definition of love given in scripture, in Bible, is what then I started to apply. Maybe to say, if you talk about, let's say, property, for instance, to say near Starman or Casa no, or the phone papa Emma Niku, or the car papa Emma Niku, no, I'm from near the end. Me, I was the opposite, or not necessarily opposite per se, but I tried to do the opposite because I tried to make things equal in a way. Initially, when we were, let's say, courting, phone ametomano was the next best thing to mine. Yeah, we use the same phone. So if I'm ordering a phone, if it is a Samsung S10, we get S10. If it's S10 Plus, we both use the same phones. Because at the end of the day, she is not just my wife to come and do what? Serve me. No. Sometimes, a lot of the time, pastors especially send this message out wrongly, which is being for the wife to be submissive. But they forget about husbands loving their wives.
Mm-hmm.
So if you, the husband, the reason why I say is for the husband to love the wife, because a man say so that is why there's that command said, husband, love your wife. But a Maya in general, it is quite difficult for them to sort of respect the man. Because at the end of the day, Obi or pre-equality, that is why I use the word submissive. The submissive is not being a slave. It is literally respecting the man. And it's easier for a woman to love. Women fall in love easily. But for a man, for us to fall in love, that's just a maybe and sometimes abba. So we have to make that conscious effort to do what? To love our wives. And when we do that now, you can tell, say, Obia, a husband, he's trying his best to do a lot. But unfortunately, no.
It will be just a more kahuna for the Benin,
Forget.
Oh,
Forget.
Bani said, be or hard the echo Benin because maybe say no. One of the other reasons why I actually say when I got to know my wife a bit more, I realized that she was a prayerful woman, and that is a part that I liked about her. That's what I was inquiring.
Princess,
oh, me who yo?
And then you to come. Sister, maybe it's first question, opening question, and you one. What's a snake draws open?
Hold on, so Obi here, baby. All right, so I can be. What's it saying?
That may be something like a snake draws open.
Snake.
Ajwa, I can see you.
You can see me doing what? I'm trying to turn the TV on.
Behave.
What's that slave? Slave? Like slave? Me too.
Debbie, snake. Your friend is a
snake?
Aye.
What's my snake pants that?
Well, what draws? Also, what's me see snake is
okay.
Never back why.
Okay.
Snake pants now can me it. Pants back up and me say no na o can they are.
And your G string and all count.
Me patch say say draws dada. What's me share draws we see other draws na bopo. I say who start
nah, David.
Which is that? Oh, okay. That was question number 1. Question number 2 revolves your friend said relationship. Proper relationship. What would say you have lost yourself, and why did you lose yourself? Yeah, no matter where.
Okay. Me can say I lost myself, but they make us say me my warrior by example. Time me worry in term 21.
and that time you share, even though I mean me could know your madam fair now for over 3-4 years, and near dear one, I mean, when I'm seeing my husband, like we used to play like that. It's near your paying once them year now for 4, so it's like already we like each other, and me Bema or born a woman then it's something that attraction to me. Me Bema or yeah Juma like or born a woman they're like independent. I like that. That's like a idea. I attract him. And, he goes to work. Me ban in Chebiania, but he clean, he cook. So, son, your man, no many yana, and my maybe pen I say more. Inti, obe see me pa, your boyfriend and girlfriend. Imuania, you do your home. Say you're young. What time? 2 years. So I'm 21. He was like 23. You know what I'm saying? And I love you. I like Bennett. So let's get married. And I worry. And I ran him 2-3 years after the marriage. And I realize this, and yet just I love you and I'm in love with you. And I worry, Now, and no baby so me be who said like no obey lazy because me no born a home day. And I mentioned me born me home day. It's your who said me your bar me born me home day no. Obey jai man take time so. And onim say ono ne maame wa ha na wo fo wa ha ne maame wa ha ne father so wa say into ono no hu ne say me ma wo fo ni ha no enti in some way I had no choice but to be independent. I was saying I have to take care of myself enti me fa me juma samu dia because me hu ne say man ko juma na me chame dan ka ye pamo me a me ni maame wo ma ka say yo ma ye to meet me ba wo I don't have anybody like that. But on will be sir. So yeah, you might want a fire now. Onya vim so obeshi Juma for he didn't care because I was taking care of the house.
Wow.
Initially, the Juma say like I was me to me you can't for better for worse. Uchitia, I'm gonna leave you. But so
I know that's not for better. I don't not gonna for my sister Binti. Cheating is not one of them.
It's not one of them. But say we me kunu na we Juma say because time we hear Juma na me new na yetua bills no. But no Juma say I have to. I say me I need to have your back. So we are here. Misha una wo yare. It say na why are I have to be there. That's what we call for better worse. And yet, so only I drag or that over na my jail. No, I'm not gonna do that. It's like Juma say muno. Still, no, I mean, me Juma too. Me life story. I say any movie I have been say Oscar or say Grammy. I'm serious. I had to work 2 jobs. Me back on weekends, and I'll do the CVS Monday to Friday, and I had to pay the bills. It's one day we pay Juma buy and I. Oti ho din na misa say den no so adwuma no nya bi na me so enya hwe na ofrem till today even though me ni wo bi on till today sa asem no kind be ma bi aka be twa me da and oka sa asem no e ma me ho oka kire me say onim say be ma de e say na wo ye efie ni ti ba eye ne ya say da bia me na me ko na ono ti ho no nya hwe no when he said that it hit hard because that means the person has to care for you to even think that so I'm getting emotional saying this.
Oh my goodness. Right. It's not easy. It's not easy.
So many hope say you like Bemana Misha no born no say on society, you man no nti me rent down wa say me ni fair no ekunu no ye mo restaurant ki mo say me ni amanfo kasa ma ni ye adwuma ba fe do nya adwuma na watch about man ya pamo na wo ba won ka no kure no like on kasa we be a princess say ni here na won ka nti one day me ni ye fair no kunu no on the page mama say na mi bufu kakra na me call na me oh eja una me be pa ucho na wo page ma e wo adwuma e ma me kunu be onya adwuma ka 4 weeks round by yes yeah fire it's too much for me bills and it's too much like it's just me and young I don't have any kids
21 years old, 22, 23, like I shouldn't be going through this shit, you know. So I'm kind. And I'll catch myself on name manager and the back. So honestly, you want then you go because oh you're hard working, or my ex-husband, or you're hard working. It's papa no kwanan e shocking or say ah na abranta or you're hard working. So what happened? Sana restaurant almost one clean baby on what they alcohol new good ways. No baby almost share sana. So you know me pan when food run. Abranta na yi sending out the baby away. You back no jina camera and you work two one and I won in front of the camera.
Jesus.
Eti mami no kunu no kwa na ono oni kwafu na odi kwafu manager no so na manager ni so kan na no obi e camp na o gina ho no na wo no ti papa ne ba na ono tini bu fie no se ah ade a kunu aye se ni na o ka che na mi bu fie na mi call them I say ah eti bibi se no why mpo na wo kan no kura no because imagine say ka me de bu fo na ko papa no so mi ko ye na nka ma me ni ewu you know so in a way I feel like if I'm really your wife, like your wife, you're that empowered. Not say be saying because now you can't share me there. I don't see you as my husband because if I say you my husband, now me your wife. I will say to me, I need to be able to tell you whatever I'm going through. Don't lie. And then what you know, obey lazy, obey society. I feel no fat or family. Me ma kwe juma no, me bodo no. No family. Edu oba sa ba efia me ni team. Empa me ni that so. Oh. Enti eno ma bebre na ekika po mu na aware ne de ben. Ye jaye. But me ni jaye no so man check na me sa go into another relationship. Enti sister coach ka simply said ne ba ne say ye Ghana for ye nye single. And the mommy journey we know it's true. Yeah, nye single. I'm 31 years old. Many Bema died. This year, Bema said, Bema, and I'm 21. Bema didn't Bema Shema, saying I'm 21 years old. But no, I don't just mean dating you. I've been dating since I was 16 years old. But I mean, before I knew Vagina. Now, my dick can't quite glass share home. Me knew
Bonfire.
Now, me call up now, me know you never see me so. Never. Me yes single that until say me ba wo me ba I'm 25 and I'm a 5 and I'm a wo me ba no. Ti me ba no nya enfie ba 1 year and a half. Na mo say o papa no so ne nko yi and I'm me be me ni jai. Me ni jai na me ka kire me ni jai still na manfo esi me pe. Na bibi ka kire me say no. Can I never reflect on yourself? Something is now right because the man has said, "Brady, bebema oyese, bebema oyese." But and yes, some bema na me the man no ekano mo na me attractive woman. I am attracted to something different, and I know say me a good person. I know I'm a good woman. So there has to be something wrong somewhere. I attract this out. Negative. Nti no na ema me na me sabe ye or bad time me who say. Enye be me bia na me de ne be me ba no because me me ba na ekina me nu da ya me no metima deal with the pain but for my son to come to me and say mommy where is mommy kwadwo when he fa then you have to explain to them say oh mommy ni kwadwo jai it's too much work for me I can't do that and you're not only going to hurt me but you're going to hurt my son too. I'm like nah mommy take your time from dating. I mean concentrating on myself, go to school, get your degree, get a job, move out. Like you know, it's my single saying me no only 2 years. They say over 6 November. So think about my single almost 4.5 years. And I'm not losing anything. Me missy bibia. I agree with her. Sometimes, you know, I will say, yeah, take your time out for dating and then be possible when you do any take some time out. Nti enu ti na ema me ba so no e na asengbe maka on platform so that me nana oka tell me say obi a wo reason na o dey worry obi be worry because we are the fair obi be ka say my sister with anybody here fair oh bra we do 6 pack or we scar or we say obi wan so or the kind and it's up to you to find the person who wants you because they love you, not because I have dreadlocks,
not because I have a nice ass, not because I have a me no food because me want me feed baby now. So I was saying, genuinely the person really want to be with you. So, and see, me son all kind. I mean, yes, yeah, but she said now me taking time from dating, no. And I mean, say, this is what she meant. I have friends, baby. Mimi kunwe. I like my husband, but I wasn't in love with him. Me bani papampo. Yes, me bani papampo. Friend, I'm say, and I still I'm making I'm reflecting back on my relationship. And I'm a say, oh no, pana me no wo ye no. Na me dono. But na Ghana, because na me pen. Like, but minister I'm missing kind of cheap. I liked him, I loved him, but I wasn't in love with him.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Hope, pause.
Difference womb.
Yes,
Difference womb.
difference.
Na yeah, to sadi. Mama me mama ho one by one. Anti ka kwa mama start wo.
This time I'm best in casa kakra. Yeah, instead of princess, and man, and yes, we shouldn't be afraid to be alone. When me crew free money, I was single for 11 years. 11 good years. Or be penny to me, fro. Say, I'll back. And so moving on. Again. Because that's a tear say or bad you all the time. And I see them I won't change. And I will free relationship, especially with free relationship, a traumatic experience. Anyone take it time. I ain't here like, and I would do a whole question another relationship man. Very dangerous. Yeah, because you are wounded and damaged. Now we will be to her. Me late husband free. My after over 2 years, me guy be back say up my say minimum that up so or be worry. Now me say offer. Won't me worry me because the my dream one. Wo worry better no fear be pam me. Yeah, because baby my dream any nowhere near marriage. I will mean your good wife now because I'm still grieving. And to him, and come in your discipline. And can make us a pain, no matter because it look good pa. Any my brain, no one can cry. We don't own our truth. Obu idea no on pay on say on you ready for it. Still near the societal pressure. Or did the proposal by I miss you me ready, me go to me problem of one of my mammy kokasai. Yes, ya konya. So worry wow. Ube get you over situation quick. What's it? And yeah, wolf one us, yeah, for some come. Say, I'm still grieving. Say, me, I can't snap out of, Ghana, you're dealing with death. Everyone grieves differently. Like I say, 2 years near enough. There's no time on grieving. True, to be honest, after 8 or 9 years, I mean, who say truly, I'm ready to move on. Because me can't someone and not let me know be doing the whole situation me can't and commodity. And why so because now be a warrior here on paku your body deep no you ma show. Who be like say can who be on the paku me car sometimes am me be fear. Who me lay husband man because say see because my new boss man get upset. And I make her say Ghana, I see a man many times say who free baby months, either death or other divorce, or even divorce is still a loss. Yeah. And I will free girlfriend relationship man is still a loss. Yeah, many part time in healing. And yes, we have to stop thinking and say the next relationship will help you heal faster. It's not true. Because all your wound didn't damage yet. You will just keep on dating. And the issue continue to follow you. Obi be worry, obi continue obi fear. You are damaged. You are grieving. You are still now over the ex-boyfriend or the ex-husband, but you are now somebody's wife. How are you going to be somebody's wife if you have not fully recovered or restored whatever was lost from your previous relationship? And to how would take any new from 1 year no worry. Me test up my comment say how you are not healed. But yeah, coach and Jane said we'll jump into the next one. It will help you get over it. And it doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay. Did I say yeah, some serious truth for her? More about to say me mamu nyina pa ba. Yaba. Amemra wo ho. Until that come about after Yaba. Because me say some can near maybe I may be a break proge, so I man can I confused. Ababa say,
Hello, Mr. Kaute.
you are not Emetilka.
What are you asking me?
You are loving, when I'm loving. Moses saying, I can love you, but I'm not in love.
yes.
What kind of that?
I know that I think for me the lesson I've learned is that everybody is different because me, if I don't love you, I don't think I can go out with you.
Uh-huh.
And if I don't love you, I don't think I can go out with you. But knowing who I am right now, I would love it more with my head than my heart.
Good. Sister, that's what I'm mixing it up with some more. What is your head doing inside?
With my head, I would assess certain things. Also, nipa no peno, but ebi onye juma or onye say. Now, my head will go first before my heart. Also, girl, she found the girl no about no say she's a hardworking person. It's for me, like for instance, because of the way I am, I would want somebody who is equally like myself. If I'm hardworking, I won't want a lazy person.
And he says, "Oh, don't know, maybe sayaba. It's where Frakumama question for food. And I said, what are you on about?
Mimi, the shady.
Or don't they say, Yakum, be best Lord Kenya and what's
me hear two references from your ex.
But what is sister? Depending the age you are, who you're younger, you love differently. Because said I'm a door in my early 20s and may not stab you. 40 plus.
Or no, what's the sign? And see that one.
Yes.
The patch out, yes, say, oh, dear, but I say, oh, dear, we see, oh, dear, one crocodile. We are confused. Patch out. What is going on?
Yes, like previously said, no, I think age determines the way you love.
Yes.
When you're immature, impressionable, and hormonally charged, now you love differently and stupidly. And then when you go through life, you become life. You know what's up. You love differently. And I was just talking to my son this evening. I said, Mom, did you ever worry that you ever gonna get married or not? I was that old crowd box acronym run away free. Because I worry they are now waiting to me and worry that China. I was boy, forget that. Now, what I mean by that is people are in year 7, year 8, year 9, they're in their first kind of relationship, whatever they call relationship. Now, we're building fairy tale wedding, or they will live ever after. It's their age, it's their time. On kind of friend to be spell it is. Now, when you grow up a bit more in your early 20s, you love differently. In your mid 20s, you love differently. And in your 30s, look for different things. So it's strategic as you go on. Like you're back and it's and when you trim and in Nakumem. She's loved with her heart before, I'm sure, like all of us have. But you can love somebody and not be in love with the person. I think that is true.
Yes.
Because sometimes you like the stability the person brings, or you're level-headed, or you're very, trustworthy, but on that fireman's person,
you don't jump. You don't get the chills.
Yeah, but so your safety net, or you're there, or in job, but or you're reliable, or you're nice, or you're, but on ooh, oh, that's a 1 week. Wow, I that's a 2 weeks. No, I'm not sure. You're not ready because as I'm some of them back so. Then again, my marriage also goes through phases as well. There are times that you want to open the door and walk and never come back. We need destination. So, and there are times that you think, this is the best thing that ever happened, even when you're old. No? So it's all this roller coaster things. But yes, you can love somebody and not be in love with a person. Yeah.
Hey, I'm off for say, I do my member of Nakasa, sister Ajua. My confused because me Lord Kenya ni although there were come I said I draw credit them your shots or one or don't say agree yes and I'm a boy.
Baby, baby.
Because me in Chaso, you remember Sadraka said some time ago, she wasn't in love with him.
Yeah.
She loved him, but she wasn't in love. So she learned
Another
to
person
be in love.
No,
You
correct.
can. That's because you like the stability and the niceness of the person. Maybe the person is in love with you, but oh dear, when I'm
No, correct.
I say, yeah, the fact that you be no, that's secured for you. That's fine. The person loves you, gonna be nice. Yeah, that's fine. But then you have to learn to be in love with the person as well.
That's right.
Can the in love with the person come first as well?
Yeah,
Sometimes.
yes, sometimes. But that's sometimes sometimes why you careful, why you mistake, because what do I comment, red flags you know ignore. What do I come like nothing? Because the other person may also love you but not be in love with you. So it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I tell him so get away there. Me nyame ni bi owo it's no Jimmy. Now also I comment wo no okoba no dia for sign. Oh yeah, I love her, but I'm not in love. Pe obi odin be club no be tubu atopa. That also the wife material go down.
I think that a man and man, sometimes it's times on yeah, I'll bring in India, yes, because me share me concern as this yeah, my express me share me like, I like him. I didn't so much like him. I wasn't feeling attracted to him.
I'm sorry, Kafra. Sorry to disturb you, Pacho. Obia join the feed, no. I need the ama mindset. I want connecting the mic and the camera. It's my confused. How did I join my own feed with no camera and no mic? This time, and I said, Brahma, Mr. Switch back, mic on at least. I'm a fan. Why? I do a Kafra Pacho to I'm percent the
Oh, you to say esno ye nyina sanye obi aba me shia me kuno imfikiase na me penasa. I didn't even want to talk to him. And then when I made the decision to talk to him, I was rude, I was mean. Like I just say because like I have been in a relationship, when we talk about cheating now, we don't want to go there. Because I gave my heart to the person and the person just took it and stamped on it. Well, not just that I have lost my heart completely. And but at some point, maybe I pay nothing, and then I grow to like have feelings for him and really care for him. To tell my own way, I care for him, I like him,
wait, who? The answers.
No, to say, once I make a decision, say me for no. That was the time now my likeness, I grow into developing feelings for him.
When you sure say that our fire and I started so with you.
I mean, he was a good man. To say like when it came to there was no
firemen. I told you.
No. Or to the one rushing into it. Ain't to say like because na bushia for and then to say oh no or shall say my musica to talk me one dear yeah and to manum near he gave me the money to buy what I wanted. So when you know what to toy in kakranka once he started doing that, he said he serious because on said the man many you better so person me worry on so not our pedi keke. Into once he started doing that, I realized that asama all kind of like being real or my dad me no me but it's like your first day of sexual, your first day of making out. My God, I was dumbfounded because me one of them, that was not the intention. And Like this guy, I'm sitting there, and he put his hands over my shoulder, and I just felt this electricity.
That's so.
Felt something small good. So before I know it, we were kissing each other, and before I know it, my clothes were all over.
Hey,
You know, he said, the feeling came before the fire. Before firing. And but to say me making decisions, why we make one. I was not in love with him. I care for him. I have feelings for him. I like him personally. But relationship a year you making me mind say I'm not going into it and coming out. This is it. But I didn't know say our real and who Juma and yet easy.
It's not for the faint-hearted, yeah.
Enter inside, you know. Not because no, not a before one so and jealousy with the insecurity. And I mean that before me so, but me I wasn't jealous or babet me because I trust myself and I trust him unless he breaks that trust. But to say with that in combination, you know, it's like one soldier now with the crazy boom. Not more crazy. You know, like in fact, from 2.5 to 3 years, the both of us struggle big time. Now, in between that, media warrior more than 20 times.
Okay.
It was very hard. I said we were just like we can't we bouncing off. I said we fear and we're good you. We were not. It was not working at all. But after 3 years, you know, we became mature, right? And we learned some things.
And cut some things. Very important for me, this area.
Oh, yes, yeah. Coping skills to say effective communication.
Okay.
And yes, I will kasa na will kasa what the abotre na unyan to was and any planet nas and amudin como. Nan near one pen woka na many pani who says, San your ma way say no. And my many now we see kasa denso. To say, say sometimes ye may omutu yomode, ye man she timu yede. Enti da bi wo hɔ ma wo kan nsɛm bi na wo san nkɔ wo bɔ na ba so wɔ baabi nye ba baabi deɛ yɛ paa nti no te sɛ you uma baabi ɛyɛ no await baabi ɛnyɛ no enti sɛ no wama te sɛ wama ne vim ɛnyɛ sɛ wo pɛ sɛ wo sesa no ba wo you so wo boa no sɛ nneɛma bi na wasesa nneɛma bi wɔ no ho so ɛna wɔn nso wɔn ankasa na wɔka no ɛsɛ wɔn nso hwɛ wɔn nso nneɛma a ɛnyɛ wɔn ho a wofo sɛ wokun ɛde yɛwa ɛnyɛ wɔ dɛ anaasɛ wɔn yiri de yɛwa ɛnyɛ wɔ dɛ nti me nso no I have to do some self assessment because ɔno nso no ɛnya mmerɛ ka kyerɛ me nneɛma bi a na nneɛma bi a meyɛ a ɛnkɔ yie ma no nti no yɛhyɛ aseɛ di nkɔmɔ. Spend more time, like spending quality time with your partner. No, it's really great. I would recommend that because the more time you spend with your partner, no, and nobody will who you maybe want to want. It be crampona. Won't spend. Say one in shed and nothing new for more and you maybe a most three together and ask a most more. Not just a more funny stories. No, just a nneɛma bebree a ɛho hia nothing so no wogu na wogu ho kafo no matter what even so aka asɛm bi na ankɔ yi a nya abotrɛ na ma ne hu sɛ asɛm a aka yi deɛ wanka ne yie a ankɔ yi obi wɔ hɔnom a ɔbɛka sɛ ɛyi sɛ bi a mante aseɛ saa because nneɛma bi a ebi wɔ hɔnom a mekun ka twi bi a ebi wɔ hɔ a na I am a yikakra me feel say ye intimate man the Miss Sama will kind pack up what it means. Ain't you know to say like you rotate and making sure say I some more kind and make and yet ye more. But who can the PIS sister because she can't say who can't genital area no way custom mood, right? but we can where you might. It sounds different. And sometimes, so language
translation.
Language to me a certain condition. And in your man, a certain condition, and your problems where you are removing. Yes, I say, yeah, Muaduma. Near your full set, your young Muaduma, Bebwa, and while we're and I dear we just have to knock it down. Yes, we didn't go back. We left everything behind because we can't change the time. We can't change the clock. And to go back, and last month we catch them. Relationship and that's why you have to learn to let things go and move forward. Not moving como and uncoma moving and yeah before soon como so for so go for now to meaning Cassassan near Wopena Yamrama nothing time out where you move back from because before her yet I'm telling you because I've been there and yeah
I got me help.
You know my sister they say no my replacing that. And as time went on, now me kunyanti asema, me na me nyanti asema no. Because me humanity say if he's going to be jealous of everything that I do, and now some people I talk to, and that's of course say jealousy. Yeah, positive in our marriage, yeah. And yeah, me kind because I don't want that. It's a negative feeling, and people should not adapt that kind of feelings into their relationships. Because jealousy to me manipa kumubi, jealousy to me manipa deformubi, jealousy to me manipa nipa bone. And the other thing that you asking for such thing. And I send a bra can I send a or warren it as summer and you can't turn the first time they said, so obey 2 and 2 on can't turn on for. I said the same thing to my husband. It's in the me enemy I say a third person by our remark. Either send me and one mamma who fine. And I say, Nama, that third person who find no best say you. Whoever allows that now, me no, as much as I love my husband, I refuse to lose my mental stability
Faculty.
over say or no and me and one discipline itself. Not what of fact because yeah, Yana say, Bema be back for bar for and also about for Bema for about or my one not the other person no will have the audacity to disrespect me. And I said to disrespect him. And the end the man about what make it that choice, then you continue to keep that choice because I don't have nothing to do with it. And the money be near man if you say, oh, a man may be no, they are dogs. Me pacho, cram my own worry, and then cram my own more. It is a more dear. I said, one, maybe not one, I a boada. So, me, and sometimes, and I said, go have me count, go have before oh, this or put to my
truth. Sister Joa.
But that would be a minimum to say, ya do so. Assembly and command yet, there's a no music.
But when
I say, no, I'm in love with my husband.
Amen.
I try your baby when you baby say something.
But when sister man person make as my sister Joa crying about who cheating and man for muyirechi ma for muyirechi. Your culture and your tradition as a culture will say ni be ne ma you. I say I accept it. O say
that's any be ne ma.
I say accept it. A bit me coachiti. Ni aka say a fearful and a forces.
A fearful kita me sure how remote control and
I say forces be na
I just want to explain it up in Tiasia. If you
yes, spiritual matter.
The part spiritual they Matthias because who said they're gonna focus spiritual no cry say ubishwa. Obviously I spiritual. She said yes ubishwa. The nobody. But the patcho say I did a quest spiritual corner. I am now ukrum for no kita was show remote control and assessing.
I deny obi pa kro no ye no o kan say na anya na adwe no dey ye bibi na take over ni pa kro na o dey yes
Remote control. No kaso no kwa na the kroma by foot to be control. Besi be kroma by
excuse be the ye.
Anya won ko mesu be kroma by foot so we see me amen so no ma start press me dey. By me so be
I am telling who adwuma yo ye pese other people na ye ya ware ho adwuma ma ye. It's like mo ka ware ba on pese obi foforo na ye o ma ware ho adwuma ma. Say mo me no no mo ntimi fix mo problem. Who are you expecting to come and fix it?
When did but what me sister adwa be ma bi wo ho a di obeye ne den. Obeye ne de si oba eye be ma still obeko. What you
do that?
That's lack of
I don't say no minimal beer. I dare you subai. It's their habit. So, and a habit is something very difficult to come out of anyway. Now, me say many obi baka koda na visa me can't know with you. First of all, she's in the right to say that once again, because I'm a Christian, my Bible tells me the only time, apart from death, the only time you can do what leave the marriage is adultery. So that is what Scripture tells me. Now, apart from that, say ukunu abuse you. That's all ye pay kunwa and don't just say because at the end of the day, on council in here. However, if your friend say this one, I'm going a little bit biblical. And see, your friend say, "Wo ye anasa ukunu no, onye Christo ni, ba oye Christo, ba wa ye navy." Nia Scripture can say, "Ma usu eno wo ban enye day, enya ade a onu nsu emfi ho, ama wa ede wenyanyansa no onsa ama ede ama Christo ni." And see, sometimes no. It's easier to say, or when you're telling your story. I'm not saying you ladies, but most of the time, when people are reporting their husbands or their wives, they report it so that it is sweet on their part, neglecting the actual truth.
Hey,
no, it's true. It's true. I literally where there are a couple. The husband came to talk to me. Oh yeah. I said, even though I'm that young, I do interact with a lot of married couples, and that is how I learned. So, and that's how I've been able to apply what I learned from older.
I don't
But I say,
Mr. Minwa me reporting, and I'm a come out. You need your hand a second.
So who report it at you, but you are telling your truth, but you're not actually telling the truth.
You expect to say me and maybe reporting, me and maybe truth about when ya.
That's it. And the understand then you're not going to get the right solution, and that is the part of the problem, because even though you're telling a truth, you're not telling the truth. So then we don't deal with the problem.
The Adamic nature in people.
So we don't deal with the problem, and that is why because you've gotten a third person, the third person will stand upon what you have told them to advise you. And unfortunately, the advice that will be given might not be the actual solution. But in time, because it happened to me where I was in the middle of a couple who came to me, first, and then he was saying all sorts. So I was like, okay, cool. So I advised him based on what he told me. Then maybe a few weeks later, the wife came to me and also told her truth. Then I realized, no, the mistake I'm making here is I am trying to resolve something that I do not know. I'm trying to resolve a problem that I do not actually know the truth. So I actually withdrew from the marriage. And thankfully, today, I can see the joy in that marriage. Because there isn't a third party in that marriage. Because they were all sending their truth to a third party who was advising them based on what they've been told. Oh, and that usually sometimes brings about some of the conflicts, and it prolongs it rather than resolve that issue.
Brother Obi, maybe I worry for dear. Maybe I don't believe say a single billion some problem, solve more problem, ma'am. It has to be between me. That's my belief. So
yes.
And I'll cover me charge. You both may fire or pa. Fire one time. Because I found that to be ridiculously disrespectful.
Yeah.
And Obama so it shows your lack of in control in your home.
Yeah.
Because no matter what, as soon need to make and say Juma. But once Ghana, worry, especially Oba. May worry. Food to my aunt be to me say, or you ukunu. May make a mistake that Emma feel me complaining or the ayo. Because or you ukunu. Ubet me the channel, but Bushman form fan channel that.
Bam, I could repeat it.
Omon fan channel that. And to mistakes, ya worry for be making it say, Children, near friend man, children, near friend dad, children, near friend uncle, children, near friend aunt, near see and kunya horror. Who you worry for BB bar as to new crew. Me say, I will personally pay and go and see a marriage counselor. Stranger will be any money.
Yes.
Any immune young cock. Compare say would you call Bushian for because Bushian for messy up our baby.
Yes.
Omutufua, omuntu ebuseni bi omutu afutu bone. I want to be too afutu bone.
But what ba? I want to say, in as much as when I would do
training a friend aunt, near see and kunya horror. We are worried for BB bar as to no crew. Me say I will personally pay and go and see it one.
But what ba? I want to say, hey, in as much as when I would do
training a friend aunt, near see and kunya horror.
Something strange is
we are worried for BB
Kafra. Ekomia BBB.
Or recorder na.
Me could before. Oh, say, near my name. And
you know how Jane, who couldn't there's one minute a solve. It's more solve. And you be an Okabusian focus on by at some point on by a tired. It's our reject but Pemuko, I was sending a chance, then because what complaining.
Yes. I say, for third party bad, the marriage is gone.
I believe it.
Respect is gone. And I make an ebusia for me. Me mommy say, me mommy do me pa. Enti say, oko kakasi ebu bi chire wo mama na say sa odo no awo ma no sa aggressive odo no. Wo no objectivity very difficult because odo it deprives her of objectivity. And into one who say when you're correct person say me kono me kwa mase ko say me ko kan se bia chire no a e yo no so ne doba pa na nsu no ba
the camera
no so objectivity issues nipa obekọ ne ho so ko kan ware sem no and so we are very careful say obey you obi a enti na nkrofo ko distant third party go kutia marriage counselor bia especially what they asem de bekọ ko ne nam community ni na kwa it's a neutral space amokoka sasem no say ama share Alex man tia mabusia to June medium pay they dan say you mo didi mi ano Miss Baba just say you aka July I mean go to ya it say ko pem
and all year until September go teacher for enjoy summer time
and I make
where the member boy or baby me say my next paycheck is September 15 baby tina
and you for the say ya no mo be me papa say best na some more also and then come on here didn't come on pa but let's wrap and come on up to this point yen na ya relationships no ya ware whatever some of the things we've learned one of the things I have learned is about brutal honesty. I am not digging it. I am not feeling it. But I'm a home man. There are some basic no credit of her. So when she has no credit card. I make credit. I make time. Say, baby, I do mean time. You so. Wo yes a wood to a free man, my catch your brother be me also. Brother, that don't you even think about it? Yes, I'm a cow. Bra, who is someone with the but maybe the million movement, no, because of Kakram, why? I've come to know, say, as the same make us an okreno. Actually, only parment anyway. That or no so take me no correct. Na metimia who the reaction based on san okreno. Because a lot of us don't tell the truth about any maybe. I react based on
Fakeness.
we say, that's so that's why I did. It is a show no one that they be our way actual. Not because someone person will but because why they be our see about.
Encourage you.
So the who ha. I said some my brother who is a bra ye. Brad me I want some faster speed, harder, longer, deeper, whatever. That brand into wants to say we are not hitting the spot. So only information that still one making any effort and who is one foul. But I've come to know Sawari phobia or why who send for 4 contour, or simply could be one family. But who may do move a papa has a baby, never a kuno at the atrobin a year. Yeah. Welcome back.
Me old member.
A kuno atrobin what the year, Juma. No cribia wabana cancer, a one bray year, Manas's sister, no so. Nick the year the food is nice as Wabwa, Abuon Kwan. A genia would be a year. Not draining and go back to the sisters and chili doors. May cry when him said, my friend and I really didn't come so or the class I won't pepper. But I will on pepper. But one kind of crunch in the paper and one pepper. See, I'm a man, what's the other? Princess, will be careful. What are the amamans in the woman of Namino? I now understand.
Yeah.
Last question for me, Anna, mana mean Sifa.
Hey, Bryce, it's
okay.
One of that person will be son as an Obi.
Okay.
Okay.
Princess Patrick also.
Okay, I think something we can say which make us have experience. And it's so no, it doesn't matter. I am married, Joe, say boyfriend and girlfriend. So no, bit in us or don't know any who bioma. That's the one name. So I come on, sister, we many general, and I bring many general. Now, really, Pacrone da neya because deep down.
This is bad. Hey. It's not orgasms, baby.
I'm gonna say this. No plan I make because me ex-husband. About two, like about two, baby, na me don't feel. 80 minutes da. It felt like I was not me punishing me like deep down my heart. I said me sure. I said do be a real pool no. I said no me. 80. Uda was na we tell me and say next sorry call like yeah next sorry call. It's very painful, and I know say a lot of people are in relationship like that or marriages like that. Now, a kum sum sum, and it's a emotional pain. You know, a bit kum faster than coronavirus.
Yeah, what yeah. No,
it's serious. Unse and Bema. So the snake in your sorry say that's it. But oba, it takes a long time to gene oba it is a mango swan. I say we gene unse Ghana says me means a muye bidi. I mean yes ana your 2 boy tete mangoes. I'm going to from how far. No way me ano like omo can say grand. O gene no. To esa na wo ka na nsuo na ba umia bo na nsuo na nka say ba. It is oba
say angyina wo saa na nipa no kwa ne ho kwa sa ye wahi oba no kwa onya ukwu adwuma na wo ba fie pe na bufu like the moment I wo fie to apartment ni mu no now kai say saa ukunu bi to ma ne ho ye wahi a ana wo yiri bi to ma ne ho ye wahi a
no be my wolf I have to be honest mean to me my wolf nyamie ni mean to my favorite
say they mean yeah but first now I say like I said I'm me nyini my year be that I'm not because my nya and can meet me jina and can't make her because my experience is very painful and it hurts a lot. On what we are now that now that who did now shen and need to say it's true.
And you mentioned my
say Upejuma bana wo fie e bia wo kwa adwuma nkwan wo fie wani age onya de safo ni shem na hu sa kwaku na apenu aka say oh my god so we drew that level now my sister my brother you gotta go this is not healthy
Obaka princess and man bi wo no ma enya so obediri mo so hu no ma boge enti no e different
say the woman to do sa point I yedi and saka when I see yen nu ho kra no wa
who saw ba no why one nane
and only a chemistry
yes
tell me what ex be on normal right me try monto till today so from near ye kasaka ke grandpa na like
hey ooh
my aster say mo amu baking so who bake bread free oven mu na wo yi ni sheshe sana de madrum so ma thank you
Princess Abiani no airtel.
Baby, na me person make a one account say emotionally the move be absorbing your maybe it's not good for our health, you know. Inti se be ma so to back na and say be ma to na oyere wo fa no na anije bi anima just know say emotionally she's gone. Let her go.
I mean, hold on, me no personally. If you are not digging, you are not feeling it, we shouldn't do it. Really.
Yeah.
I need to be really in it. I am one of those funny women. The feeling in the heart. Over past year, next said your friend
sandpaper.
Sandpaper, I would win the window. Nothing. Physiologically, my brain, how I say, my and start here there. They be a mekasa say when they start to the physical will respond.
Sister,
yes, actually, you are able to so.
Sister, ma, and no dear.
That will be don't worry. Emma, so it no go happen. What crowd person will have a pack of bad one. I'm telling you that and they be a catch professor when a professor will fake it. Maybe say if I attempt to start faking one, to be crank because there is nothing there to encourage you. One I may retreat and surrender. Wow.
Retreat and surrender.
To me fake orgasm. Not just a man, no. The way your body will give up and do something. How
can Alex said me wrong. No, Alex me.
Sister, ma. Wouldn't they be a mechanic and when I gonna form my own excuses, I do not drive me hire me. Then I excuse to get out.
Yeah.
Because the whole day, no, one paying no attention. And now, so say, and man, I won't say, man, dear, even problem will feel past still with me have sex. A man to say,
yeah,
and to say, I saw you are draining word, Juma. Oh, sorry, the whole day, no. Why you are draining word, Juma, into a ban the whole day, she needs to say, match and a basso. A hand to prepare, but won't me act any type of way. I did the attempt, no respect. They draw a drama baby, mama.
Oh, since I was your family, Tom can't.
Jane. So one in preparation the whole day, no one you won't do one country, one can so me the one effect. And then I do a match in a bus, one country the whole day fighting one bad problem. And I'm the them who have failed out this because oh they
forget fight. One for fight to cry if you ignore me. When you ignore me, let me who said me feeling who here and also so what pie thing and I make a pack to barbed wire. Just a car barbed wire one casapra won't because we are ankle wow because there will be no lubrication. We yet ding wow. So imagine you decided
so turn off your emotions. I mean, like a lot of people don't know. I am not to say at this year you moving pet. Any other try you move into me, you know, and on a map, sign your money, but because or you in your and you two partners, no, and some with me, and yam remember who na musia give free more because I bet me about some naming passia, divina me one, and no crown a bad boy. And he say, money be no more so prideful, no,
militant,
almost person, just
and no, me baby.
You know, the bear managed to afford not Tamale and I say Lagos, so I don't know. And you know, to say sometimes, you know, it depending upon when a neighbor brano, or we were on one day, was say, Pam no channel, Tanya did it to me, means ye be beer, and we so on more, see, I'm fan to me, it means ye be beer, and she said, we are barberman, fear wedding. As you grow now,
you grow with the
for you to grow, no, and then fear where you. Why dream near a new man was here? Name would a way ye from Lydia would ya come home now? I send a choir by fast to the bay, Juma. By your movie brainy Sam Reno. Your movie brain pair to see a promo for. Can't say me boy. Majority of women and majority of men think say it's a woman's job to make a man happy. So and me master yes me mama niaje and me who answer yes to be man niaje it is a me who niaje na me so niaje enu ye de be pomo na ye akoso pepe enti no say no kasa wo ma wani nye unya wo ho adwuma na pese me adwa na me ye me ho adwuma ma ade ye yo go akra wo betina ho adi are ho fro
and several world I who be sa obi bi o ka so person be so be
Obi madam Cheo.
Well, a program being Calcem because of the dam about 1 hour late.
Oh, wow. Lord. Okay, then go.
Oh, no. Ask, sir.
No. You were talking earlier about ego. Remember the more ego. Do you guys realize that sadly, it's causing a lot of more marriages, Anna?
Well, sir, the ego that men have is natural. Now, the fact.
Time pause.
Is it black men who have ego or all?
It's all men do have ego. That's a natural thing. Why do we all do? We are all human. Why do Ghanaian men? Because they know what I Ghana for. So I like to say that. And then, excuse me if you're listening and you're thinking I'm saying all men. I don't mean all men. I know that is not every man, but the majority. Their egos are different from the Western world. I think more different, Anna, because Chrome for no ego no yedi bomb. Say yedi bomb memenina. Ana me bo ampacho one send memenina wo ego.
Let me answer the question. It might give you the answer to any questions you may have subsequently. So basically, every man has ego, right? Every man, not just African men or Ghanaian men. Every man has ego. The difference between one man's ego to another man's ego, how they handle it, partly is because of culture, partly is because of society, partly is because of their family environment or even societal environment. And then also, partly is because of ignorance. So if you don't learn to actually work on your ego and how to control your ego, to humble yourself, then it's going to do what? Come in the way of any progress, be it relationship, be it work, be it anything, any sort of relationship. No, your ego will do what? Impede on that relationship. And I'm trying to say, Mimi say, no, I use myself as an example. So me, yes, I do have pride. Everybody has pride. But when it comes to my wife and anything to do with my wife, no, my first instinct is I want her to be happy. And see, if that means that in the case of where I'm thinking, I'm very stubborn. My wife is stubborn as well, but I'm very stubborn. And when I want to be stubborn, it's bad, right? However, when it comes to my wife, it is my wife. Now, once again, I always use scripture because that is what I base on. As per what scripture says, no, if you love, and once again, it boils down to loving. If you love her, there are a lot of things you will not do. That includes what? Not cheating, not lying, all sorts, being humble. If you have all these sort of principles that or values that I've added to my life, it may make your life a lot easier as well. And see, the fact that you may have ego, the fact that yes, you may have ambitions, the fact that you may be obnoxious, you may be a chauvinist, no, it all depends on how, to me, no, how you do what you transcend that all those sorts of characteristics that you think makes you into a relationship, and that relationship isn't just sexual or marital, but also employment and other relationship. And see, it doesn't just for me, no. The fact that yes, you have ego, no, at which now so maybe they say I'm with you means no. Unfortunately, no. Are you trying to be just be to say start doing me no one dream of only say. Look, I said to make yourself happy and for him to make himself happy. Fortunately for me, no, in my marriage, no, I want to make my wife happy. My wife wants to make me happy. So it crosses that boundary and then it meets in the middle where we have a balance. And because we want to make each other happy, no, we don't have that self.
Hello? What happened? God damn it.
Totally is good.
It's coming up.
Oh, man. Damn.
Oh, a freeze it across.
Yeah. Who freezy?
Yes.
Who freezy? And go back to making happy, no, where you disagree, no.
Okay, so Nyame can say if you're making yourself happy, so this is the thing. If you're making yourself happy, which the way you used it, so in the context, no, it's not what I understand it to be or I interpret it to be.
Oh,
but
this is what I meant. This is what, like, in order for me to love my husband the way I love him, I had to learn to love myself. If I don't know what love is about, I cannot transfer that into my husband.
Okay,
so
that's fine. That's good.
Myself happy in order for me to make my husband happy. So if he's waiting for me to do that, because now I'm able to be selfless, put his happiness ahead of me.
Thank you.
Because I have learned to love myself. So that's what I meant. But
that's good.
Us. You have to start from transfer that into the other your partner or your loved one or whomever.
Yes, no, that is what I said. Maybe perhaps the interpretation wasn't gotten right from the get-go, because you said it, but then you didn't go into any depth. So with you saying that, that also then leads to the fact that a lot of the ladies have said they've never really been single. They've usually jumped from one relationship to the other. And most of the cases,
everyone said 16 years. So it's not like, because I later on thought about the whole thing. I'm like, okay, this might give a different interpretation. It's 16 years.
Yes, but
Okay.
main cast
Yes.
I've
But
not
then,
said
it's like one shut dance now. I said to say, well, you bet any other people 6 years old to her when you'll be any Simbiaka, you do you and all that. Ghanaian women, most of us don't know how to do those things.
Exactly.
That's what I'm
But
trying to talk
that is the point that is the point that has come to make, literally, to back what Stajua has said. Because if you don't actually find that self-actualization, that your self-esteem now, that is when people then get trapped into another relationship. And most of the time that leads to abusive relationships because you're then dependent on the other person. You know, so that is the point that I was trying to make. I wasn't saying that the fact that you're jumping from one relationship to the other is wrong. No, because people have done it and they've still found love and they still have got a lovely marriage. But if you don't have that, what's that?
Obi, what would you be? I was showing you 2 cups. Sometimes you need just a mug and you will be satisfied.
Yes.
Some occasions you need a glagba to be satisfied.
Yeah.
You have to know your unit of measurement. You really do.
Yeah.
And that's part of the knowing yourself, because a toda you will drink the fullest mug. But because that's
And
not the
still
right
not before.
you will not be full. And that's the
Yeah.
thing. Loving yourself allows you to set your unit of measurement of love.
Yes. I mean, that is the first thing I learned. That is the first thing I learned about relationship. When I was, I think, about 13 years, is when my brother gave me a book, which was, I think, Relationships 101. But the first thing it said was to how to be single first before you go into a relationship. So, and it's not about being single as in say, no, it's about knowing you first before you go into a relationship. So that when you go into that relationship now, it's not that now that you're looking for that person to make you happy or to try and find you for you. No, you know yourself, you know what you know what you like, you know what you don't like, you can set your boundaries. Just like I gave the example, my wife told me straight away, if you're going to cheat, tell me, because she knows what she wants. She doesn't want to go into all the malarkey of cheating and all that kind of stuff.
Apart from the Bible, which I know said that is your basis and not ML guidelines in life. I respect that because I'm a Christian. But what you can't say, I'm funny say so far, make us so far because so far 1 year. What is your reason for not doing it?
My reason for not doing it is first of all, if I look at life in general, this is without Bible, right? So if I look at life in general, dealing with one woman is work enough for me to bring 2. Right? So that is one of the things that I've seen. You are trying to deal with one person. The one person now you've not even gotten to know that one person already. And there might be maybe a mood swing because she woke up badly. Tomorrow she's happy because she woke up doing and all that kind of stuff. So for me, it's well, okay. So and then I look at other people and they're cheating on their wives or their girlfriends, and I'm thinking, well, you're having to hide your phone from them. It's really a mental torture. It is a mental illness. You are just literally killing yourself. Because at the end of the day, you're putting yourself under so much stress trying to juggle 2 women, trying to maybe say to one person, oh, my wife, this, and then you're lying and all that. To me, it doesn't bring any value to my life. It's not going to add anything. If anything, it will take away from me. And so that is one of the reasons why I don't do it. So in all my relationship, I do not cheat because I want to make sure that if I start with that now, I will end with that. So that's one of my principles.
Okay. To everybody, is it wrong to have expectations in marriage?
Oh no. It's valuable to have expectations.
But it has to be something
realistic expectations, achievable.
Yes.
Like example. I would
I would disagree. Now, I'll throw you the question. Expectations from whom? Yourself or from your partner?
Yourself.
Okay, good.
Yourself.
That I will agree with.
But not from your partner.
Your partner can only have expectation for themselves.
Obi Kasano, you said certain things. And to be honest with you, those things you said, no, you took a risk. You cannot predict what somebody will do. Until it is a risk you took and it has paid off for you. You made a statement. You made I will do this and I expect my wife to do this. And I thought to myself, it's a risk and it's paid off. Because sometimes you expect somebody to do something, and 5 years down the line, you realize, he ain't gonna do it. And you cannot, one thing I learned, you cannot change somebody. You can change the way you deal with the person for the person to change.
Oh yeah, but give me the bit that I said I expect something from her. Say that bit because I'm not too sure if I get what you said.
You made a statement. I've forgotten exactly what it was. But for me, when you said it, the thought that came into my head was, that is a risk that has paid off, which is a good thing.
Yeah, no, expecting needed to be like Nima, but she was.
No, I don't remember. I don't remember what it was. But
no, because if it's to do with the bit expecting my wife, that is not this wife. That is a wife.
Okay.
Right. So that's what I said. So a wife, but then I got my wife who is more like my dad. So I was it just a meaning. I was saying, I like my wife to be like. So it's not this wife, but a wife or whoever my wife would have been. So that's what I say. So that was
the other day we had this conversation here where I think somebody said it. We expect, because of whatever it is you've been through, you grow up and you expect that the person you're going to marry should be like that person. And we realize you expect, and sometimes when you're expecting it, because that is what your threshold, it doesn't match up to that. We had a conversation here.
I said, wait, me Pacho, if you will let me say something. One said,
Ada, what happened?
Sorry. I realized that Daddy was never there. Now, that thing that I didn't have, I'm so psychologically dying to see.
For it.
Main request will be main request said be Macron me said never. But onye mem oma memma adie bia e wo me ti wo me hwese eja ebeye ama neba onye na there be a problem ni woni. What if onipa kronos we nye eja no
Kamanim uhumanim.
Pansena eja ni wo fie ho.
But no you class.
Wanye na said eti ọdún ankasa ni so ehunu said ye eja ema
Oba
eba no na won so was a picture bi a wadra to ho say be ma bi obedo me master dia na me pese eja do me no mewu amana meye bribi amana na onipa ne so ntimi mfa saa odo ne ma wo ma
Akosa nti na wo wa
okay nti me answer me with that no say it's like we take life, right? We take life. Most of us when we start life we don't end up where we envisage to get to or the way that we want the life to go, because life will come and throw a lot of challenges, a lot of different things, and then our choices, our decisions, either good or bad, will direct the way we go, right? And equally, it directs us to certain people. Evan said, I know somebody who didn't have a father, but has a successful marriage, and I know somebody who didn't have a father and doesn't have a successful marriage. What went on between the period of not having a father or being a baby to when they got married? We did not know everything that has occurred. whether society had an influence in them, whether they made a conscious choice, and all that kind of thing. So those are the gray areas that we cannot say, oh papa or oh papa will feel what it will work, or only papa will feel what it will work. We cannot say for definite because there are certain elements and factors that will come in along time that may do what direct or redirect the way that you see things, the way that things may go near there.
But let me sorry. But if you listen, that's you can't when it will be
statistic.
Majority of them, one parent is missing.
Household.
Yes, but like you said, majority, so not all of them.
Not all of them.
Into majority, yes, that one, and I agree. Majority of them, it's like, say for instance, if you look at criminals, majority of them are from poor backgrounds. Majority. However, you have maybe 1%, and that 1% could be 10 people out of 100. That 1% could be 10 people out of 1,000. It could be, do you know what I mean? See, you may see that 1%, and you'll be like, oh, maybe Bill Gates, Bill Gates was a dropout. Why did he drop out? He could have finished uni, but he dropped out, and now he's one of the richest person there. But then, if you drop out of school, you're a failure. Do you know what I mean? So the factors and elements in terms of that direct our life paths, it's not a setting stone. Say, oh, papa, you become successful. Only papa, you become successful. It's not. So we have to take into consideration the gray areas of which the journey of life takes somebody. Internet last, Sister Manoka said, Obi na shawa, unim adikonto de koye na shawo. But Obi or her na shawo no is because of circumstance. Obi or her peer pressure. Obi or her now with my dealing to pursue the reasons behind it we cannot say except for the person to divulge that reason to us, and then we'll be able to understand. Into expectations, Nadia, you can have expectations, but those expectations along the line may change. And because of one or two reasons during that journey, my expectation initially was I wanted a wife who was like my mother because I saw the way my mom treated my dad, respected my dad and everything. However, I found a wife who is more like my father, who is reserved, but equally respects me, irrespective, and loves me. Into expectations and they're able to mean, but you, I think you, the person having those expectations, have to be ready with all the knowledge that you may gain to then adapt to those expectations or to the challenges that life will throw at you, so that you can do what better deal with them. That's how I see it.
You have to manage those expectations. I don't remember how next year, Richard and when decided to say he wants to draw blood. It's your son a made your friend is a presenter for last. You better discuss it, a question being website, and then we wrap. But I draw my mouth.
Okay, sorry. For me, when it comes to expectations in relationships and marriages, this is how I see it and this is how I understand it. If I'm expecting my husband to respect me, I have to learn how to respect him, give him respect as well, because respect is earned. If I'm expecting my husband is expecting me not to cheat, he also will have to match that. He will need to not cheat on me. So everything that you are expecting your partner to do, you have to produce the same thing.
In the Ghanaian community, you get your man can cheat, you can't cheat. You have to respect your man.
But that is where we're wrong, though, isn't it?
That's the problem. We have to get away from our society, our community, because of X, Y, and Z. That's why that continues to happen, because we always giving excuses, reasons, and blaming game. Let me tell you something. I have been in a relationship where as someone I gave my heart to cheated on me. And not only that, he got the other woman pregnant, okay? And I have to learn to walk away with my broken heart. And it took me years to get over that. It took me years to heal. A lot of people don't realize, okay, women, we are not firewood. We have feelings the same way men have feelings. So when somebody the same way men have feelings. When a man, we need to stop saying that men can have multiple partners. We need to stop because it's not right. Don't expect your woman to treat you the way you want them to treat you and pamper you when you are disrespecting her each time you go and put your penis in somebody else's vagina.
I don't mean to interrupt, but
yeah.
Obi, Ama, Yaba, and Ako. Now,
yes, ma'am.
Sir, the Adwa kind too. Person me chiti in chiti.
Yes.
Person me bua bume. Now,
yes.
Obi mu. Usu mu no. What first question? Eye bone.
Enya bone.
But me but o catch any pano to the face say. Umume. It me so me fa. I don't know why I want it. I don't know why I want it.
You speak what you say.
It's your truth. It's your truth. And I think, sister, say, I think oftentimes we are too concerned with what other people think. And no, not a problem.
Yes.
We are too concerned with what I don't know. Ghana, correct. The fakeness.
A lot of people will not admit to that. Say,
because I don't know, for some strange reason, your coach and I said, "Man, almost a show." Bible told me almost 80. But it comes with responsibility. Make my boss into me because I headmistress just because it comes with a responsibility. There are
characteristics. That's why we failed as a community.
Because your bema or because who could tell can't and then don't. I wouldn't get bema. Just a bema yet.
And I didn't know you
Ghana for mema and I'm eating movie. The national anthem. Me eating movie.
So I don't know what I can Ghana for now. We don't go to one because they are public enemy. Maybe a number one public enemy that I'm talking even about myself. I'm talking about myself.
Because I will hear what said yes, bear my soul, coon said head. Now we didn't Bonnie or Kuta. Yeah, man. We always want to keep our marriages together.
Yeah.
Because women don't want to leave their marital homes. They don't.
Oh, because he's my baby's father. I can't leave him.
So respect is back and forth.
This actually happened when I went to Ghana, I think 2013.
Okay.
That time, one of the things that I like to do is when I go to Ghana, I like to mingle, so I get to know what's going on. And see, me quite not my factory. Now, me teacher muna, Papa bi o kasa say, oh, no, so Ghana from Kada no mu pe school ko. We nti na de omu nim hwe, omu nim nyansa. Na ko ebuchia, abofo Kada no. School, school, point on one answer, more knowledge. Ohana, me sorry, Jina House, Massa, oh, boy, me Ohana, me Fiba, me Fiba, last week, Yana, Fiba. Mammy beat him in chair, catch him say, Trahona, we need so. The fact say when you see me now, old church, when they don't just say me my uncle.
Oh, that's because of your age, you are right.
But that's wrong. So, and then I challenge the man. Now, I catch him to make once I make answer me feel her back. last week now. Because at the end of the day, no, he didn't know the truth, and he was purporting a lie, which he thought said, "Oh, you got found out some more money," and it was true because they were ignorant. They were going to listen to it, and then some of these issues, no, husbands are thinking, said, "Yes, we are the head. We are the head." The fact that we are the head doesn't mean that the tail is not necessary. If you cut the tail off of a snake, you have killed the snake, more or less. You will not be able to crawl around there and all that. So the tail is very, very important, even if you think you are the head. Without the tail, what's the head doing?
No. I have never done that, and I will never do that, because whatever problem it is, I resolve it after doing what you asked me. Mrs. Obi Pacho, permission to kiss Obi, why?
No, but it's the truth. The thing for me is, unfortunately, that's what part of me is. I can't be too honest. Unfortunately, that's who I am. I'm honest. And even if I wish to lie, but now I'll lie with honesty. That is who I am. Honesty is the idea. So unfortunately, it means that I'm not going to lie. Any problem? It's not me. It's a problem to me. It's a problem to other people.
Only make and me and my name home
Oh,
to me,
what shit? The Persia Coho. Oh, I call you right. Oh, welcome back. Your friend say, Richard is saying,
have you gotten mad and denied your husband?
Denied your husband sex for days and weeks. Yes, hell yes. And more yes. And until we resolve, like I said.
To the ladies, have you?
I have, because yamfa a dear and solve problems. I come home. I
won't answer the question because
we are saying, Yamibo, you father say, ni obo when I'm Diano Gribiani idea ayo. What I say? I'm not yet the custom. Yam faster be Bema. Dia anyone why and a castle. It won't mean some phone now on fat at Pabu and close chapter. The more you do that, the more we worry and get ready to say they will, because a man we are different. We are emotional beings, we kind of act different, we our ways of doing things is different. So for Bampacho, me about 1 minute what? Yeah, be are different. Obiane said your CM, so a man be Ediano and Shada and Quetchre, Ebinum so dear Quetchre, know who you are with, know that female, yeah, what's up now? Know the female you're dealing with. I like to talk, medin some phone, and yo who some way in catch me, my conquest, my yen yobia when in your one as a semi patcho, me patcho near Queen. Was started active funny towards me, retaliate. Sana mi nature tie. Udi enen kasa me ho next day me so me kasa ho 3 days because we choose me choice. How I be your dear, me so me choose me choice. How I miss me dear. Eti yes I na be drag star na ekọ akire. Listen. O fa mechi wa. Pa mecho for 3 months then say yi chefie empie ko ba bia tutu agba ye bibia clean.
Wow.
Make me the actual.
Clear.
But what the other who say what the way bema sa mentality bi na dey ahye mutim wo Ghana na mo de mo ma me no nyina asomo so obeto kra se nukru butu oba so ba otena ho eti wo di aye ode wo de be ware akosua no fabra me en ware na hwe de besi. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, because yeah, as I grow this thing nana obi kano akaho. And then and go so tesa mama for being so no even ya mama no be will tell you say oh ukunu oh na se we dey we ya huna na se yanko na we dey ya na ye dey me ma dey sa esono me and esono those things it gives us low self-esteem. It gives us insecurity, it gives us mistrust. The moment here oba enyi wuni wa wari mu no problem wo ho. And especially monso monfa nyansa nto ho no a ye chemo by heart no ye chechechemo saa no na fe Bribiase. 80 years. Richie DA.
Anyway,
300 years of crime farmer.
Anyway, or see if you are mad. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't apply to me. Why? Because me, I learned this years back. Share semitiho, me ni wuntokwa. Na mi pese anadwo me pese mi boja. Wuda ho, nya mechia watu. Nya metra wusu. Mi bo mi ja mi hu be wia me sori antokwa ne ni ato aso. No,
how do you do that? Trick, how do you do that?
I learned it from a friend. Share, can you know? Mini wuba trimaso. Madam, when you trimaso then, at the end, don't you enjoy it yourself? Oh, you don't you enjoy it yourself? And you tend to realize, you say, and if we a man, we have to be honest with ourselves. We didn't need 3 days. Who play hard to talk.
But no, but psychologically, no. How do I even get that thing to come and do?
Listen, everything we are dealing with is a mind thing.
Okay, I'm many are no problem. No problem. Am I your problem?
Hello.
Security gates, backfire, fence, come on.
See, if you are able to forgive Obi Awakwako Chiti and still carry on a relationship with him, maybe I will say, Okokro, we see shop into Bibimra. Let's say, for some funny reason, you've had a bad day at work. One time, man, to work for Kakra, you where you in Semanwa. How on earth do you hold so much grudge for something petty like that? But near Yakasi on your Biako Chitino. You are able to.
And you start was example now, man. This and that. I don't know what I'm doing. So before so be able to know baby ever. Hey, guy.
What?
And you know, now me can't. Now me can't say what chiti. I'm the better. I can't say what chiti. And I'm the actual sister. I got.
Look at it this way. Chiti or chitia. What's your den? On your say. One
Timothy, the American say. I mean, you net Timothy. Waffle. Okay. Waffle. Me now, but one Timothy. A binum like so to the American also now. That mentality, they say, me ye bear man. Meet me ya dia me pe. Now why ye now would they like would the akaka ben sembi akahono ubenya problem.
Yeah.
What's from me? That's how I see it. And the last time that make kana many adwa ye ho as argument me uchitia enya me work up. Even though say a mommy discomforts where may insecure and all that me dream to hono.
Let me ask you a question.
Enya me problem one cheating because of me. Who cheating for yourself?
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah, not for me. To me, money may well cap, mommy. But maybe just the disrespect that you come and be showing ruffing shoulders and telling me say my yeah, and those things. Then I make sure it's a metro.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Of all the tasks that ABA in your household you're responsible with, what makes you think say Odieno is higher than something else?
No, because Obia me only me down. What have you? Okay, let me tell you this. Everybody is different, but let me tell you why I'm just who I am. Maybe I miss me there, no. I'm yeah. Me ni obia keke. No. Won't tell me. Me can't say natural. Me ni obia keke. Se me do say me pewasem. Me do say me who say me de me honam dua ma wama de aye de awope no. Eno na me most. This is my most precious asset I have in this world. So I'm not my family. Open we are mistika. I don't care for anything. When me die, you have taken something from me deep. 80, yes, that is me. It mean for my dear deep sound so fun to from me diagro. Na mean sound into me fan be mouth and be disrespect me. Na mean sound fa be drop a dear so far mouth set fire the open. It won't happen. I don't care whether me who never said the end. I don't care. To me, it is my precious thing. I don't care who you are. You can be a husband. I am aware the Toshu Kwahin, Ghana baby, America baby. I don't care. It is me. Oh dear, I respect it. I'm said, how you doing? How do you take that thing out and still go enjoy it? And I dare now. Maybe it's something I could also work on, but that's me. I can't do that.
Very interesting points.
Oh, me,
I can't do that.
I will do it.
Meno, Yamie, and I make an order when I make meaning say. And if I'm either feeling it or I am not feeling it. So when I'm not feeling it, whatever brought the not feeling it, this one shuts down the physiology and
shut down.
Override.
It will shut down. Yes. It will
shut down. They say, I will hurt myself because there will be no lubrication.
Yes, but you can't. Okay, time out. You cannot go and have sex with somebody when mentally you're not ready.
Okay, but now we are talking.
So if you are but you can still be in a full-blown argument with the person, but mentally, no, you have your feelings are there. You want to do something.
Maybe once we are not there, we are off.
And you know what? Normally happens when those thoughts come into your head. Who said ni panic that? But when they kind of said the soul is willing, the heart is willing, that the soul is weak. Or said yes, but because you are having an argument with the person. Tell you, we sometimes have arguments with our partners, and we are so angry with them. Your feeling will change just like that. Why?
Oh, I know, dear, but I don't just me. Okay, sister,
the point I'm trying to make, because you guys are trying to understand, and I'm saying it is mental.
Let me know what I say nice, all right, but won't say. Okay, sometimes you can even forgive people, but you won't talk to them again. And I may boy.
But sister,
you're different. Maybe to me in this I've grown with you. Because
I'm just curious. Me no, I'm minister, but I do the same thing. and Temwa.
Yeah.
In fact, me
no, but someone solve it, yeah.
No,
but about it, right?
We're going to solve it, but maybe the fan said, I don't know. I may not be mentally prepared to have a productive conversation, and I say he might not be mentally productive enough to have a conversation. And you know, I know interest say be an I don't know. Me fan say ko jaki asori anasa me so me here me ya me si okay ye nya kasa binti no me fama no me ma make one sepem ne ho me so me sepem me ho. And then, like, you know, when we talk about making love and having sex and then having foreplay and you know, sometimes in your maybe I will be, you know, because one time we say me I was so pissed at him. But no fool say we are or then in Sakami are making in Sakoni, and I didn't do that. Now ye sepay and whom ye made that one man yam cranam cofa by or no cofa by and say or nimi edin for more about asemna a see, you know. And you know, sometimes na young man on Quania de Baba sister because your mammy musa was some way. Nasa sister.
I
say and answer on who can for any right? And now what hurt you so deeply, right? And I was sad than one, I don't know. Watching and I said more days, watching because when young patch into the a woman no road, right? So now what is the effect of it?
What was that? Let me take it from here. So, and that's when you offend me. More with the crime, a camera. What was that? Saturday night, I'm a recoiling. Saturday. When you offend,
how are you like that? Because that's my nature, and I want to.
You want to what?
Why she's like that too.
When they come in, it physically revolts me. Physically revolts me.
If a person physically revolts you such much, why is it that something tragic in the person's it happens? Immediately it changes.
But it's different.
That is what we are making it to be.
No,
can I come in?
No, but I have even a macro. So what's your macro? Say, be I will buy idea. Not there be a so idea. No, I electronic, right? There be idea. No, I electronic. It will get to a point now. To say no crowd, what electronic now? It's no longer effective anymore because after all, that's all you do every time.
We are discussing two different things. It is not a conscious choice to send me my window. I'm telling you a physiological response. Two different two completely different things. Send me and yeah, physiological. And I make my dream send me and sure that's a different issue. But me personally, we only winning so we are I can't even bear the sight of you. Now what the sight of you from person. It's we only winning so when you be to send me Lina there was issues one. Sasemba it's a see a casa sasem and I make a separate papa if you would see me as a papa in but my papa is even in area that's a yes a the roadblock is now removed. We are able to do the rest of it. But for me, it is physiological. Physiological. Oh yeah, one drop of lubrication for the winner. You will get
the scenario I use that will change everything. No man can say woo. If to say baby,
any issue. I'm just telling you, this is a personal space issue. But it doesn't mean that what they was skin casting.
No, and yes, carbon. Put your news. The breaking news. The company, something has happened. You'll be the first person to pick up the phone to call to see if it's okay. So for me personally, I don't see why.
Yeah, but is that?
But you're too as you.
I think it's two different things.
Learn how to do that thing. There are people who you forgive, but still, listen, sister. You I don't know if you get it. Then you shouldn't even be mad at anybody. Then you should be just doing stuff with people. It doesn't matter.
But who is that? Hope will be baby.
I get up. Let me know audio and I may try. But
over the person
okay, so quiet, my dear. Casa.
Why you think there's some more solve problems? I don't get it.
You see, that bit is different. That's bit
for me, I think what you ladies are saying, I think you're coming at it from two different angles because one is feelings with mental, and then the other is a different feeling with the mental element as well. And say the sexual feeling is not there. If the sexual feeling is not there, now Ubuefu said, that's a sexual feeling. Not everybody. I'm saying it as I'm just generalizing. But these are, I'm taking, let's say for instance, I'm taking Sister Amma and Sister Akos to be this category. So sexual feeling, in new her, the mind does not engage for the body to engage.
But that's what I mean.
Yes. So let me finish. Let me finish. So, but then, even despite that, even if they hear that there's something wrong has happened to the anaa, they will still feel either remorse, sorry, or whatever. But sexually, and they inform. No matter what, I'll be informed.
Yes.
anaa meboa.
Pepper,
So
pepper,
you're not listening
Eh,
to me.
It doesn't matter.
but what you are saying, no, I'll come to your bit, no.
You're not
Me,
listening to me. I said, Midaho, sexually, I want to do it. I will not stop me from
yes,
doing it.
yes, I'm coming to that bit. I'm coming to that bit. So basically, you know, this bit, no, is me buefu wo, but me na atinkanaba me ho ampese me ye. Nti since atinkanaba me ho na ampese me ye, no matter what you have done, me no baye wi ana ya me boa.
Maybe I was.
That's what you are saying.
Very difficult to be a
But
dear before I show.
and then sister Mania, sister Kosika said, Omo buefu, atinkanaba am, oh man. And that's a crown on the marco.
My grandma, me man, Emma,
I am trying to explain what I'm trying to explain to you all is that it is mental. It is.
It is, yes.
It
yeah,
is
yes, which they decide themselves like that.
Yeah, different. I'm not a 50-50 person. It's either I'm in or I'm out.
Yes.
That's my nature. Okay. I don't pretend. I don't have the time to be doing me buafu. Me ba na yaba ide bore me out. Me ma when who say me ide bore me. And no just say ebia bibi but at that particular moment me buafu. Me ni hate money pa but me buafu. It's me put phone psychologically, emotionally bibi me buafu. What you say? Me hate you dear. Me hate too. It's me no tia warrior say obi guy ni betro bibi sisi say that's your husband or that's not your friend. Me tia say ba mo dia warrior ni su prayen. Say me kunu ni wuntu nti enti na say asem bi abontin so ni be ka kire me ni say wo ka kire me no. What to me point na say san sam na ya ka dia be wo na etue no munya sabi san say wo no keka because so when wo do fotia asem bi wo ko ni say obi wa no ka kire no. Oba unkan kire be ma unkan choba me trust you na me de me wiase abehye mu ama o sa me no be bobra and ese se wo dwene wo ti aware ase se wo dwene akọ akire hu se ade we me didi asemesi a how deep am I going to cut na se be te sa bofro ne na wo 40 on to me trust na wo for a wo face abonte so for be anything me me na bia na so mu break it wa ha me
do you
Yes.
why is it that this is so difficult?
My husband will always tell you, said, when I am upset to a point, I physically need to leave. We can't even be in the same space. We can't. Physically. Oh, yes, I will. So because it's very precious to me. I know, said, but this ugly body, this thing is priceless to this stupid brain of mine. And this thing is donated wholeheartedly. But maybe my donation is very difficult. I will stay in the toilet. Physical space.
Guys,
It's like you've entered into a bipolar state, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh, I'm watching. I may me fine and but I don't want no way because that's what I'm making overnight in Tino. I don't want to just like let it be. And you know, it's a relaxing time.
The part of also fire and waba.
Yeah.
I'll pray.
Now why you find out that you on?
Oh yeah, me and who told me the other one and then the real Mutio
I don't no and I feel matter was here why I bufu kura to me divi no good. No, but they are good. I like that. I would say yeah, but if it's but it is
I tell you something. For the past 10 for the past let me come up. For the past 5 years, you know. Me last time me disagreement. You know, we have been doing well. I mean knocking on the wood before I jinx it. We've been doing well because to say like
for me, no. to be honest with you, it helped. Because it helped her. And I say one thing I've also realized and said, look, we a member and as a member and we need to also study how they are. I realize it said a member. They don't take it that serious.
No.
They don't take it, and let me give you a practical example. Me money papa, kitwani papa. Ubeye bibi, yaba, me boy you say. Na adibeche no, boy ni ube kasa so nicely, so lovely. See, na me bono, yes say. Inti miyan kasa no, I thought to myself, why? We are saying what na meje. Ni pani mi neko out. Why would I? Why? I didn't send na match it. He hasn't cheated on me. I didn't match it. Mooking or that when you be when you now should have wolf woe. Crobut said that you
But let's this our question.
Obi so question ma yaba. Obi so question ma.
What's it then?
First of all, no, obuefu no, what I no at the country of obuefu. And I said,
you don't need to tell the person when the situation.
No, that is where we men have an issue.
They don't see the biggie about it. And
there's that element at all. But my point is, if you've told them, because most of the time, us men, we compartmentalize our brains. And the idea and fire. But if you've told us, this is the thing. If you've told us, say, why you say, Nambufu. That's a still. I don't care there. You have an issue.
No, let me tell you something. I learned, say, and you be bien a sinner, say, Wubufu.
Of course, there's that too.
For me, it worked better for me. Say,
there's that too.
I'm telling you, meaning the Kasa says here and something Ebia Kanenu, I will be so mad. I don't, because let's face it, life itself is way too short.
That is a difference. What I'm saying, people like what I'm describing and what Akos is describing, and we also need to give a disclaimer. We don't get to this point over one milk and now. They are fundamental issues, be clear. And someone make things that will switch me off. And near marketing, issue, mama, may any issue. But once you cross that threshold, you cross that line, you've crossed it.
Okay, give me a practical example.
Practical example.
Not something that has happened, but apart from cheating.
Apart from cheating, Bibi to say loyalty to me. Say you better bedroom and I be Bibi na will be miyama.
What my dream funny?
Exposing me.
What is this? This is a
what happened? I put 25 test mistake. The way you team.
I want with trim.
So the way you team and run the way you team. What I say about for me. And near my be a fundamental loyalty is one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you're loyal to me. This is loyalty that you're turning it off. Because me in 100%. It's me who say we win more. Actually, say retreat and surrender. Off I go.
Okay.
When I get a fundamental and maybe off and go. Sadly way. When it does it. And it's a very dangerous thing. I always say to my husband, Sadie, we flicky say.
Yes, it's a mental thing. And
it's about all kinds of mechanics there. I kill people psychologically in my head. Like they don't exist. I will kill you. Like, well, so I mean to think of how ministry I may you. That's how I deal with yeah.
Good safe therapy, my goodness gracious.
I like that's how I deal with things. Okay. Well, and you remember I also understand Mr. Can say, oh, from a chia, and so said you'll be at it when men cannot based on your Ghana. me kind of based on the fact to say no kura ye ba kope ye wo mema faithful ho ba wo mo no so se wono ankodi a onyonko de baba abejeje no wo mo mere ye no eti me sheda nye keen on that e dey free relationship or aware mu but bribi foforo meja
Say that again. I
I
didn't.
want say who be dio baby me no betena who be ye bribi foforo meja ti say dey American you have to get my back ukotisa makan kwase asembia na ma ye bibi kura jimiti ye be fia be kan wadwen kire me the da wo be yimi ama wo nipa mu me no wo problem.
Oh, that's a big issue.
That's a big one.
What you say eti that obia ne said ya wote obia ne said you wote
Oh,
kasi
na akosia de
kasi me ameni wa wie pastor ka
Dabio. Yeah, but the akosia can ya meka no. I think say unyante ho na se papa yi. What who say obia e different obia wo de ope obia wo ade of value e wa abrabo mu. Yeah, what can tell us is a idea we say we ye me wa wade mu amempa na so obi ye me a mempa se sa akosia se wotimi kill nipa won the mind no. Sa na me ma kill wa bury wo. My husband
You're not listening to me. I don't understand them. They were asking me, how do I do it? And I'm telling them, say, it is psychologically. It is psychologically. You have that switch on your brain. Say, if you're disloyal to me, I switch off.
Yes.
I go off. And in my brain, psychologically, I have it say, if you do something wrong to me, you're my husband. Would I'm in chain, and psychologically, I feel I want to have sex or I want to make love with you. I will be capable of making the love with you, lying down, and with the, whatever conversation, whatever the argument is or whatever, it will still continue.
Yes, Obia and then American say Obia
psychological will not even come.
Obia or Paddy Yena. The highest triggered points. Yeah, one who I do said the money akosia kanasana metie. We love with all our heart, we trust with all our heart, we do everything with nothing attached to it.
No, I do love with all my heart, but I have learned to do that.
Yes.
That's what I understand you all, but all I'm saying, because you guys asked me, say, how do I do it? And I said it's psychological.
But maybe and American one them say this is how it is because say a psychological idea, but a sounds so or be valuable idea assets. It is a valuable asset. They say Google many masters said the akosia can wa bonting na ye befie one solve one pamicho now and you rub a boot to me so me say masi hono cry emie na what the other nako me no do your 100 I didn't me no and yes I mean my dreams but it's that is how I am because I value down there park say maybe so ama not just say
Obia ni na chiwa de pastor
so nyankopon me nyankopon abrabe wunti no just say ade a me value pant no say wo ye made na ye me ya ade na ani si ekwan na si enya me na me si no ekwan na
obisa nothing can change you, something can change you, just know how to deal with me and you're happy.
And I will give you everything. That's what I do. Many must say abonting. Oba one can ho she. Me ma me ewu. Where me some dey na me ti ho sunwa me krokro me wan ye she. Na abeye sad na me be person say obi ma me ti na me sane ye se oyi oyiri suni bibi wu ana wo ne na da na we ho ne ko. Me so for the ma kan ma san. Come back
part of the issue is in the say instead of name ye home sir inti you fan say me say no me nim say ebia me ye no say me ye li bibi say I don't know me the bibi to her na say enye ho na ade na o said na why you upset her. I know what I need to do to correct that to then change that feeling.
Yes.
So if I have not addressed that now, that's a me call up a my call downtown on that like feeling number. So it is a feeling.
It's not big issue for us. So me Saudi be have to do it's not big issue.
But that's Obianani deal. No, I'm saying the point is said half of the time, no, we don't, especially the married couples, no, we don't take time to learn who each other is. So who our spouses is. And that is where the problem, I think, part of the problem is. And it's because meaning said, when which you are there. Because meaning said, me ya di we ya, or honey dear, like me cocker ebi.
Oh yeah.
I'll avoid that. That's one.
And I may do that. That's the problem. I want to say, maybe feelings matter. Won't so won't matter much. Because reciprocity is important. And you're very important to me. And then you depend on what the same value and for me, reciprocity. And it is reciprocity of me feelings. Yeah. And then I make it a debut of her. Oh, sorry, Anopa. Now, me kind sorry. Now I wake up with a smile. Now, my own smile on your face. Sadano. Nature say, what you say? What set it to number when the same farm? Sad hey.
I'm out. What to tell me? Now, Eddie,
and they serious.
I mean that's me too. I like to play. I like it. Me baby. Now I make one show any remorse. Me who is so me.
No,
let me tell you. No, I understand that.
Regard to be out for me, and I will not regard you. Hey,
let me ask a question. But if I quite remember, if we have men on the platform, what the guy would also say is, "Oh, sorry, Anopana, Debia, me sorry, me mau is smiley children." I have woke up one day, and for some funny reason, I've also woken up in a bad mood. What are we also doing as women to find out what the guy is also
that
doing?
is why I said, serious. And then I make us a serious.
But then your baby say, I said, no mood. Aye, kakana, aden.
And knowing in Memano, Nimkra, because
I said, Debbie, but fancy during the day, no. During the day, if I be my chronic ejuma, and so to me friend will be say, I no pay me bisa na say.
It's a two-way stream. We are all different.
They've never even, they don't know when their wives are happy and they're in a bad mood or something. And then automatically, now a German home. Me make a town. I dear Yami Wapa, Yami fear to my Bama Bedao. I'm a better make us a same Fanteka. As soon as if you can be a mood to my yeah. Maybe I am Miss Our official attitude. You see, sir, yes. But let me put it this way. When Yami Straw or Bememu, Yami Straw or Bememu, now Unsa Madi naturally ye care. Yami Straw or Bememu, not Bema, you're matured. Now I am ready to a warrior. Who difference?
Yeah.
There is
different. And also, we also have to understand, say, we all agree, say, we all different. It might not work for sister Ama, sister post na brother Ovid and pastor patience near TF4. Obia what means in the level of intelligence, right? Even when we talk about self-care, self-confidence, self-value, self-respect, self-assurance, self-assessment, effective communication, compromising, all these things, some of us, we are emotionally attached to certain things. And our stress can make or break someone. It's many people And the young man being so area the same way. And then this year, or mobile can or them no, or they crab on Tia for good bear man anymore. It is maybe one ma or Bema and also or Babet Mia and Hukafua is unforgivable, right? Some of you are more inclined to like disconnect from the person emotionally. You no longer emotionally attached to the person, so you switch off. You know your mindset. You're not thinking about sexual attraction towards your partner, but that doesn't mean say you don't love the person. And some of us, we will not close it, right? We will go through with it and make love or have sex or have a quickie, depending on the mood that the both of you are in. But then we have some of us now, after the fact, they are able to follow through and have effective communication or a dialogue. Whereas you have some, they will close for weeks and weeks, and either one of them is taking the initiative to have a real talk, a real dialogue, to get to the root of the problem. The problem, they say, as much as you can be with your husband or your wife, you know, if one of you is not taking the initiative to actually have a real, realistic conversation, nothing is going to be resolved. You can start something back in a month or so.
Good.
It's going to happen again.
Good.
So, like, you know, having self-value and having self-respect and having self-care and everything now. Me, my husband need to understand, say, this is some of the things now, when you say now, it breaks it hurts me. And I cannot get over that. Why do you use such thing? Why do you do that? So we have to figure that out in order to better ourselves, right? Because like for me, when I have disagreement or I have conflict with my husband and I we had altercation. That was before we got married. That was when I expressed, like, you know, he showed jealousy and insecurity. He asked me to dance with a friend. And then when the friend was dancing with me, I turned my back. There was no contact. And then he came and blew up. And I let him know, let me tell you, I am not somebody that you're going to suppress. Because I do have mouth and you cannot speak to me like that in public. So I gave him a piece of mama. I didn't care it was his friends. You're not going to talk to me like that because I'm a woman. And he learned from that. Okay? That was before we got married. And up there, when we got home, the next day, we had a really realistic conversation. And I let him know where my limit is. Because if it happens again, I'm done. You are not going to disrespect me outside in public. And then when we are home,
Obaye so obetna 1 waye na dwene se wo sua biribi 2 ebia won kwa asore every day and asem we dey bia meka ne kwa asore ye Christoni but nyamisuro is not just about sitting in church.
No, it isn't at all.
Obi wo ho a ho ne nyamisuro ne di kan ne se dia yemfeni one person ye di bedu feni obi.
Hallelujah.
Oh, there are a lot of people who don't go to church but they have perfect marriage.
Yeah.
So you bribia na se nipa wo conscience na ade ne presto one because you hear last time I woke be say before be ma dey be wuro be muka so onwene ho twice or ye warefo a odwene ho ba store de okay it is so to me dwene sa dwene no for a minute na aka say ade a me yi asem a me kan yi ade a me yi iti adwo didi ni anke be ya mede so wo ye nipa wo nante sta
adwemba
biara obetimi ni nipa nante obetimi ni obi ayada obetimi atana ware ase obetimi aye enfum so wo hode but ni awo kan no adwo nipa no wo ba so wo betra okay na we sua bribins because dan ni be ma ne yere no how dare you me they too how dare you when madam fon sa wada na oto na ama no na me kokan ya sister aba ma me warning say why adwa what do you want me so ba ya che Now, yes, I say, yes, you are too much and you are not changing to the one changing. What do you mean?
I don't
You have to learn how to communicate, which is a problem. We don't know how to even talk to each other. Ghana for a problem. Adwa, it's a one day sister Jai. Na lucky no why they would have say. Now,
because we were married, Nasa me knew obisa.
I hope I don't know. I hope I'm not just idea. Idea now. So me no try to can have mama me warning. Me worry.
There are expectations and
boundaries.
Because I make sure say, okay, listen. You wanna talk, you gotta step outside, but you're not gonna respect me in front of your friends. And then for you to look like Metro Maya and stuff like that. I'm a petite woman, but for me, my mouth is bigger than my own self. And I don't let people disrespect me because you feel like it. And see, when you dance with a song and the song go inside you, you turn around, you move around. I don't stand there like a statue. So, like, and the person was not touching me. The guy was actually respectful to me. He did not touch me. And then you assume and accuse. I don't deal with that nonsense.
Okay, Alex, the men and women who strikes when there are issues at home. Alex, and yet they be Maya Kasa more, but and yet they be it's how we say it.
Let me say
there are men who are also like women. And like babies.
So everything
you don't know.
And men maybe you say I'm not in the mood. What nonsense is that? No, Baka said that she's not in the mood that you tell me, say. And
you are not in the mood, I'll respect that. I don't have a problem with that. You say they are messing with you, and you're not in the mood, that you are not in the mood. If I have to beg for it, me take your console, mama kakra, fine. Unto me, mamia, may you be for baby, I my dear. It's not toy near the way you're there, Muno. Nasa me, I'm the toy, my dear. Nasa, I know, Corno, I'm sorry, I'm fine, ya. So I would take it. I never these days, no, and never will not tickle me anymore. It shouldn't. It shouldn't.
Story narrating 100% I agree with Adwa. We were talking about something else and the whole thing has deviated. Amma gave a scenario, says and sorry,
okay.
Totally agree. We are there. But at what point said, and I said, we are in a marriage. It is a two-way affair. You've woken up one day, Bearman will chill. Who be said then for whatever it is that he's going through, and also not to know how he wants to deal with it now. He doesn't want to talk at that point in time.
I'm a woman from attitude or the attitude never to us because as you say, that's how we're going to go for the day.
Listen, what we don't seem to realize is say you are interpreting his yes or his no as an attitude. Where he is coming from, it is not an attitude.
They say, my mama told me
someone can't have the hot day.
Me. The way you respond to me, it sets the tone. It's a thought that maybe you never sorry. I didn't watch them the night before. Me, I mean, I didn't watch them the night before. Sorry, and my morning. Or maybe the other one. Number who said there be a resolvable issue, but we ignore me. Once, but sir, at the end of say once you do that, number who say, now for me, I'm a sister. Last night, what happened? Because I will naturally say, I am acknowledging you, but I'm not in the mood. We have work to do, whatever. And no way, yes, because you will be what you say. What I don't do is toddler temper tantrums in an adulthood. I do not.
Thank you.
You have words at this age so that you can articulate. and you can say certain things, and you can communicate discomfort in a way that my brain can get. Now, no.
Remember, me came here, it looks as if say you don't have much of it.
No. So it's all best with me, yes, sir. But I think say I'm a somehow compared to me in no. I'm a dear about when they say, as I said, they didn't come.
Yeah.
Before our reunion and now during the marriage, and then we need to take it serious.
Yeah.
What's my point? I say, say me catch her with the ubufu says saying Mr. Anopa, Michiawa Jemeso.
Bam.
Ubufu only me ya find the whole day, but Michiawa just so much. No, keep your anger going. Say you decide thank you, Pastor. Say you decide any stigo night away. You said this is your life. It may expect to say, obey different, obey something different. What's my point? I say, as I said, I worry for beer to me, yeah, be a woman, what do you want? Ya case was a deal with young past this. Just I worry for my say, you boom for my DNG. Ya can't wait to order that. You boy, you demand you boo ya warrior, you boo sauna yaka at to hono. As I see you move me in this. There will be busono or problem. Next, or the problem, so worry for na say, worry no more dinko mo be say, I dear mature dear any men, yeah, I dear women pay, yeah, that kind of thing now. Problem new. Tell me no one can say no petty. I mean, I don't know as I say, Ubu for Matthias here. But keep that before you through the day and later maybe 2 days. But me chiang kwa dia jeso. As I say, you would be a yes from Kwa Yawari Mua Ubua Fukurano, Yayewi. It's that simple, but you need some come away be Yawari. They don't put their rules down, they don't put a your face we shouldn't set boundaries. There must be boundaries.
Yes.
You put a picture be out to what said your warrior should look like. It will worry and just say, why a question penny or banner also. No, it shouldn't be like that. And it's a respect to be taken away because why would you be? And this will don't put me in your time, be a anyhow. And yet your petrol because what sign a contract so only know for better for worse. Worse than can sound pass as it is when you are sick, it is when but who pick some nonsense habit to be I cause a problem while we say your floor into partner into one.
Oh, you have a problem. And what would you need
to work on your flaws?
And maybe me call as far as would they wait on a musu? Get me papa de me mammy.
Oh, shit.
Priscilla, me patch on Kohoma, me. Now, I say, well, Ben Yanin your man, neck, and I do young Kodak in Pesa, Jaisa. I said, I say, and I where can you only me and me go through?
Brother, I can't come away.
I'm deal with the lifetime nonsense to the day I die.
And then because that means the person is not ready to make the marriage work.
Our
you're ready. Till the name amen and papa the end
as a compassion and empathy boom.
That's the word.
Compassion the empathy say one will be to one will be a UBB. A boo how I know can be so oh me don't wait me sorry. A binimus common sorry. Onka so nimpa the idea why fool or you see what fool say what fool.
Na uni masem
e mema ye e ma bi
who has obinka common sorry obi hokra can sorry ni be o sorry awuka ye you don't mean it
uni
na say you don't mean it
children
the person doesn't mean it
who mean part the person wants to hear some type of remorse
remorse
when you hear what
and I why you doesn't mean it
uni so wa phone be one no say man share that way the consent sometimes that's all it takes. That's it. And my woman man, your engine free hop. Oh, buy your engine free hop. It just showing compassion.
Priscilla had you why you be bonny? Only pana catcher was there, a yeneya. The first woman made it to catcher say, Oka Kwasia be a okay does not mean say it's okay for the other person. So because Jessica Kwasia, anytime I open, me and can't just say, hey, Kwasia and Sinipa Kwasia. It will work as free, but Ebia Obi Kwastiano is nature dear. But for the fact to say, Wono, Yes, it's normal. Anything wrong with what you've done, and so you don't have to apologize. You don't have to show remorse. Then they will tell you, say, "Oh, na get too much. Oh, yeah, do. Also, hey, yeah, I'm for in particular.
If I'm being honest, a mema omuti say mema mo describing no. Enye mema crest say you date you. If you meet somebody,
bye.
How about 10:30? So you're 8 hours ahead of me.
In calculating how my time needle, I'm a shadow. In calculating so that.
That level-headed person.
Yeah.
And I'm common they to me person with them as master.
Feeling guilty.
But yeah, but now you didn't come over. You can't sample. Then you pay far. You know.
They are not matured and they are irresponsible. Seriously.
Yes.
But
say obere ma beka e koso sa de we say mo me address na wa ha ne.
Yeah.
A man no catch a man ni bebre say, oh, sa na me ma me ne papa o ma wa be ma me and do it too. So I don't know.
now
Then be obeka sa no.
Asana, on
that person has no future with you.
And Pastor P, that means that man is not a man enough in the sense that, in my opinion, who are you? Identify you. What is your integrity? Who are you as a man, as a woman? Why are you walking in somebody's shadows? Because yes, of course, we learn from our parents, but something previous was not right. Who are you? You
don't we think, sir?
Why don't you
parts of these characters, no? Part of these characteristics, no, does not only occur within marriage, but it transcends into society as well. So when you look at, a typical person that you're looking to get married to, all perhaps you need to do is look at how he relates with society, how he relates in his company, how he relates to other people. For some people, no, others are very good at masking it, so you would have to probe and probe.
Oh, I'm telling you, I said for me, I'm a strong believer. You see it, but sometimes odonity. When in the shop, send your new shopkeeper Bekasan. It's a sign.
Yes.
People who respect the way they behave. Me, mommy, okay, speech or see which year will be. Give yourself 6 months. Unless you will see it.
Obisu say so pebe so man so hu a one na drive ya one se ne car mu or drive it the way a obi cross so no a
that's a lie.
You can also learn the person
that is a lie.
And some of it in your country and I'm saying hey
this is
like driving no be cross me eni a me de be hwe no say ohun eni ana me de hwe na
then I know so when you're mad you look at me in a certain way.
No. It's different. That person
Obi how any driving no be channel wo be winter wo be rolling window where you need fuck you that
Priscilla, you were talking about
another good indicator you'll be at you near 50 and relationship and exes and ex-wives. So we share any pana said or can't ex assem and you say me chiwadi. So me share pana be dog or ex-wife now ex-girlfriend and idea a 10 of number 10 because tell my drench me say me know you na ye no share next person sana would be
No.
sana would be me.
Priscilla, you were saying something about so no mom so that thing.
Oh,
Where you go, Ebusia, you go to Ebusia and tell them, say, Ebia, Oyira, you say, who could I say, what's it? On what say, oh, papa, Entino, huh? And then I'm for baby, Mujina, my name. And one man is so who said, Ma, make run a Kahubina, and your man, because
You know my name. Backsliding.
Jane. Because
I said, yeah. What is that? What is that? You how? Not just that one so in case. What's I'm not saying? No, I pay you.
The point, and it's a reschedule of topic, but what is actually coming through very clearly. I think that a lot of us marry strangers.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
We marry, and because we marry strangers, you know, and maybe a sense depending about me, I must say. That maybe a sense name about saying it, say one name sad one. And I would tie near maybe a man near maybe. Now I can't say maybe could say, "Only me, no, I am a young no, I am a boy, or I am a young for a long time." It's what presses my buttons and what doesn't press my buttons.
He already
knows. That's
so we am a young kumpo. We am a young kumpo. Now, so we cross a fundamental boundary. You will know. You will know.
Yeah, you know.
So, Amma, you think you are tough, long?
Me not tough.
That was the question I got. You think
me not tough, but me was standards. Two different things. Me not tough, but me was standards. And those standards, it be a very fundamental. They are unusual for a lot of people, but they are my standards. I don't apologize for them. I don't. Your friend is excuse them. Ubiaba with me and me and even with me now for. Yet in near maybe I see near maybe oh. So maybe work with you, meaning so we are my uncle, and I value your friendship and near maybe will have me.
Oh
yeah. Thank you.
So what we say the way I engage with you reflects what I know about you because I value my friendship with you. And who hear me? But meaning say I have to learn to override Mimi Subaimbi because Akop will be aggrieved in this place.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's that consideration. We are dear sir, Emma Mimi, and Rana make a we could make her for farm already. We make her for farm already. Because I make her for phone. No, look you fancy doctor, no woman fancy doctor. I am cheap. And near marketing, I realized said me morning. But whilst I was fixing for him, or dreaming so many who said means be made it. And maybe we or no fufu. Now, you fancy doctor, yes. They were me.
We realize these good people, no. This it comes like a package. It's like downhill. And then when you meet those who are good, who know what's up now, they work with you. So I was playing the devil's advocate and I was saying this. We compromise. The people are always say I'm a any they compromise into where the way kakraba way. But then when you meet the other side now, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but Obiso how bachelor now. What do we need your bachelor?
That is the problem. You cannot teach who to me idea on your ready so I
don't know.
Say or yeah guy or Becca said who feels what was it? Who feels so we are tough? Who even speaks like that in a marriage these days? It's even a turn off.
Let me give you a practical example, and this is actually what happened. So this was between my mom and dad. Basically, my mom is quick-tempered, right? And my dad is very calm. So we were in Ghana, and relatives came over. my mom was looking to see them off and give them transportation. So she said, "Oh, Mama, obia 800 Ghana." Right? She didn't understand what she was saying. So she said 800 Ghana. My dad was like, "Look, it's too much. They don't need that much money. It's only transportation." And she got into a bit of a fume. So she was ranting. My dad just kept quiet, counted all the money, put it on the bed, and then went. He didn't necessarily leave the house, but I went to do what he was going to do. She came back, looked at the money, and said, that's okay, so Odosu. And then that is when she realized her mistake and realized the truth that my dad was trying to tell her. And see, sometimes, no, this is why for me, when a lot of the time I hear most of our women say Ghanaian men. My dad was born and raised in Ghana, but he is different to the majority of Ghanaian men who a lot of Ghanaian women complain about. Sometimes I get aggrieved when that is said, Ghanaian men are this, Ghanaian are this, and I know that majority of them are because of the culture that has been perverted. Don't get me wrong, I do understand. However, if you find the one, you find the one. And see, at the end of the day, most of the times,
why? Wakasa ma me raho, but ye pancho. Oh, how did I have a way as a me? I'm
Uni feelings.
Yeah, me feelings here deep about.
What we say? Right, so
sorry. Me, Jimmy for relationship, and for you, bra, and yeah, so young crash it there. What I know, man, can Jimmy, video. I don't know. Ukraine for you, bro. Papa, dear, cry to me because we had the bro said, so for ye. No, be on say, yeah, that is how I want things done. Me then,
who's that? But Unim, Enra. When the story goes way beyond Pastor Patience, therefore, we are next year, Mr. Wono, we are confirmed. It is an irrational Pastor Patience, therefore, we are not sending me a confirmed. Remember, send me to United Arab Emirates, we was Pastor Patience send him in a confirmed. And a year me yawakumum, say Pastor Patience. And I make I say, I'm baby, be a young for one, a baby, amame. Go say many brave Pastor Patient. And I make a farm be a yam and crop for oh, a pack room her confirm her because I confirm her and go for keep more backyard. That has a farm be a meko. One more livestock upon Chikra say next week, my papa come up on live physical. Ghana no about Pastor P cried my video video command. So when we say correct anyway, we will see her.
Now, was away, and then person I can't knock account of fool. Who's now a mixture of blood, and I said, who different? I don't know. Sorry.
That day unplanned. But me say, Safam, I confirm it became the most important thing for me to do that day. Na me kunu wada. Nti di ohu yan se me nenam ho keka ne mabo. Nti me no wa hwe me yie, wa hunu se me nenam ho keka ne mabo ma ne kire say there is activity in my brain. So me ni ba ko no be party na ha se no se betena se. Okay. Se bra. E dey mo problem. O si bi asem se nem pese me ya confirm.
Go fast sama ba.
Na confirm dey na so fam na we read na dey ko ha. It was illogical. It did not. It makes no sense. But we realized it from the way I was speaking. It's a confirm. Pastor Patience and that woman had become a very important thing to me. And was sorry, and the money ready. And the sorry, no driving if I can drive. When in Pastor Millennium, I'm a suban bonity, me person it's not passenger seat in the medium passasem. He drove and he took to farm near Kotor. I confirm. Yeah, they confirm the buyer. You better not say. Me na webinar bi was so sad and nipa na fa PowerPoint na amrem interpreting. Ya confirm the buy na fe na nipa kon the PowerPoint na brem ya time ya so. Nti na say me yes me start say me ye we no ani ye ni kwara ni na wo kitchen ko ye nyina wo. E no fa board no start say wo twitwa confirm. So no na twitwa confirm. No dia confirm me see so I confirm me start say still. Nti that time na me hwe nipa pro no me hwe ni okay, fine, no problem. Ebia ye nyina ye be we confirm no. Nti a confirm say ado obi akọ. Nti at the moment me nya hu motive ni ye, yeah. Or dia confirm say so me ya confirm kwan ni wie ye na make fufu no. The fancy dokno was the big one for me because none of them was eating fancy dokno that day. If I had any doubts the reasons why he did the confirm one, the final bit with fancy dokno made me realize that it was all about me. And for that reason, me sa papa no, meet me I am to me bank account the man. Meet me a man. Meet me half of my kidney and 3/4 of my kidney for that person. You know why? It is that simple fact. Me who say any pakro. And in the idea be say any pakro or no say regardless of the value. Regardless of the value. The women like me, but delicious. Nothing else is that important to me. So woman me who said me so said you to say chimpanzee. Sometimes you want to find something and that means many comfort. I do that work comfort. You will be and I hope you're not credible. A one and crowfobi share them. Don't
worry.
Now who said is a handle like ube delicious Jimmy. I am comfortable.
Very easy.
I mean, they be catching.
You don't want to say, well, dear, now to favor bet me. I yenny had the buy you have from the
the party say. You will know, say you are in somebody's mind.
Yes.
Oh.
Or Jill.
Little things.
My dear, how is your
I
day?
miss you. I love you.
Thinking about you.
Out of the blue moon. No. Now I can't say or me where ye maui. Missy videos in Ketinketi Amade Bremi. I feel Miss E. Amadu Bepe Mansu Rade. Mako Pema once I confirm you home video near Channel. Wait, Pastor and then that confirm me.
And then what they get to have education here. What they get to have education.
Missy Amanto Kanafunome. I confirm na me koka ho asem na funome. Oh, but it was very exciting. It was very exciting. Like if you say I confirm you no kwai no you can I saw it. It was very exciting. You started saying then I obedi me say many fufu. Also omobedi fufu no dey obedi kenke. There be many fufu.
But I will say these things, as I said, they work hand in hand. Yeah, na be maybe or how we need to call we didn't go January. Or by what better as a remote control na we in a kitchen. We
some
of the signs are you need to care with your infants or nim them craga or do or nim them jan or jina won chene wo bonkomo. It's
better tomatoes amount.
Oh,
then I meant some spice and also the say.
No, the thing is that would control living room can me say and should I big guitar. But Fanny said, Miss me penum bo, me penum pa. 80 me yeah, Gianna. Then Nami most as I want me and I was a me video, Nami me bonum, then I'll be cooking. Me now start here, Gianna or kitchen, I knew so. Nobody should touch it. Men one me I never said you. And I can multitask, stand at one place and cook all kind of different foods, clean my kitchen, put everything in the fridge, and make drink. Yeah, will be favorites in the idea, what I say. So the first one driving me, I could jam in. It's okay. But you're bad, and I leave you.
Romantic.
Oh, dear, funny. Say, why be I be free? Be bremen, first mention, or not the cocoa trout TV. These little things. You don't have to come stand in the kitchen. It's not OBI different. You don't have to draw the thing for me if you don't know how to draw it. It's okay. But do something else. Do something else. A better be I was inviting them before but yes, we have to look at certain things in a different way. Say, so we ready and didn't know inviting them for so
There's no catch any patrono.
No, Mitzi, I said no, but at least as I said, sometimes yes, we have to try to cry in a sense. So we are the phone who can pursue big anyone. I said, on Casso be you know, and it's a bit or back come for a dear and say, if I'm a year dear near it, it's a bit deep in a cash. Yes, and you say, let me try home. Miming Kuma for you say, let the beer. Just say, you ever come once some sign. I could soon come for you. What do go? Oh, Kajaja, you brutal.
Then
No, my year be at tilapia be say Adam Phoebe out of state or to me come once and say, now. Tilapia be no kind of vegetables being at the end, and also to be back. I'm so okay, teacher say. When all that there are things, but major deal breaker. Oh yeah.
Find the idea my partner no nani agye e wa wade anim. Obi a wone de obi ho no ma ope big things say wakoto ka ma no ya tofia ma no ya ton ne ko sope akese sa na ope. Ebu on sa sa ne ma no ope. Me I don't like those things. Me penkete no. Like my ex-husband he won't talk to you this animal no won kasa on can for one or nothing but obey near market see na mouse say ti one time me how me here or te say madam for be kasa na make BMW ho asem enti me hu ya na say the next day na BMW no akoto si wo and I make actually say that's not what I want me pay wo papa hu ye ku say me ungrateful.
But I didn't look at your pen or pay.
That's not what I even be a look at. I don't want to expect. So for summer, me work hard be eso. I didn't think I would have coach will be no. It's waste of money for me. So yes, I did. It's not. I'm just saying it. I didn't tell you. So gonna go to mommy. Me will be that.
Yeah. Love language. Love language thing is also something we are all missing. And when we take a quiz be then I realize say casta font.
Words of affirmation.
That is my deal breaker.
Me chat him did you did my commission I mean love language na they won't listen. They are no panel and audience that's a way your mouth.
And then I'm gonna meet yato.
Affirmation is my love language. Like
words of affirmation.
Yes.
Recognize me. Recognize the person I want in it. So you're born now, Bema. Mama, you recognize your partners. Obey my idea. Recognize it. Admire the Obama na admire the Obana and recognize Obana. So you say, we ashaka de be any tea, there be the same tea in a one it is so. Wakoye tifofro unka ho hwe na ahwe ne saa enso ukohia obi girl bi abonte aye call party okọ kamfo ne de ade no tie this na me boy
but please that and as well yeah why do some men
unka kamfo suni
you see your friend is saying me back it 20 papa woni no call party
meba me hu say adwa flashing se bia odite ho meba ma adwa nko so da membra wo ho sister adwa ye na ma wo flash ko saro
yeah na mo earlier no like I mean to say over the years na dia ba ko amehia ne say me ma me papa me sister no me na fofo me nua no obi ani wiase a obetimi ama me ni me kun aware agina beside the two of us si ebenya ye hunte ase yebenya mrama ye ho bi wo ho no ma ye mesha say ye adwuma wo fie even prior to that ebi wo ho me sori anopa me nse den ni di medi akoni abasa ma ni beba mo na me ye bibi fofo me to ho a be hu na me kun di bo kitwa bia be ko no ano akosia mienu wa ya mo ko e de agu hu no de asimi ho anase bi wo ha awon hi no de abesimi ho no ayi drink abesi ho no mama me. And it's like the little things that he does for me, it just makes me love him more. And then say anopa me share juma say oh yeah no be some time men me take a break. My busy time I'm say I don't know be some no me nim time I take a break. But
I do not know much
Then I won't say anymore. They can break.
And you know,
I have force text message. No, I'm not watching.
Come on, we'll text me. I'm after the mark. After my clock, I mean, the big happen. Yeah, you may be no apart. I'm a call kitchen. No, me call kitchen. No, I am moved to an up.
I'm every weekend. What's the new one who said my favorite?
Oh, I am moved to one. I mean, and then I ate and came on.
Have you seen the eye?
I think every mood will be respond is the second mood.
I just feel say and mama the youth now more honum no. Say wo pe wodo anase wo pe be ma wo person ne bobro ba person ne bobra. Eye say one kasa no wo ye wo ho adwuma. Make sure say relationship wo come say wo call for eternity anase wo call akwa bibi no wafi because our real way is not easy. And yet cry and ye juma work at problems within the marriage now. And then the focus should be more on your strength and your weakness because we'll be one more baby or one answer baby or one more. Dear we negativity. Encourage each other. We have to think about positivity. If in a dear crown who can fall your cry uncle ye now, what your bonabasuna and say, oh, we say the meaning set we free now for the over the crossing and rat. So I mean to say we have to encourage each other. We have to learn to love ourselves and our partners. Obiani baby our relationship yama. It stamps on you. And to say when your bear man ask for banana and fancy to me and I say you will never grow because every time the fear wedding near the new I think that would trimuno. And when a boy open Cassani, a woman, a boy, not to clean. See a bear or bad now. I kid you guys now. Oh, be our best to be a because I take something from it. Come and make here, take something out of it, and may the comment. So, it's not to say, and yes, say, yes, send me back for trim. Obi dear proud canal or Obi saying yet, Yansa Seminole, and Yansa Sama will be because then you know, strong. But in order for you to be happy, have a long lasting relationship, have a healthy relationship, and it starts from you. So for ya dear money who can crano.
Thank you.
Speak about it. Money who said no and yet what can me we see a bontia me patroni more or man send you who's wap away and answer who can show. Obi me patron not panel. They don't mean it. They won't mean it and don't say it.
Don't say it.
Tell your partner, say, I walk and won't see us here. I don't understand, say, most of us are looking for people to save our marriages and relationships, whereas we have the power to do so. So we need to stop with the excuses, the blaming. Yes, before we need will be anywhere perfect, but we need to work on ourselves. It starts with us. Without us working on ourselves, when you are broken, how can you fix somebody else? You can't fix another person if you yourself is broken within, mentally, emotionally, and psychologically.
And no, I mean, read this book, and I posted it, and then I made it to my status just a little. They say anybody who is broken or hurt can never will be toxic to be yes, or you can never love. It's deep, but yeah, space, I do counsel to us so mess us over. Now catch a gun for a moment, your say. people need space to fix them. Fix their emotions, to fix their brokenness, and people must respect that. It's okay to separate. It's okay to go fix you. When you take the break, so I'll go fix you. Don't
jump into a new relationship.
Because to say who can depend on part of your character? Yes, say I will be say a intro a part of life. Intro becomes part of life when you adapt that into your life. And maybe every negative aspect is a behavior learned. Because any power to one of now, okay, me to one of no. It's I said me walk on my pana, me warding panel. Me knew money, and I said me you more being conform. Yes,
a choice. A choice.
Exactly. We don't know.
I used to believe that love is blind, but love has gone on a different level. A choice.
Love
is somebody I like them like.
People are saying that because of their stupidity. When they do stupid things, now they want to blame me. Say, "Oh, because I was in love, so I wasn't thinking." That's your stupidity and your
it's called mental health.
Being fool. When you are a foolish fool, now you follow foolish people. You don't follow people with wisdom. And most of the time, we do things and we say things because we want to be victimized or we want people to feel sorry for us. Okay, your relationship is not going how you want it. But what are you doing to fix it? So let's work on it.
I did not make person mechanic say, baby, I didn't make to us or almost say, Akosia can be say when we separate and we go fix our, fixing, give me time to fix myself. What I was saying is say, be also very careful when you separate that. Make sure the other partner knows say, mobile back here or no, so fixing a set.
Yeah.
So I'm
toilet bowl and flash it. We need to implement. Before you implement it, level. And then we need to start competing with other people. Because this time I can never have her marriage. She's different.
No, we are different.
Can you wear my shoes?
Oh, hell no. I have to wear
but sometimes
Banku for
no, I want Bamame. Now they are not on me and class did na minim because no one mini problem.
Oh, I saw my man, finish it.
I chain now the awards are on one up, Pastor Peak, that's one landing. I don't hear sorry, Coco Dimu.
I love you guys.
We love you.
Oh, my hair was still me. I'm still gonna watch you guys.
There's a way you can infect us with go chop omutu.
I will soon care to me. I
am innocent.
Can you move to over cough rough?
And your Pastor P also go baby dear. That's it.
Oh my God. I love you guys. Bye, guys.
We love you too. Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
They're not making it say, say, most separate here. The problem is that most people they think they are separated 2 years, 1 year, 3 years, then they come back. Yes, I'll be out working on themselves. But most of the time, Ghana for don't know this. Say you're separating, we are separating. Yes, you're quite where the phone mutu in Catequine. By your separating, ye who drew. Your coshisha ya dear chrono, ye who drew, yasi, who ya dear. But people don't think like that. You're separating or corner or yet more ya dear sandy account. Or chimpana more. Or chimpana more than nam you bonnet.
Entanglement.
Twitchy.
Entanglement. That's the word.
On samba back, Let's a wood jenna. Now for the load in the crown and the first, I bear double. Now triple fold a cry. Because of course, wako gura, wabonti, wako febi, wako bako shibra, mem or name of wako rain, sun, and for some afraid or background or crown who cross all your baby because what's I gen back into go or just a one ball, and what's I there, Ageno. By a separate, I see a make this amendment, I will honor say. Yeah, corner ye na ya kwa ye hu adru. And until make sure say o pese o pe me back bi emu de a. Na say yes say ye mi enu nyina ye hu say obi ye ne hu adru. Baby understanding na ni no as say ye fix it ye hwe ne ye ni ye. And the last thing I want to say ni say you have to date back. Some mo je bere ma wa ware no na mo separate na ba. As say mo date everything na mo ye ni nyina hye gu.
Master P me ba Maryland ya meto de ama what?
Oh, thank you.
Because I na ebi no person omo ware omo to aso from baby omo shot here.
David.
But you got it. And I say shot here.
Yes, I date ya kosia.
Ana Pastor P but was separation no. As I say mo ye cool and I say boundaries, I say boundaries bem.
Mo separating no.
More separating no.
More separating no.
Yes.
As I say mo ye cool ba boundaries bem. So they say almost say more separating so no abedi no okọ no abefa nkwanche no abedi no okọ eno ebu onim.
That's how
separating no mutu obi a. So they say no mutu obi a na nyesi ya separating na abeba back to me a onko fa wo girlfriend me ko party na no girlfriend about then we are not coming back. Girlfriend no ko abefa wo first year baby obi ehu. But me yes ya separating ti na no oba we nam na che so person odi you he sa no oba back e be trouble big trouble. What separate here? You go. Yes,
Master P, I also sorry for mu introduce separation. Ghana for aso for mu go abroche yesteremu. This thing my come what some mo nyanwene ho na mo meeting na mo starting.
Say sorry be ayo akoso ya even ZF wo mpoye.
Okay, good. Mo nyanwo na mo
go awade no ukunu ni mo separation ni di 3 years or so whatever mo betima go awade no.
Na mo sia awade bi o mana.
David Yaguno. Send
say
yes, sorry, Neguno. Fancy, we call 4 years, 3 years, now say, my back here. The church has to call them and find out why your mama back because a jama money my beba or bent in and you know, either say you want beba back. And I say yes, and we go our dinner no be a baby, no more no be a baby. Which person now in case mono say go move to us, who are our first be able to us. What you say? What you say? Yeah, you were dear for us already. Too bad not to.
They say we are learning some serious stuff. Winning. You were talking about winning Obi, mobile back, and you rediscover yourself. Make proud whilst you are still married with the person, you still rediscover yourself. Winning every day, every week, cycle.
Ama, do you know where the problem is? Like not Pastor P. Sometimes you can separate and over fix it, not only fix it. If you also go to our now what discover, then you can discover. I didn't know as I crash near serious. I'm telling you, Ama. And Ama, you know. I say crap because it's not going to happen.
I think
people are just not learning.
The initial of the person is very important because most sane people would work with you. Most sane people would work with you to make it work. But who can afford? Next on your chrono, as I said again, is down the gather. Akusha, we begin the day. Wabaka say you wati. Wakono kra wakako chia more crans and obeba. And they're just gonna me, I've learned that. No, I've learned that in I'm at this time around. If I meet and if you've dated, sometimes no, if you've dated people, you can see what's on who share the entity says Sini wo utrima. Which means the way I should have seen the signs.
No, but there be unim dada sister. We unko the same way the me guilty. You saw it. We be date akwache no oni ba we wo ni we ho osiba yi mani una we ken kon o de den una we na mama una champion sister ko ani oni me no kure die na ya na too much people cannot handle it. And I sat down and I accepted certain things akosia.
Yes.
Seriously, you effed up. You effed up because you accepted this thing. I feel did you quite I feel who for what? The stupidity is that you thought that as the person grows, the better.
Yes.
But hey, it will never change.
But you know what?
Unless the person want to change.
Accept responsibility, and where you were stupid, admit that you were stupid.
Come on, American. Yeah, Mr. Baby, you're too much honest for the community. Share. Now, oh, time. Me want to be a cancer chair, but Madame could be to be so do you street too much. I'm saying, someone will make it. I'll say, who could you do it? Why me be so? I need the same thing I did in. And now, what did I don't know? Oh, I'm going to say so. I can't so much to because I could say, I was one by the catch. I'm saying, Debbie, only Obehame. There be only one because every other semi different. That dear Dano maybe that 2 amount. Where would you be more make at so the bounty for their sister? Me pampa because we are madam for another million years. We are wrong. I are a son. I miss me. You be catching me place. I said you wouldn't say in the beba and alpha. Madam for particular about could you or me to can such and said you are my stupid. You're foolish. Oh no, from North. I said you willing you is the not cherry. And would I be offended? No cray back open. Medim kwasem and wakatem se medim kwasem we before be ne minim me so a just say me say me so ade na ya me ya na me so but medim
na me
that's how I roll
me mitimi ye na me catch madam for na wakatem say ya ba we a ye wanye ni na me say I am pa na minim say ade a me ye na nye ni so me koye minim say me be catch o be katem say ade a me ye ma nye ni
no but
that is all part of the healing process though. Yeah. Sometimes you just want somebody to listen you out, and at times, no, that is what you need because so that is why you go to a friend or a trusted person to voice out what you've done wrong sometimes, and then we're down for no. So to say, will tell you the truth, and then you come to that realization and you repent, hopefully. But if that doesn't happen now, a honor in a man near Marco West, no, because I don't know, don't say, oh, because you can't make a catchini, and Nana make a Elia, not make a say, Nipa.
Oh, brave.
And I want that was not or can't be out by catching. It's okay, you gotta be careful.
And I'm in a crowd, I know your friend. I am a very dominating character. I am a bulldozer. I am a bulldozer, but I don't like BS. I like people to
Obi is back.
Obi is back. Make me be a bulldozer. It is a me bawo. Then you always allow me to bulldozer. It means that you don't allow me to grow. Naturally say, oh, dada me.
Maybe I will want you panel we grow.
There, me di muasem chirewonwa wumu ya no me nimpase me di muasem so we are here.
Okay.
I need you to call me to order because you are my friend. And Sessa was also being passing asem so. And Sessa was friend you call me to order. No who say sister and then dear atiafa so. We could be doing kwasi asem do baby Mr. Atiafa so say na dey otu afiri. Atiafa so na o say otu afiri. because that idea in 12. What can you
You should have that kind of relationship. It's very important.
Maybe I make us ask the fact so catch him say 12 and say me papa TV, no papa TV. But papa TV. Now it's classic better. Now me akasa pass na dey my mwa do say I why mwa de.
Also, when you do the point is a mother and for that is the beautiful about marriage. Mudu marriage Esenka you do baby say ya and for you know ya near for ya san ye ekunu ne yire. That is the beauty of it. Said they are not brother Obey. In fact, it's an day.
Yeah.
Yes. Also, no, I can't say be said you're bringing it up, no, you can't say, Yamismufi and entity, you know, it was good. Ne mommy, you say, ni papa, or my opposite, that really works. The same way, and I mean, me papa ni a day, me mammy, boko, but me papa, and in your dame will fears, or yeah, not too much like, or a man of, or a principal man, but he's a very jovial, very nice manner. Yeah, down for no, ye be no. Me me period. I'm not catching papa first. Just my catch me mommy because ye papa is so close to ye mommy. Because me mommy on shadan kasa. But me papa the obechire umu koto pa de na ba ono no kodija. Any ade nye said the bio no kodi die but every week be okodija ba kon bebre de ba ono no kodi bebre ne de ba. Ain't you know, and it's not there say. Ono ade bi eni ho kokro mu na bibi whatever just say chede pedesi wo se wo costos no akogege niema no e de aba in bulk no de aba bebu honom and you know I did not see those things to say antokwa waware mu aware I never saw my parents na make sure no so omo gu crowd like so me mama crowd wo fu da me hu bi da ebi omo bufu anajo ebi omo bufu so mo de omo ye dia I don't even know.
Papa wow.
But me papa say time na ye ye no Mrs. Ampenifo no e na me maame bufu baako na me maame so bufu ye no me papa prai o di ade bo no e ma no nti papa the mark o say mark no omo beginning of their marriage na me papa ko chiti he no sa ba fi anajo me maame aye dia nesi wo wu didi ana sa ba ye rough aka ho and Hoji said, I did not cook the same over ebe baniso. Mammy, so you mean, what's a dinding for us almost warm, dear. I think some if I pay you pursue your gent, me, mammy, can be or they born on the channel one hand in Markano. If I power to you for be another chair, it's a free honor. Why, you roll for me, mammy, subium. Until it was the last and it was the first you saw the enemy. Oh, ain't you know. Was a kind of different our diemu and I have sisters we are 8 11 that 3 mema 2 we no baba ko and you know but people didn't know say your dogs sir because mpanimfo no enyini bo mu te wo mo ho na enkora no so nkrofo bo mu nim enkora no na bi mu nim mpanimfo no but Mrs. Tamunyina no so no I've been in everybody's marriage in ade vacation komo I saw that kind of you know that obey diane na be meboa no won ware kama no and you know I never saw sa ware a obi koni ade no until say me call crass na me ko hu kakra say obi timi ne yire pa akobo didi natem ene sa na ema no and you know it was really idea the way you were brought up on affect your lifestyle in marriage and you know the American says worry will be a share one root and so kakra tina tete no ya na namuko bisa say way ofri hin there deni ade no because ya na omu pani so be who obi root baby ofri na wutumi ene netina yes say wo hunu okonfo na chiwade a wonye de no mfanye no and when you say the root the father was not there no father figure into the father was there but the father was not there ya will be ana papa ni hokra ya will be ana papa wo ho but afanyinam say papa woni ho mponkeye Oh, and those people no omo ye two categories here. There are some people a omo papa ni omo enya bintu omo do omo ire mo pa omo do omo kunu mo pa. The other way nso a hatred bi be hye wo mu enti wo abeware no de saa hatred na ye de ne aba wo so. Eno ni saa danger no ya na ehu pa ya na ehu esa wade no wo be ye den you will try your best wo be ye bibia enye yeda you suffer and suffer and at the end no wan hwe ya awade ne be ye den ebegu eno nti no me de mo ba besi ha na ensu oto wa ha nti I think say yes ye be kwa akohwe na ya hwehwe ne ma bi akeka ne ma bom brother obedo sreme
I mean, not say, I got me 7:25 a.m. Me run it back. For compensa for no Mubisa. Me run it back. Right. Hey. I do our door. No, so or mutual me baby be some questions.
I feel sorry for you.
Sir.
They said make calculate your time.
Now. I don't even know.
I do my way Uncle Pastor P. Okay, then.
I remember.
Apostle Aneje. But two about here number about two number six. Sure. You need time to educate yourself. So we and easy. Yes. The consistency. Sure. My guy. Easy.
I don't know. I can't say. I think say major brother Obed Nyamin show pa. Pastor Yabawadana. I think for your from Pastor Echo. And I would yan this one, then I who farm her.
You tell for the house, Coco. Who was
one watch me? And then I who's a language, no. Hey, I'm for your software. You different. And I saw deep water.
Earlier on, I mean, Kayo the Papa Bash, but Obi friend with Dr. Yabane. She says, the doctor Pastor Yabane.
You on a more serious note, you guys need to stop this thing because how many telephone calls? Pastor Peace, I said, not here.
Me, now when say come on high life radio say you are not a real pastor. Papa can follow welcome papa.
And you can't say me drop and
who was say only fake pastor. Aba is here.
Richard. One when I am on that. Baby start time. Maybe be done.
Now why have you denied him sex? Sex is a 24-hour done deal, Charlie. It's
say bath na ye running a key.
And then a woman
bath na key. Yeah, bath na running be there fresh. I'm a pencil there. A man I'm a partner who then
Also, ya na namu kra na omu tenansuo so. Oh, nti ama ekọ tenansuo so.
Eki.
Ene kra no odi gugu. Aha. Kama wodi ye ni ama ho be kamo. Ewurade.
Ama otu.
Ade pesa
set thermometer. Your body say ya accept temperature never go from.
Who say na menum bibi oba so no
amade
no juice plus for ade no ade bi no wonum ana ho na ye bibi no o say no onum bi mo kai
ni dey say mamantem
wa mantem share oba ya ne kro ha sad ne ba mitim so na me na person me ka hwe ne kro den say no prepare for morning ti won say sana anopanem na ni nkum say when na je no ye no ti say afa na kiki in and we take it be say 4-6 hours and sana kiki in say kiki in akiki in ti ahode aba ene
Pastor P can you on one confessions why
oh my anyoma oh za anya odi
me no odi say me e won komen ko ana
Libra,
Bunim. I know now motor. The remix, no. Now I'm cutting it. But on power. Say it. Okay. What's the matter? I don't want to do yourself. I
Facebook.
Hiya.
What? I mean now.
Dabio, I didn't know the guma kosia.
Don't be Facebook. I said that back door. So whatever.
Nani answer. And you more dear gum necessary to me frat said the way young quine in tear fra son or coja or the acodem. We won't go jari or them.
But some power.
But in power, she gay.
Or scrab on a honina. Come.
Then concussion away.
I was all here, she gum.
Your friend is then I'll wood. Oh. Then wood perfume. Sharp.
One when any diaje, one uncle, you put in an any say not a moon to obey ready. Hey,
Ube Jaria excitement until Yana had a kind of
A mucho crabberry. Or better control.
I didn't uplifts.
Or better control what about contribution in
yeah. Maybe more about confessions are you. We make me a willing semi confess to. And it's a mere run it back and I'm here. The minimum one no. More macaro, some more run it back at Yamudia will fear the maybe to make. But anyway.
And no parone bar for dear and some and no papa dear any dear and some. Hey,
and you mean it?
Or some crab on your mark and when you say nothing.
I had the other papa to dear you. Oh, but yes, it's all running back. You know what the candles look for.
Oh, say, I'm a man, the money one is a woman, no money more bad 12 and son, no more sorry.
As a pea, what we are commissioning, and then my instructions, which I don't know, man, anthem. Say, they on bed, my action.
Oh, I feel I make it can hear money, but I'm alive, pa, because I'm on a man or more down another some power. Is it more 12 crown or I'm sorry? Hey, sister, no. 360.
Bottom power. And you are a big cancellor. And you are a big cancel.
So the OPR is serious.
Oh, check me notification.
Hey, brother Richard. Hey, my worry, da. I am da.
I am Juliana. I am Juliana.
That's why you won't be free. That's already.
Only your voice.
Hey, idiot to see more.
I am a big cancel.
Aye. Mrs. Salmon, I normally do money.
Oh, Rami. Me papa chome wo confession bi esese bi. Ahun say abranti. When you da ko. Ma sheda we nyina ya azan. Me bo nyum ye dede kwa. Say be ya wiasefo nyina be nyane. That's it.
Hey, Yama, ube nyane nkura no.
Me fie ha. Hwe, if you have me way. Yeah, we're East Wing and Paranida West Wing. There are 2 living rooms between us and a kitchen and a guest bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Maybe if you have a White House now, Anna.
I'm telling you, I have for the life was designed for a drama. And it's funny. Very big. Quite, it's woman of assassin you between the hallway near guest bathroom near in between. It's immediate. And then so we catch them the same padam. We are one down. What kind of answer in the when you now sorry
Corona and Tianka this Yanka may be America.
Oh, sir. Oh. They said they and then me doctor Sunday the second wave is on the way. And you know, they said we don't even know.
It's on the way.
Good night,
the second wave of corona.
Hey!
Yes, Anna Obi is on the way.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, what is on the way then?
No one. I'm in country.
I call yes, because
something on the way and Jamaica catch up.
Oh, yeah, I am over. Sorry. And then I forgot a vibrator. What by your friends?
Oh my vibrators go. Wait.
On your crumple.
All of them. What awesome. Just a pass of coma matter.
Opposite the Corumbra. Talking about vibrators, if you are could be a movie or no, I've not seen anyone like it. It was a black hole.
Hey, Richard, up there.
Mama buy you. Yeah, but many chance and see what do you Mate and so tower has here semico.
Boko nada.
Me shut down back you.
That pedia lumba.
Me pay me woman you beat to say. I can't say daddy KD Makubi me di can bought a match the day no they make cost 16 years ago na me 16 no na just a chain common ba na me kaka
so for higher crown
me babu bi me ba na me
so for higher crown what dey cover
akosia one na be say question ye chire mo so udam.
Sorry, what do you call?
I like it so much.
Good night. I answer the question. I was still or casa on Yadia. So to me, try our bontina, I say, oh, Yadia. Only the address.
Meaning Yadin in the sense that.
Okay.
Me young can sample dear, or no me were no a virgin. Indeed, onim she apart from me. That is one. Secondly, me na me virgin. Into na ma try into me nim me pet na me nim me pet. So she will not be able to dictate to me say ni. Me na if anything na. I will help her understand what I want so that she can give me what I want.
Have you seen my face, brethren? There are some people who were virgins, but when in the airport will book more baby, a practical.
Oh, I was one of them. I was one of them. I knew everything. Fortunately for me, my mom was a midwife. She had a obstetrics and gynecology. I had read both books by the age of 10, so I knew everything about the reproductive system and everything else. And then, because at that time, so I'm curious, those times in a papers I about PMP, I knew a lot.
Mills and booze, and this is one of the things I find very funny amongst young people. Obi or say, how do you know such a thing when you were virgin? And I'm like, knowledge and practicing.
Yep.
You can be aware of certain things, you can know them in principle. Doesn't necessarily mean say you've practiced, but yeah.
Exactly. So internet there. So now I make so basically, for me there, I know what I want, and I communicate what I want. So once I have communicated what I want, and you've given me there, and of course, if you are looking to please me, you will do what I want. Equally, I also do what you want.
But to power, Richard, who said open to he's here to draw blood. And then it's Richard, Coco Buku webinar no fast. And my main call Elko me bath and mammy who is a Buku webinar.
Then webinar no Kubuki.
Eric Pope, dear.
No, I catch us over.
And Richard Nada, Eric Bass, not offer skinny catching the money email address, Nidian, and I'm already. One. You guys don't remember what maybe I make I will be out. It's Richard Nana will hire the say young Freddy and dear family and young fat Eric and I'm with a man. Bassa, in them made the link natural, but a good book, but I was here for. They say I have a 740 to be dear, but at my time they ye cacra. To say, yeah, maybe I'm a little bit silly. Yeah, maybe more. Okay. Yammy Adama and Anna, the best year, maybe, dear me.
Good night.
I never had a good morning.
Good morning, Pastor. Pastor, yeah, good morning. Pastor, hey, brother, because we are brother in Christ.
If I may ask, you anyway.
What?
Above, I dare cry yachi.
I'm wonder.
440.
Obi agenda.
One may be ankeja. You did too, so I know you could do mutual, and yes, you may
I'm a teacher. Sister, cry, you won't cry. Right? Cry.
Who out you?
Thank you.
What the vibrators better? I don't know what's up with vibrators. I hear on the machine.
My hand you make me the they say in such a baby. When or did Mr. Baku Amy Bibi so I come by. Who's power? Mount Samuel, so I grandma nice to have
say, why avatar and also some problems.
I think I won't cry.
They say, what does they say? What any avatar and also what issues be?
Oh, I won't cry. Who are you?
But so for you, but Mr. Cry won't cry.
Mr. Officer said, boy.
What fasting? I compare boss. What people is what still cry won't cry.
Cry.
Mr. Say, I have laughed way too much. I cry or won't cry for me. Who may see a media message say me bath I already, so I'm going to bath my own bath.
Yo, good night, everybody. It was a lovely evening. We've all learned a lot. Obi, thank you very much.
Thank you too.
We cherish you.
And keep being you. It's very important. It's a legacy you're living for your children. Yeah. Whenever you think of changing for the other side, negative, please sign back to your normal self. Because A for woman, not for the madam of the house. It's for your children. Thank you. Because as the generation, and your mom be self away, your manner brabum near the your mamma never found what damaging crop or too much.
I draw for you are awesome because everyone with your name in it are hits. Me, they give me money. Only about.
What the idea? Who could be out from Koya? Now, tell the one near you. I would talk. I got that they don't hire by y'all as if so 1 year here, so the same in set your baby now.
I dream, man,
Yeah. Me do what you are. What I say every time. And she said, yes, I am.
Baba, Ama, good night.